When Qi Hongdo returned from old Chen's house, the first person she saw was Zhao Xuehua, standing at the door, looking eagerly. In this era, for two people to meet and talk a few words is not easy. Although there are phones and cameras, they are not common in the countryside and not everyone knows how to use them. Everything is fine. Qin Shulin is not so confused anymore. Sanya said she bought eggs and cakes for them recently, so don't worry. I also left vests for them. I've warned them not to take the vests meant for the girl and give them to others. If he dares, let your brothers go break his legs again. While comforting Zhao Xuehua, Qi Hongdo's face showed no trace of the gentle, loving expression she had when she last spoke to Qin Shulin. Seeing her stern face and fierce look, Zhao Xuehua smiled instead. Thank you, mother. She felt deeply grateful. No matter how her mother treated her before, her mother took her back, worried about the children, and even made a trip to visit them. She was truly thankful from the bottom of her heart. Zhao Xuehua, mother, there's something I want to discuss with you. Qi Hongdo, what is it? She didn't realize that Zhao Xuehua, who usually was busy working or taking care of the house and two children, had something else to talk about. Mother, Arya and Sia still don't have proper names. I want to ask you to help me choose names for them with my surname. This means the children are no longer surnamed Qin. They are completely no longer connected to the Qin family. Qi Hongdo was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Zhao Xuehua to make such a request. Mother, is that okay? Seeing Qi Hongdo silent, Zhao Xuehua felt unsure. Does her mother not like the children to have the Zhao surname? There's nothing wrong with that. Qi Hongdo patted Zhao Xuehua's hand. The children are grown now and should have proper names. The old Qin family doesn't care about the two little girls following their mother, so changing the surname isn't a big deal. How about Zhao Yuzhao and Zhao Yusa? Qi Hongdo wrote down the two names she thought of for Zhao Xuehua to see. Both names carry good wishes and sound impressive. Zhao Xuehua held the paper with the names written on it, tears of joy falling down her face. Such good names, good names. Thank you, mother. Not just a nickname, but proper girls' names. Arya no longer needs to be called by her old name. From now on, she will be Zhao Yuzhao. Sia will be called Zhao Yusa. Qi Hongdo looked at her daughter, who is still young but very lively, just like Sanya, so she chose this name. Because the old Zhao family often brewed medicinal teas, Qi Hongdo sometimes looked for a proper source for the medicinal herbs. She would either go to the town to buy herbs or go to the barefoot old doctor in the village to gather some cheap herbs. The old doctor was about 60 years old. Seeing Qi Hongdo so attentive to health and wellness, he would chat with her about health tips. Although the old doctor's medical skills weren't the best, having lived most of his life, he had plenty of experience and knowledge. Sometimes, after gathering herbs, Qi Hongdo would chat with the old doctor for a while. She never expected that, even at over 100 years old combined, she and the old doctor would still be the subject of rumors. She only found out when Granny Motzi came secretly to ask her about it. Are you really close with old man Wang? At first, Granny Motzi whispered secretly, pulling her into a corner to talk quietly. Qi Hongdo guessed she was about to gossip about someone. After all, Granny Motzi's expression was too obvious. After hearing Grandma Mazi's words, Qi Hongdo's face, which was originally full of curiosity and anticipation, froze.
What?
Old man Wang, don't think I don't know. I've heard everything, Grandma Mazi said anxiously. Big sister, what's our relationship? If you're hiding things from outsiders, that's one thing, but you can't hide everything from me, right? Just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Really? Qi Hongdo. She guarantees she won't say anything, but if she even hints at something, the whole village will know by tomorrow. I really can't trust her at all. Why would you believe such unreliable gossip? Qi Hongdo asked back without answering. Grandma Mazi looked suspicious, seeing Qi Hongdo's serious expression. Is it false? But Luo Er's daughter-in-law's sister-in-law saw it with her own eyes. Qi Hongdo clenched her teeth. How crazy must someone be to spread rumors about two elderly people like this? What did you see? She asked Grandma Mazi with a stern face. This explains why the family's son and daughter-in-law have been acting so strangely around her these days. They always seem hesitant to speak. That day, her eldest brother was even talking about cleaning weeds from old Zhao's grave. It's all about the misunderstanding here. It's also because Chi Hongdo was so well known before that no one dared to gossip about her in front of her, so naturally, no one told her this rumor. As for her son and daughter-in-law, even if they heard it, they didn't believe it. Of course, since the rumor sounds so convincing, they're not entirely sure either. They just don't dare to ask their mother if it's true. Exactly, you're joking and chatting with old man Wong, right? Hey, they say you even took his hand. Is that true?
Grandmama Z winked mischievously.
She thought that after all these years of managing the household alone, it's not a big deal if an elderly widow wants to find a companion now. Chi Hongdo's forehead darkened. I was just buying medicine from him. I didn't reach out to shake his hand. Do you think I'd wait for him to bring it to my house? Who took the old man's hand? Ah. Grandmama Z didn't believe her. Really? Did you like old man Wong? Chi Hongdo, I'm already half buried in the ground. Why would I look for an old man to go home with? Can we get a discount on buying a coffin together?
Grandmama Z, huh?
Then why is there gossip outside with so many details? She looked very suspicious, wondering if this young lady was shy. Chi Hongdo, I also want to know, who's so impatient and daring to spread rumors about me? This old lady. Perhaps because Chi Hongdo's teeth grinding looked so frightening, Grandma Motzi was scared off by her fierce, almost threatening attitude. It seems it wasn't old man Wong after all. Grandma Motzi thought to herself. It feels like this rumor isn't baseless. Maybe old Zhao's elderly lady really did find herself a new partner outside. When Zhao Aimin heard this rumor, he felt like the sky was falling. Is my mother interested in someone else?
Who could it be?
Who? In a panic, Zhao Aimin pulled his brothers and the only sister at home, Sister Ba, into a room. His face was very serious. After looking around, he cleared his throat twice and, in a secretive tone, asked his siblings, "Have you heard about Mom looking for a partner?" "Don't talk nonsense. Mother never mentioned anything like that." Zhao Yuanwu glared at the youngest brother. "What am I lying about? You went out and overheard the whole village saying our mother is looking for an old man. But we don't know who exactly she's after. First, they said it was that barefoot doctor, then they said it wasn't. It's all just smoke and mirrors. I'm confused myself," he said. "Anyway, this is a big family matter. We don't even know what the stepfather looks like. What if one day Mom just brings someone home without warning?" Hearing Zhao Aimin casually mention stepfather, the siblings all shivered inexplicably. Thinking about that scene was too frightening. Their father had been gone for over 20 years, and if suddenly a stepfather appeared, who could even say the words? The shock was too much for them. There was no background story or build-up, just suddenly mentioning a stepfather, so no wonder Zhao Aimin was so anxious and angry. Mom didn't mention anything about this, so stop overthinking, Zhao Yuanwen said sternly to Zhao Aimin. Don't jump to conclusions based on rumors. Of course, he wouldn't mention his complicated feelings when he first heard the news himself. Zhao Xuehua, if Mom really wants to find someone to keep her company, that's fine. But she needs to be careful. Zhao Yuanshuan looked distressed. Our mother's personality is like that. If she really found an old man, she'd probably empty his pockets. We haven't had much lately, after all. At first, Zhao Yuanshuan felt even more conflicted than his older brother when he heard the rumor. But after careful observation, he quickly concluded that Grandma Motzi didn't have any special someone outside. As for the old man with a nose and eyes, that was just gossip and not really true. Honestly, when I heard the old lady wanted to find a companion, Zhao Yuanshuang's idea of dividing the family estate briefly rekindled. After all, mother is your real mother, but the stepfather isn't. So can the feelings be the same? Maybe later, not only would she refuse to acknowledge him, but the other brothers might also refuse to accept him. That would be a good reason to split the family. I had planned and hoped for this to happen early. But it turned out I was overthinking everything. Zhao Aimin said, even if the old man isn't really the right one, do you really know if mother wants a partner or not? Zhao Yuanquan replied, "If mother wants it, what can you do?" It seemed as if the old lady really wanted to find a stepfather, and if he said no, it wouldn't be allowed. Zhao Aimin scratched his head. "That's why I came to ask you all." The older brothers and sisters seemed to ignore it completely, but this was clearly a big family matter for the Zhao family. Zhao Yuanwen said, "Let's wait until mother speaks first. Don't go talking nonsense to her without thinking. Otherwise, she might get so angry that she gets sick." Last year, the trouble caused by the sixth couple was still fresh in everyone's mind. Zhao Yuanshuang, feeling a bit guilty after being glared at by the eldest, lowered his head and touched his nose. This time it wasn't his business. If it really came to that, if the sky was going to rain and mother was going to remarry, no one could do anything about it. The power of gossip among the people has always been strong. Qi Hongdo knew this, but she also didn't think that at her age, she could still add to the rumors about love affairs. She noticed how her sons and daughters-in-law were holding back their curiosity, and in the evening, she would go for a walk at the village entrance or stand by her pond to enjoy the evening breeze. She always attracted some people's attention when she looked over. Every time she glanced their way, those whispering people would quickly look away and stop talking. It was almost like underground work, very careful. But in this matter, some people listened to gossip, while others were scheming. Don't think only young girls get arranged marriages or are targeted. Even wealthy, leisurely old ladies like Qi Hongdo could be watched by such people. It seems some people are naturally fond of matchmaking. Originally, after a family meeting, Zhao Aimin thought his mother hadn't revealed anything about the old man, so he thought he was overthinking. But not long after, an aunt from the family came to talk about marriage with the old lady. Yes, I am talking specifically to Qi Hongdo herself, not any other granddaughter in the family, not even Zhao Xuehua, who is divorced and at home, but this elderly lady herself. Don't even mention Zhao Aimin. Even Qi Hongdo would need some time to recover from hearing that. She thought people just gossip about this for fun, but she didn't expect anyone to take it seriously. She is already 66 years old. Why would she look for an old man in his 70s or 80s to hope for death together every day? Does she think living like that is more hopeful? Otherwise, why would she deliberately consider finding an old man? Her aunt from the same family is one generation above Qi Hongdo, about the same age, but as soon as she speaks, her tone reveals her old experience. Zhao Youtian is 3 years younger than you, healthy too. His wife passed away over 3 years ago, and his children have already moved out. Now he lives alone, looking quite pitiful. Since you want a companion, I think you two would be a good match. I've asked around. Zhao Youtian doesn't mind moving directly into your house since it's spacious, right? Look at your children, they're all grown up, no worries there. Just find someone to support each other and live together. Isn't that nice? I mean, did you hear what I said? Say something. Why aren't you talking? Are you shy? You're not a young girl anymore. Now you don't have to work, and all the family money is yours, right? Life must be pretty comfortable. Everyone in our team envies you. The kids are obedient, no worries. Except for being too lonely. Zhao Youtian can keep you company, talk to you. He doesn't have to work anymore. After a brief moment of drifting away in thought, Qi Hongdo fully unleashed her anger on this face that looked like a dog's head and human face. Did you rinse your mouth before leaving? Do you know your bad breath could kill a cow? You're really a toad crawling at my feet, looking ugly but acting spoiled. Are you trying to find an old partner for me, or are you trying to find a home for that old bachelor in your mouth? Oh, finding a partner, living in my house, eating my food, not doing any work. Are you thinking I live too comfortably and want to arrange an old man for me? Look at what I'm wearing around my neck. Her aunt from the family was stunned by Qi Hongdo's fiery words and stupidly asked, "What is it?" Qi Hongdo, "It's a human head, not a pig's head. Are you fooling around? Hurry up and get lost." Initially, when I heard this aunt from my family start talking about arranging a partner for her, I found it quite funny and thought I should explain to her that it was just a misunderstanding. She was genuinely trying to help. But as I listened further, I felt something was off. Could a kind-hearted old lady really say such things about matchmaking? It seemed like she was trying to fool me, treating me like a fool. Li Min, I mean well. Maybe you're misunderstanding. Zhao Youtian is honest and straightforward. He's a good man and I suggested him for you. Why would I be trying to trick you? My family's aunt looked genuinely distressed. She was only trying to be kind. After all, as an elderly lady, she has her meals and needs taken care of by her children. Isn't it reasonable to talk about finding a partner? Two people becoming a family means they can support each other in the future. If she can't move around later, she'll have many children to help her. Isn't that good? Her stepfather is also a father figure. Zhao Youtian doesn't mind these children. Shouldn't they take care of him? Seeing her sincere and distressed expression, I realized once again how diverse people can be. It seemed this old lady truly thought she was doing a good deed. But unless her mind was muddled, I couldn't understand why she would want to bring an old man home to serve as an ancestor.
Get lost.
Since we're related, don't come here bothering me with this kind of thing again, I said, waving my hand to signal her to leave. Honestly, this young old lady's face looked sunken from weight loss. When she talked about Zhao Youtian, her eyes sparkled as if she had found a great bargain, like she had gained something big by getting him as a partner. She had only been widowed for 3 years and was already eager to find a new partner. Before even entering Zhao's house, she was planning to use and boss around him, making it seem like some rare treasure was slipping away if she missed out. What kind of crazy thinking is that to believe such a thing is a happy event? I opened my mouth to argue with her, but just as I was about to speak, she stubbornly said, "Don't be like that. How about I ask Zhao Youtian to come to your house? You two can meet and decide. Youtian is really a good person. Look, didn't you say you wanted to find a partner? Why are you still unhappy when someone suggests it to you?" I sighed silently, thinking, enough already. This person has their own way of thinking and doesn't listen to others at all. Whatever she says is useless. The real solution is to ask her to leave quickly. When her aunt was asked to leave, she kept turning around every few steps, trying to make Chi Hongdo reconsider each time. She claimed it was giving herself a chance, as well as giving Zhao Youtian a chance. Chi Hongdo thought, does the old lady even know she once hit good Sueji with her shoe? Don't think that because she's old, she won't dare to fight. Do you think mother agreed or not? Listening secretly behind the haystack in the kitchen, Zhao Aimin turned to ask his 4 brothers and 8th sister. There was no choice. Their aunt came during her break time, and she has a loud voice. As soon as she entered, she shouted, "Aimin, I have great news for you. It's your happy event." Then Zhao Aimin, who had planned to go out and hang out with his friends, turned around to find his brothers and 8th sister.
See?
Everyone said he was talking nonsense, but now someone is coming to ask for his hand in marriage. Zhao Aimin's eyes widened as he tried to stand out in front of his brothers and sisters. He said this was a big deal. What else could be bigger? Who is Zhao Youtian? Zhao Aimin heard the name. Zhao Yuanwen's dark face looked very complicated, and Zhao Yuanwu also seemed silent. Zhao Aimin asked, "Who is he? Which old man? I've never heard of him. He's young and the older generation. He can't tell them apart well. Besides, in the Red Flag Brigade and nearby brigades, there are at least 80 households with the surname Zhao, so how could he remember just one Zhao Youtian who's nothing special?" Zhao Yuanshuang said, his second brother, "You know him." Zhao Aimin crossed his arms and pointed at his nose. "I know him? Unbelievable. Among the people he knows, there might be someone his father is interested in, wanting his mother. Is that even possible? Even if he does know him, he would never be friends with someone like that." Thinking of this, Zhao Aimin stared intently at his 6th brother.
Who is he? Tell me.
If he knew, he'd go throw stones at that person's house. Zhao Yuanshuang said, "That friend of Xiaoming's called Little Stone." Zhao Aimin exclaimed, "Stone." It turned out to be one of his friends. Zhao Yuanshuang added, "Maybe we should go inside and talk. It's too unsafe outside. It feels like the old lady could appear from anywhere at any moment."
It would be awkward then.
Zhao Aimin was wandering back and forth, not paying attention to what his 7th brother was saying. He was thinking that Stone hadn't really mentioned his father's name, so he didn't immediately recognize the situation. Although they were friends, Stone's father had acted unfairly, and little Stone still needed to be taught a lesson. Zhao Yuanwen told Zhao Wu to hold back their restless younger brother. Then the brothers went into the new house to talk. When Qi Hongdo and their aunt from the family were inside the house talking, they didn't hear much. The only thing they heard was the aunt leaving the house and repeatedly looking back, saying some things. "Mother hasn't spoken yet, you should stop fussing." Zhao Yuanwen's tone sounded okay, but his face showed he was upset. His expression was very serious. He told the younger brother not to talk nonsense or think too much, but at this point, he couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if there was another real father in the family. Would they treat the stepfather like a real mother? No, that didn't seem possible. He felt that when he went to pay respects at his father's grave, he wouldn't even be able to speak. Zhao Wu furrowed his brows so tightly, it looked like he could kill a fly. Could Zhao Youtian really come looking for trouble? Zhao Yuanquan shrank his neck. Unless their father was still alive, they couldn't make decisions for the old lady, no matter who came knocking. Maybe I should ask Mother? Zhao Xuehua was thinking. They were just guessing here, and had no idea what was really going on. It might be better to go ask the old lady directly. Since they were sons, it wasn't easy for them to speak about this matter. If she went to ask, it might be better. After saying this, Zhao Xuehua immediately became the focus of her brother's attention. You could almost hear the sound of whooshing in the air. Zhao Aimin clapped excitedly. Let eighth sister ask. She should have asked long ago. If we don't find out, we can't rest easy, right? The eldest, fifth, sixth, and seventh brothers surprisingly agreed with the younger brother's words this time. They thought their mother had clearly said there was no such thing, and the farce would end there. But they didn't expect that Zhao Youtian, that shameless, would actually come knocking on their door himself. When Zhao Youtian came to the door, Qi Hongdo was out walking the little girl. Since she started walking, this little girl has been very lively every day. Her biological father, Zhao Xiangnan, was busy delivering mail and often couldn't come back at night, sometimes having to stay outside. Lin Qiuyu is busy with household chores. Although she only has one daughter, she still feels mentally exhausted. Qi Hongdo, seeing this, often teases the little girl to play. After tiring her out, the girl can go to bed early at night. Madam, the little girl, who had been following Qi Hongdo closely, suddenly stopped and pointed at the chicks at home. When Qi Hongdo looked over, the girl covered her mouth tightly, trying to hold back her laughter, then softly made a chirp sound. After mimicking the chick's call, she looked up to see Qi Hongdo's reaction. Her rosy face was full of hope. Qi Hongdo thought, "That child, do you know? This is the third time today." But each time she praised her for learning well, the little girl seemed to reset her memory and repeated the trick again. "Little girl, do you know what excitement feels like?" "Humph, we old folks are all heart of stone." Madam, seeing that Qi Hongdo didn't respond, the girl tugged on her clothes and shook it, tilting her head to watch her expression, as if she was eager to see the happy face she wanted. Sure enough, it was innocence, not naivety, that defeated the old folks. Qi Hongdo squatted down and playfully ruffled the girl's hair, then pinched her round, apple-like face. Looking into her bright, grape-sized eyes, she asked, "Are you doing this on purpose?" The girl nodded happily. "Good job, keep it up." As long as she finished learning during the day and didn't practice chick calls in her dreams, Lin Qiuyu wouldn't think she was startled and start a ghostly scream. Currently, the old folk remedy for treating children with high fever and convulsions is to call their spirits back. Since Qi Hongdo has traveled through time herself, she can't say this method is entirely nonsense. But if a child has a headache or fever, seeing a doctor is still the most reliable. Zhao Youtian saw the scene at the door. A kind old lady and a cute, soft little girl. Such a harmonious picture. He couldn't connect the scary rumors about Qi Hongdo that he had heard outside. It must be rumors spread by others. Isn't she just an ordinary, quite easygoing old lady? Thinking this, Zhao Youtian's legs stopped trembling. He straightened his back and greeted Qi Hongdo confidently. "Young lady." Qi Hongdo turned her head at the sound. An old man with a distinctive bald head and skin like overcooked soybean paste was waving at her. She thought most people here had thick hair, rarely seeing bald heads. Unexpectedly, there was an old man here with a hint of royal British bloodline. Looking at the shiny hair around his bald spot, she thought he must be very careful when washing his hair, or he might turn into a little bald patch at any moment. You'd think having little hair was enough, but why was his head so greasy? Even flies would have to do a split to land there. TSK, TSK. Seeing Chi Hongdo staring at him intently, Zhao Youtian secretly felt pleased. Sure enough, the matchmaker was right. Meeting and understanding each other would definitely lead to good conversation. Look, even the old lady was already staring at him, without looking away. But even though they're all quite old, isn't that gaze a bit too intense? Zhao Youtian cleared his throat, wanting to say a few words. At least he should introduce himself first, right? But as soon as Chi Hongdo finished inspecting his bald head and squinted her eyes, she asked, Zhao Youtian? Zhao Youtian touched his bald head, wondering if this old lady had secretly gone to find out about him before. Otherwise, how could she call out his name after just one look? Chi Hongdo slowly stood up. Little girl Nyonyo sat down at her feet, and two small chicks ran over, jumping from her gentle hand. Go back where you came from. Hurry up, she waved her hand dismissively. With her sneaky look and that mysterious, brave way of giving looks like a recommendation letter, it was clear that someone with a style, coming at this time, could only be the one her family's Anne introduced Zhao Youtian. Chi Hongdo didn't want to think about it. Zhao Youtian didn't expect that just a moment ago, Chi Hongdo was a kind old lady looking at the little girl, but now she turned into a hedgehog facing him. There must be some misunderstanding. Zhao Youtian hurriedly explained, Miss, about us. I think it's better if we talk ourselves. Outsiders can't understand. Let's sit down today and have a good talk, what do you think? Chi Hongdo, no talking. Get lost. Zhao Youtian looked around at the few rooms of the old Zhao family. Seeing the sturdy, impressive new house next door, the chubby little chicks at the door, the neatly arranged tables and benches in the main room, and even the two bamboo-wrapped hot water jars under the counter, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. This is what real life looks like. Before he came, he wondered if others were exaggerating. An old widow with a group of children. How could she make a living, and how good could her life be? But after seeing for himself, he knew they weren't bragging. Don't underestimate this old widow. She's quite capable. She built a new house, and her family receives wages from 3 workers. Plus, there's a group of laborers working every day to earn points for food. Usually, her daughter-in-law and granddaughters do laundry and cooking. With such a carefree life, even city folks might not compare. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that old Zhao's family was a lucky place, and this strengthened his resolve to have a serious talk with Chi Hongdo. Why did this old widow immediately ask him to leave? It's probably because she's been alone for so many years, and she felt a bit shy about accepting a sudden visit. Actually, there's nothing wrong with finding a partner to live with. He just needed to speak openly, and everything would be fine. Suddenly, Zhao Youtian felt a surge of confidence. Little Nyonyo, in a soft voice, asked, Ma'am, who is that? She was holding a small chick that was clinging to her hand and pointing at Zhao Youtian at the door. She couldn't speak long sentences, and sometimes her words were hard for others to understand. Only family members could guess a little. Right now, Chi Hongdo understood that Nyonyo's unclear who is that was asking who Zhao Youtian was and why he was at their door. Kids also have a sense of territory. They don't let strangers touch their things. Chi Hongdo replied, That's a pile of cow manure, which is dirty, ugly, and smelly. Nyonyo looked confused, with a big question mark in her small head. Zhao Youtian clearly heard the words cow manure. His face darkened, but since his skin was already dark, it was hard to see any change. Little girl, look at you. Your old man has been gone so many years, and you don't have anyone to talk to. It's so lonely. My wife also passed away, so why don't we stick together and depend on each other in the future? He was shameless, calling her little sister, even though he was 3 years older than Zhao Youtian. People say the most beautiful sunset glow, right? Zhao Youtian felt that although he was old, his heart was still young. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life lonely. His children had all moved out. He originally planned to live with his eldest son in old age, but his eldest daughter-in-law kept picking fights with him. In the end, he could only stay at each son's house for half a year at a time. This living situation is unstable, and my children are not filial. Zhao Youtian can't bear such days anymore. He says that to live well, you need a caring person by your side. When it's cold, someone should add clothes. When it rains, they should know to prepare hot water. When hungry, there should be ready food at home. When sick, someone should take care of you. That's what life should be like. When his wife was alive, Zhao Youtian didn't think these simple, ordinary days were special. But after she passed away, and his quality of life dropped sharply, he realized that living alone is very different from living with someone. The house is always messy. When he wants to eat, the kitchen is always cold and empty. When he's sick, his children often avoid taking responsibility. Even those who come to help don't do it well, not like his wife used to. Because of this, after the news spread that the old lady of Zhao's family was looking for a new partner, he took the initiative to visit his relative's aunt and offered himself. Since she is a close relative, he hadn't said much before, but as soon as he spoke, she agreed right away. However, the process of arranging the marriage didn't go smoothly. That's why he is here today. Qi Hongdo saw that Zhao Youtian was not giving up easily and said directly, "My old man passed away, and I've taken care of him for over 10 years. We finally endured hard times and raised the children. Now you come and say you want to live with me. Are you trying to ruin my reputation? Your wife just passed away not long ago. Maybe about 3 years? Tell me, you're in such a hurry to find a new partner. Won't your children be upset or have some thoughts about it? If I, as an old lady, can hold on, why can't you? Or are you just hoping to come here later, eat and drink my food, and abandon your children? That's just too much. Brother, do you see? Although eating soft rice is easy, there are many who stab you in the back afterward." Zhao Youtian replied, "Didn't you say you wanted to find a new partner?" Qi Hongdo said, "That's just a misunderstanding. The aunt didn't listen to me. Look, isn't this making you come here for nothing? Today, this is a small misunderstanding, but on a larger scale, you're intentionally trying to disturb the peace and unity of our Zhao family. If my sons find out you came here again, they might even break your legs. Did I've already told the aunt about this? She wouldn't hide it from you, right? This isn't very good. Those who know are just being kind, but those who don't might think she hates you. It seems she's deliberately trying to harm you." Although Zhao Youtian is an honest man, he's also quite angry inside. Based on Qi Hongdo's words, does that mean his own aunt has really tricked him? She really treats people like fools. But since everyone is here, Zhao Youtian still doesn't give up. He tentatively asks, "The children are all grown up now, they don't care about these things. Besides, once they really become a couple, whose side they take won't matter. What does it mean to live off a woman? Marriage is a partnership. Can that really be called living off a woman?" Zhao Youtian still holds onto a glimmer of hope. Qi Hongdo chuckles. She knows how easily people are influenced. Zhao Youtian, with his little thoughts, is colorful and lively. It's quite amusing. Then you should stay today. When you finish work later, let's have a meal together. This turn of events is such a surprise. Zhao Youtian is overjoyed. Really? He knows that to find a good partner, he needs to be proactive. Look, a good day is just around the corner. Even if his own aunt has bad intentions, hasn't he managed to turn things around? While Zhao Youtian is feeling proud, the workers from the Zhao family start returning one after another.
Mom.
Leading the way is Zhao Yuanwen, followed by Lao Wu, Lao Yao, Lao Lu, Lao Qi, and Zhao Xuehua. A group of children and grandchildren, all with strange expressions, walk toward them. Zhao Youtian is so startled by the scene that he steps back several paces. Qi Hongdo smiles kindly and greets each of the children and grandchildren. "Oldest, you're back. You look sweaty, go wash up. Lao Wu, you too. Oh, your shoes are worn out. Hurry and change into your rubber-soled shoes. Don't be stingy." Later, Mom will buy you a few good pairs. Lao Chi, how tall are you today? Your face is so pale. Go inside and rest.
Lao Lu, Lao Iao.
Xiuehua. After hearing Chi Hongdo's warm greetings, the children and grandchildren are all stunned in place. Then, they all look strangely at Zhao Youtian. Mom used to be different. Why has she suddenly changed? Could it be to leave a good impression on this old man? By the way, who is this dark old man? Mom, who is this person? Why is he standing at our door? It's already noon. Aren't they going back to eat? The youngest asked out everyone's true feelings. He didn't have a good impression of his friend's parents and looked at Zhao Youtian with suspicion. He looked very suspicious, almost too suspicious. Chi Hongdo calmly said, "Oh, I was just about to tell you. This man, Zhao Youtian, came today to be your stepfather or grandfather. I said I didn't plan to find a partner, but he didn't believe me. Since it's mealtime, why don't we invite him to eat with us and have a good talk?" Since Chi Hongdo explained so clearly, the others in the Zhao family understood. It seemed that this old man clearly heard their grandmother refuse, but he stubbornly refused to leave. Haha, he really thought we would keep him for a meal just because it was mealtime. You can't tell if someone is good or bad when they act like that. Zhao Yuanwu pounded his fist and stepped forward, grabbing Zhao Youtian. "Did my mother say you should stay?" Zhao Youtian, who was lifted off the ground, started trembling again, realizing his intelligence had returned to the top. No, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. My mother said you want to be my child's step-grandfather, my stepfather? No, I won't do it anymore. My mother said you still want to eat with us? Feeling the strength of the big hand grabbing his collar, Zhao Youtian couldn't help but tremble. His clothes weren't very strong. If he tore them, he might fall to the ground. And then, both his clothes and his reputation would be ruined. Zhao Aimin was beside himself, rubbing his hands. "Fifth brother, this old man is full of bad intentions. He's just trying to bully Mom when we're not home." Zhao Yuanshuang said, "Fifth brother, don't be angry. Maybe this old guy just likes our house and our labor force, hoping to eat and drink for free. He probably doesn't really want to be our stepfather." Zhao Yuanwu's fierce gaze, already sharp, grew even more intense with the added exaggeration from the youngest and the sixth. Zhao Youtian was so scared he wet his pants. "Ancestors, they are all living ancestors. Please, can you say fewer things? No one stepfather could possibly handle a bunch of lively, old-spirited grown-ups like these." Anyway, Zhao Youtian couldn't do it. He might have a bit of courage, but clearly, just having courage wasn't enough to survive in the Zhao family. So, Zhao Youtian ran away. After returning home, he didn't even bother changing his wet pants. He immediately went to his maternal uncle's house to cause a fuss. "People say they won't look for a partner, and I told you clearly.
Why didn't you explain that to me?
Aren't you hurting others? Do you know how many strong workers Zhao Lao has? Do you know what kind of inhumane treatment he almost experienced?" Zhao Youtian vented his anger at his aunt, who was from his own family, because he couldn't do so at Zhao Lao's house. That elderly woman huffed and explained several times, but Zhao Youtian didn't listen. The psychological pressure from Zhao Yuanwu was too much for him. He even has psychological shadows. For Zhao Youtian, the real cause of all this was his aunt from his own family. Anyway, the problem definitely wasn't his fault. Villagers watching asked his aunt, "Didn't you say yesterday that Aimin's mother asked you to find someone for her, and the wedding is coming soon?" Although many people secretly laughed when they heard her say this, everyone knew she was a relative. If it was her saying it, then it was probably true most of the time. Many people thought this way. Who would have thought that Zhao Youtian was first chased out of Zhao Lao's house in a hurry, caught in the act, and then he ran to his aunt to talk? It seemed that after hearing Zhao Youtian, everyone thought his aunt was just talking nonsense, saying one thing and meaning another. This made his aunt angry. She said, "How can you blame me? Isn't it because you're eager to find a partner? I even praised you in front of others as a good person. If they didn't like you, how could you blame me?" Of course, Zhao Youtian didn't admit he was disliked. He quickly retorted, "They clearly said they didn't want a partner. How could they not like me? Is what Zhao Youtian said true? Did the elderly woman from Zhao Lao's family really not plan to find a partner? Villagers, watching, whispered among themselves. The barefoot doctor's wife, who was rumored to be quite lively, was now doing her own thing, with no special reaction, let alone the elderly woman from Zhao Lao's family. There was already a potential match coming to the door, but she was chased away? Or maybe she wanted to find someone, but their son didn't agree? After all, at this age, it's normal not to want an extra stepfather over their head. With how fierce that elderly woman is, if she really plans to find an old man, her son wouldn't be able to stop her. That's true. Villagers watching said many things, but the more they talked, the more the story seemed like just gossip. Although some still believed it, fewer people took it seriously. Zhao Youtian was arguing passionately with his relatives to save face, while villagers nearby were already joking. Old lady, if Aimin doesn't like Zhao Youtian, there's an old pig farmer next door. Should I introduce you to? Hey, if you say that, my second brother's wife's father has been alone for 7 or 8 years. If he's looking for a partner, I can help find someone. Old lady, what do you think? Zhao Yuanwen couldn't sleep that night, his eyes wide open. This startled Wong Xiao, who was about to go to bed. Father Xiangdong, what are you doing? I'm thinking, maybe mom feels lonely, so. Otherwise, why would she be chatting so comfortably with that old Dr. Wong? It's because he, as her son, isn't good enough. He hasn't made her happy, and now people are spreading rumors about her.
Wong Xiao, mom felt lonely?
Isn't she just playing happily with little Nyo lately? Wong Xiao couldn't see how her mother-in-law was lonely. Zhao Yuanwen, so what? We should care more about mom too. Besides us, she has no other relatives here. Wong Xiao and Zhao Yuanwen have been married for decades. When she heard him say that, she knew her husband was getting stubborn again. But Wong Xiao, who had been gentle with him for many years, lately seemed less patient with Zhao Yuanwen. For example, right now, in her old way, she would comfort him and say she would try harder to care for her mother-in-law. But now that her children are grown and she has no particular needs, hearing Zhao Yuanwen talk like that, she didn't feel like responding. Her mother-in-law's loneliness was only in her husband's imagination. In reality, she thought her mother-in-law's life now was like a dream she could never realize. Turning over, Wong Xiao went to sleep. Zhao Yuanwen was still waiting for her to respond so he could continue talking, but instead of her comforting him, he only saw her turn her back and fall asleep. Zhao Yuanwen, his heart, full of feelings he wanted to pour out, suddenly had nowhere to go. Logically, life should be getting better and better, and his wife shouldn't treat him like this. He was the head of the family after all. But no matter how he coughed behind Wong Xiao, she acted as if she didn't hear him and soon fell asleep. Zhao Yuanwu watched Jiang Yiyun, who was full of energy late at night, organizing the drawers. I'm doing some calculations, she said. Zhao Yuanwu asked, what are you calculating at this time? Recently, there hasn't been much need for big expenses at home. Unless it's for finding a partner for my mother, but she's already been told it was all a misunderstanding, so that's not possible. So, what is my wife calculating? Jiang Yiyun turned her head and pouted. Since my mother is so old and still thinking about introducing her to a partner, and your son is the same age, can't you see that? Zhao Weiguo is also of marriageable age now. He has a job, so even if we follow the old lady's previous advice and not rush to find someone for him, we still need to be prepared. What if one day he suddenly decides to get married? Wouldn't that leave us clueless? Thinking about this, she looked at her husband and felt he wasn't worried at all. Suddenly, Zhao Yuanwu, who was being criticized by his wife, felt a bit helpless. As the only single young man in the village with a job, Zhao Weiguo was still being approached for marriage proposals, despite Qi Hongdou saying he wasn't in a hurry. As the mother of an outstanding single man with a job, Jiang Yiyun had been pulled aside by many to talk about marriage, even on her way home, with some young women trying to introduce their daughters to her. This shows how popular Zhao Weiguo was. As a mother, Jiang Yiyun didn't have many requirements for Zhao Weiguo, just that he should get married and have children when the time comes. She had prepared things for her eldest son Zhao Baojia and his wife Jiang Huifeng, and when her younger son married, she would do the same. Otherwise, she would likely be criticized by her daughter-in-law. He's only been working for a few days, Zhao Yuanwu frowned. He was a bit annoyed that Zhao Weiguo was attracting so many admirers. It wasn't just Jiang Yiyun who was approached. Others had also come looking for him. "Are you just hoping your son stays single forever?" she said sharply, slamming the drawer shut. As a mother, she was worried, and she wondered who else would. Zhao Yuanwu coughed. "I didn't mean it that way. Wasn't he just clingy with that girl from the Liu family? I think his mind isn't mature yet. It's better to let him cool off, do more work, and think things through," he said. He wasn't in a rush for his younger son to get married. He already had grandchildren, and sometimes he just wanted to be a grandpa so he could hold the little ones whenever he wanted. When the topic of Liu Chunyan came up, Jiang Yiyun also frowned. She looked at Zhao Weiguo, who was more silent than before, and wondered to herself, is Weiguo still thinking about old Liu's girl? This can't go on. Jiang Yiyun isn't usually very stubborn, but just thinking about having a girl like Liu Chunyan as her daughter-in-law gave her a headache. As a mother-in-law, not many would like to see their son being played around by his wife. And Zhao Weiguo clearly couldn't handle Liu Chunyan easily. How could Jiang Yiyun not worry? Zhao Yuanwu said, "He dares. If Zhao Weiguo keeps acting foolish, he would definitely get his younger son in trouble." Hearing her husband's words, Jiang Yiyun felt even more worried. She was afraid that if she mentioned Zhao Yuanwu's anger late at night, her younger son might get into trouble, so she quickly changed the subject. "Are you really planning to keep those double-sole shoes? Didn't I tell you to wear them out? The cloth shoes are worn out from working, and both are useless and hurt your feet. When going outside, just wear the rubber-soled shoes. It saves a lot of trouble. Keeping them at home just collects dust, and big shoes can't make smaller shoes." If Zhao Yuanwu was willing, he would have worn them already. Clearly, he just didn't want to. So he nodded vaguely at Jiang Yiyun's words. The next day at work, he wore either cloth shoes or straw sandals. He just didn't want to wear those rubber-soled shoes. Jiang Yiyun looked at the brand-new shoes in the closet and sighed.
Ah, her silly man.
Although Chi Hongdo hasn't experienced a blossoming romance or fallen for someone special recently, whether in the Red Flag Brigade or at old Zhao's house, many people are indeed lucky in love. Recently, some people in the brigade saw Liu Chunyan from the old Liu family often meeting with a young man from the Jiqing, educated youth station. This gossip led some busybodies to visit Liu's house, asking if Wang Damei was about to have a new son-in-law, a young man from the Jiqing station. Wang Damei's expression at that moment was worse than if she had swallowed a fly. Nowadays, news spreads quickly, everyone knows, but you remain unaware. What happened afterward at Wang Damei's house is unknown, but Liu Chunyan was seen leaving the house the next day covered in bruises. A young Jiqing named Gu Chunqing couldn't stand it and even gave Liu Chunyan a bottle of Manhwa oil. There are no secrets in the village, and adults can't always protect children. The story of Liu Chunyan accepting Gu Chunqing's Manhwa oil was leaked by her twin brother, who was secretly following her. After all, Liu Chunyan is a young woman and she is with a suitable young man, who is also a young educated youth. They're close together, and if word gets out, it might not matter much to Gu Chunqing, but it is a different story for Liu Chunyan. Wow, the squad leader's family has a young educated woman as a wife. I think Liu's family should find a young educated man to marry. Would a city boy be willing to marry here and settle down? Wang Feng chose to marry the son of the squad leader. To the villagers, this seemed like a good deal. But they couldn't understand why Gu Chunqing chose to marry locally and start a family here. For the villagers, the meaning of a woman marrying a man is quite different from a man marrying a woman. So, although they joked that Liu's family might have a young educated son-in-law, most of their interest was just to watch the fun. Some even said that Gu Chunqing was just teasing Liu Chunyan and that they weren't really dating. The villagers talked about this a lot. Every day, Liu's family could hear Wang Damei cursing Liu Chunyan. There was one story, and another was that although Chi Hongdo hadn't found a wife for Zhao Aimin, a girl had started talking to him herself. Coincidentally, the girl talking to Zhao Aimin was also a young, educated youth.
Mom.
I think I might be dating someone. One day after work, Zhao Aimin, feeling a bit shy, told Chi Hongdo this bad news for the first time. There are only a few young educated women at the youth station, and the prettiest one is Bai Jun. Could Zhao Aimin have started dating Bai Jun? Chi Hongdo squinted and shook her head internally. She couldn't imagine these two standing together, let alone being a couple. Who is it? Song Xingzi, the girl with a small mole at the corner of her mouth and big, watery eyes. Mom, do you think it would be good if I married her? She didn't remember her well, but that didn't stop Chi Hongdo from suspiciously looking at Zhao Aimin. Chi Hongdo, where do you think she said you were dating? Did she say it herself? Feeling Chi Hongdo's doubt, Zhao Aimin hurriedly tried to prove himself. She talked to me first. She even smiled at me, and she held my hand. At this moment, if Zhao Aimin saw Zhao Weiguo, he would probably say that his understanding of romance was very shallow. In the past, Lu Chunyan would punch Zhao Weiguo in the chest, and Zhao Aimin just thought his nephew was silly. Now it was his turn, and he felt strangely happy inside. Chi Hongdo, did you make the first move? Zhao Aimin raised both hands and swore, absolutely not. This was the first time he truly felt the fluttering of his heart, and he didn't have time to react. Chi Hongdo sighed. Although she didn't remember much about Song Xingzi, she thought that Zhao Aimin was probably just overly excited, and maybe the girl-educated youth didn't mean it that way at all. Du Jiqing, can I borrow some of your clam oil? I have it from frostbite on my hand that still itches. Song Xingzi had asked Duan for things before, but Duan never agreed. Yet every time she asked, it was as if Duan had never refused before.
Duan shook her kilt.
The sun was shining during the day, so she just shook it to make it softer and more comfortable to sleep at night. She focused on her own work, ignoring Song Xingzi talking beside her. I'll help you. Song Xingzi was eager to help Duan make the bed, not feeling embarrassed at all. Such situations happened often lately, and Bai Yun was tired of seeing it. Zhong Ai Hong was probably naturally energetic. After a day of farm work, she didn't seem very tired, so now she was watching Song Xingzi flirt with Duan and even trying to teach her. Jiqing Song, coming to the countryside isn't just for learning from farmers. We also need to remember the hardships and not let anyone become a spoiled rich girl. It's just making the bed. Why do you need help? Besides, you're so eager, but they don't appreciate it. Zhong Ai Hong used to love reciting slogans and liked to boast and scare others with big talk, whether male or female educated youths. When they saw Zhong Ai Hong, they tended to avoid her. Although no one deliberately avoided talking to her, over time, everyone saw through her habit of pretending to be impressive, and no one shared their true thoughts with her anymore. Because they felt their status had fallen compared to when they first arrived, Zhong Ai Hong liked to teach others even more. But everyone was no longer strangers, cautious about each other, and now they realized that in Hongqi Brigade, trying to act like Zhong Ai Hong did in the past was impossible to succeed. So now, most people just responded to her with a few polite words, and few took her seriously anymore. Duan, I don't lend my things to others. How many times do I have to say that? She turned her head impatiently and glared at Song Xingzi. This person must be like sticky candy. Song Xingzi clenched her teeth. Why doesn't Duan ever listen? She has tried hard to be friends with Duan for a long time, but Duan remains cold and distant. Whether she is trying to be friendly or just looking for an excuse to talk, Duan always pushes her away. It's so frustrating. If she had known earlier that old Zhao's family was so well off in the village, she would have become friends with Duan long ago. Then, she wouldn't feel so awkward now, with both of them unable to get along. Although Song Xingzi knows that being a young worker is tough, the hardships of going to the countryside still surprised her. But she doesn't want to marry someone just like Wang Fong did. She prefers to stay single. While she was feeling worried, Zhao Aimin, who had visited the young workers' dormitory several times to bring things to Duan, caught her attention. Because she paid close attention, she often overheard gossip about old Zhao's family. After hearing more, she started to understand what kind of family old Zhao had. Compared to other villagers in the Red Flag Brigade, old Zhao's family was quite well off. For example, Their new house looked bright and spacious, much better than the young workers' dormitory. It's said that more young workers will arrive later this year, and probably more people will come in the future. But the dormitory is small, one row of beds filling the entire room, and turning over could easily cause someone to fall onto another bed. After working hard all day, the snoring at night is endless. And the food in the dormitory is terrible, mostly coarse grains, cooked without much oil or flavor, mostly boiled or water-based dishes. Recently, she's even started having trouble going to the bathroom. These hard days are not only exhausting her body, but also affecting her mind. When she heard that her fellow worker, an aunt, said she had to use her fingers because she couldn't go to the bathroom, Song Xingzi finally broke down. She knew she had to find a way to take care of herself. Otherwise, who knew when these miserable days would end? If she were dating Zhao Aimin now, that would be different, but her main goal is to improve her diet. The communal meals are terrible, and cooking alone costs too much. Just gathering firewood is exhausting enough, not to mention buying oil, salt, and vinegar. So she thought about finding someone to share meals with. Clearly, her choice was old Zhao's family. Song Xingzi had observed carefully. First, old Zhao's family was well off. Second, the people in old Zhao's family seemed quite clean. When she passed by their house, she noticed not only the people but also the front and backyards, even the pig pen, were all tidy and well kept. The cleanliness was better than that of some young men sent to the countryside. But ever since she started talking to Zhao Aimin, she had hinted several times about sharing a meal, yet Zhao Aimin always responded awkwardly, smiling at her for no clear reason. It made her feel tired and frustrated, so she thought about changing her approach and starting with Duan. However, Duan was even more difficult than Zhao Aimin. Dealing with her and her nephew drained her energy. Song Xingzi felt like giving up and losing hope. The next day, Zhao Aimin happily looked for a chance to meet her again. Xingzi, Zhao Aimin showed his small canine tooth and smiled at her like a sunflower. What do you want? Song Xingzi asked, feeling tired and not very interested in talking to him anymore. Look at this. Zhao Aimin took out 2 roasted bird eggs wrapped in leaves from his pocket. Song Xingzi's face lit up when she saw the eggs. She didn't have much money, and the work points she earned could only buy coarse grains. If she switched to fine grains, she might starve herself. Since arriving at the countryside, she hadn't eaten eggs or meat. She didn't reach out to take the eggs directly but asked, "Are these for me?" Zhao Aimin chuckled. "1 each for us." Song Xingzi clenched her teeth. The eggs were small, and 1 each was enough for him to say that. She chose Zhao Aimin deliberately, trying to create a chance to talk to him. Although she had some unspoken feelings, she wasn't sure how far she wanted to go. Sharing a meal would be good, but about being more than friends. With Zhao Aimin, what was she after? Just this small roasted bird egg? Song Xingzi felt confused. Since Qi Hongdo heard Zhao Aimin talk about his relationship with Song the young worker, she watched his face every day when he came home, like reading a weather forecast. If he was smiling foolishly, it meant he had talked to someone again today. If he looked upset, it meant he was ignored when talking to someone. If he looked sad, it meant he was being talked over or had communication problems. It's really interesting. No wonder people say that love is about seeing how others are doing. Young people are full of passion. With so much work every day, who has time to think about these things? Mom, do you think Song Jiqing is willing to date me? Since sharing her thoughts with her mother, Zhao Aimin now runs to Kahongdu whenever she has a small problem about love. After all, in Zhao Aimin's mind, she has always been her mother's favorite, and there are no secrets between mother and son. And her mother has never opposed her, including the matter of Song Jiqing. Her mother didn't say anything against their relationship, which shows she supports them. Haha, the idea of breaking up a couple makes Kahongdu want to laugh. Zhao Aimin's confidence that she is the most important person in the world is really surprising. The idea of breaking up a couple only makes sense if they are truly a couple. Before any plans are made, Zhao Aimin is either worried or daydreaming every day. At first, she said they were already a couple, but now she's asking if Song Jiqing is willing to date her. It shows how unreliable Zhao Aimin is in this matter. This kind of feelings, based on nothing but imagination, doesn't even need her to interfere. Now, she just needs to listen to what stupid thing Zhao Aimin did today, and she probably has a good joke for her meal. Let's not talk about whether Song Jiqing is willing to date you. Just tell me, why do you think she likes you? Zhao Aimin looked at Kahongdu in confusion. Mom, with my looks, don't I attract girls? He always thought he was good-looking. In their family, the eldest brother is too simple, the fifth brother is too fierce, the sixth brother is sneaky, and the seventh brother is dull. Only he is good-looking, clever, and likable. His mother's favoritism proves this. Kahongdu tried hard not to laugh out loud because Zhao Aimin looked very serious when he said this. It's clear he truly believes he's attractive because of his face. Fine, having a thick skin is a kind of talent. But doesn't the girl you want to marry think that just looking at your face is enough for a happy life? People say, marry a good man, wear nice clothes, eat well. Even the greatest love, if it's only about drinking water with affection, can't last a day without food. Would you really go hungry for more than a week? Although Mother believes you will achieve great success in the future, look at your current situation. If we only consider your work points, the little food you earn from farming can barely support just you. What if you get married and have children?
How will you manage then?
Mother is getting old and can't watch over you forever. You need to think carefully about this yourself. People like Song Jiqing haven't even shown their stance yet. You're rushing ahead without knowing her true feelings. Do you even know what she sees in you? Zhao Aimin, Mother, isn't it true you've always wanted me to find a good-looking wife? Why am I interested in someone and you're not even supportive? Chi Hongdo is not at all guilty. Mother, I just hope you find someone who cares about you and with whom you can share life. I didn't mean for you to rush and pick just anyone. You know she's a young girl from the city, a sent-down youth, and our ancestors have been poor farmers for 3 generations. Do you really think she would be willing to marry into our family? Even if she is willing now, what if she regrets it later? There will definitely be chaos and trouble then. Right now, Zhao Aimin is not capable of handling such matters. He might really have feelings for Song Jiqing, but that's just a passing crush. For Zhao Aimin, his biggest worry is why Song Jiqing sometimes treats him coldly and sometimes warmly. He doesn't think about the fact that if they get married, he needs to be ready to build a home and take responsibility. As for Song Jiqing, she's just a girl of about 17 or 18, probably about the same age as Zhao Aimin. Their faint emotional connection is like a thin thread covered with morning dew, easily broken. There's no need for Chi Hongdo to worry. At most, Chi Hongdo will give Zhao Aimin a reality check, helping him see things clearly. Zhao Aimin thinks he probably likes Song Jiqing. He used to have no idea what his future wife would look like. But now, looking at Song Xingzi's big, bright almond-shaped eyes, he thinks that his wife should have such beautiful eyes. It's a simple and shallow kind of liking. Song Xingzi feels confused. Every time she works in the fields and feels she can't go on, she hears that Wang Fong, the daughter of the brigade leader, doesn't have to work in the fields and only needs to do chores and cook at home. Her heart begins to waver. After a tiring day of work, when she returns to the youth commune and has to eat bland, tasteless, hard-to-swallow food, her doubts become even stronger. Although the matter of going to Zhao's house to stay was put on hold for various reasons, Zhao Aimin often appeared in her life from time to time. Do you dislike me? After talking with his mother, Zhao Aimin rarely had trouble sleeping that night. He thought that Song Jiqing still looked down on him as a country bumpkin, which was why she was cold and hot towards him. Moreover, if he truly had the ability to support a family now, Zhao Aimin couldn't deceive Song Xingzi with false promises. At most, he could only support himself. Realizing this clearly, Zhao Aimin felt a bit discouraged. He thought, maybe it's better to ask clearly. When he left, Zhao Aimin was quite spirited, but when he returned, he looked like a wilted eggplant after frost. The first time he saw Chi Hongdo after returning home, Zhao Aimin was so aggrieved that tears fell down his face. Mother, Chi Hongdo. Everyone in the old Zhao family? At most, it was just a breakup, but how could he act as if the sky was falling? Zhao Aimin's brief first love ended faster than Chi Hongdo expected. But the breakup wasn't because they were too young or confused about their feelings. After Zhao Aimin sincerely asked, Song Xingzi thought for a moment and then asked him a series of questions. Zhao Aimin was hit hard by the bomb Song Xingzi threw at him and ran away in a panic, leaving his first love completely shattered. It was only after Zhao Aimin's persistent questioning that Song Xingzi finally considered what she would expect from a partner. It definitely wouldn't be satisfied with just a roasted bird egg. That's a practical issue. Song Xingzi didn't ask for too much, but when the romantic love was reduced to a meal, a bowl, or a piece of clothing, it was hard to keep the dream alive. So, faced with Song Xingzi's realistic questions, Zhao Aimin's dream was shattered on the spot, and he couldn't answer her at all, so he ran back home. Normally, with Zhao Aimin's thick skin and joking skills, he could have handled this easily. After all, answering these questions didn't mean he had to take real action now. He could just talk his way through. But Zhao Aimin unexpectedly ran away this time. Qi Hongdo watched as Zhao Aimin's sleeve, which he had pulled over her, was soaked with his tears. She raised her hand and gently patted the back of his head. "Mother, why did you hit me?" When Zhao Aimin heard Song Jiqing say those words, although her eyes were still moist, he could no longer look into her eyes with a smile. Song Jiqing remained calm and indifferent, which made him want to retreat. Real men don't cry like a flood. You asked Song Jiqing, and she already answered you, didn't she? Song Jiqing has high standards. If you want to fight for her, just try harder. If you don't want to, then just work hard and do your best. You're still young. If you meet someone even more likable than Song Jiqing in the future, would you still cry? Maybe, at that time, he would be grateful for missing out on Song Jiqing now. Also, after Zhao Aimin gets married, not long from now, there will likely be reforms and opening up. When that happens, everything will change, and it's hard to say whether Zhao Aimin will still stay true to himself. At this moment, staying blindly together and then getting married might actually be a good thing. However, Zhao Aimin did seem quite hurt. After crying, he took the initiative to find Qi Hongdo and ask, "Mom, is there any way I can find a job? The work in the fields is exhausting and only enough to get by. Relying on it to get rich is too difficult." Moreover, Zhao Aimin isn't very patient. When he previously tried to find shortcuts by chasing after Zhao Weiguo, he was just looking for an easy way out. After failing once, Zhao Aimin put aside those shortcuts. Now, his desire to make money seems to have reignited. Meanwhile, his younger son's first love dream was shattered, and Zhao Yuanwen increasingly felt neglected by his wife. Wong Xiao still worked normally every day, did house chores, and even helped care for the grandchildren, but her responses to Zhao Yuanwen became fewer and fewer. The strange atmosphere among the older brother, sister-in-law, and others in the family was noticed by everyone. Do you think Big Brother did something wrong to Big Sister-in-law? Kai Winli secretly gossiped with her husband. Zhao Yuan's expression grew more incredulous. What could his older brother have done wrong? It couldn't be anything related to morals, right? That's impossible. Besides moral issues, is there nothing else? Whenever such gossip needed to find an entry point, Kai Winli hated that her husband was so dull. Zhao Yuanquan replied, "Big Brother just works hard every day. What else could he be doing?" Kai Winli rolled her eyes at Zhao Yuanquan. "You're just like now, making me so angry." Zhao Yuanquan, that wife? He spoke cautiously, with a hint of uncertainty. Kai Winli, "Oh dear, after more than 10 years, my husband still looks so dull." Luckily, she was a lively person. Even if Zhao Yuanquan often couldn't keep up with her words or fell silent, she would quickly recover. Otherwise, life could really make people feel suffocated. After all, as long as people are alive, they always have a desire to talk about their feelings, right? Kai Winli thought about how she often talked to herself when bored, but what about her sister-in-law? Wong Xiao had spent her life worrying about others or thinking about others. Almost no one had ever heard her complain about herself. She accepted her husband's and children's endless demands without resistance, silently swallowing all her hardships. She lived entirely for her family and children. As her husband's wife, Zhao Yuanwen, although they had been married for decades, He never noticed anything wrong with Wong Xiao's way of life. Of course, Zhao Yuanwen himself lived the same way, but he was a little better because he could still get some warmth from Wong Xiao. But Wong Xiao couldn't find any comfort from Zhao Yuanwen. After decades of marriage, one night when her children were settled and sleeping deeply, Wong Xiao suddenly thought, maybe it would be good if she just didn't wake up anymore. When she woke up, she found herself sweating a lot. People at that time didn't have the concept of menopause. Wong Xiao just gradually felt that her condition seemed a bit strange. She suspected she might have a serious illness. If it was really a terminal illness, telling her children would only worry them.
So she chose not to say anything.
Qi Hongdou noticed Wang Xiaocao's strange behavior and scolded Zhao Yuanwen. The herbal tea at home was like a health tea, meant to boost energy and blood, but it wasn't a cure-all for every illness. She couldn't tell that her wife was unwell. If she noticed, she shouldn't just ignore it and pretend everything was fine. She thought she was a doctor herself. Just give her some water, and that would be enough, right? Why are you just standing there? Take Xiao to see a doctor. Zhao Yuanwen lowered his head, afraid to lift it after Qi Hongdou's scolding. He really thought Wang Xiao just had a minor problem and that some herbal tea would fix it. At first, he even believed it wasn't a real problem, just that his wife was annoyed with him, which made her look so unhappy. I went to see the barefoot doctor and brought back a few bags of herbs. Zhao Youtian helped prepare the medicine and gave it to Wang Xiao to drink. Then she nervously asked Wang Xiao, "Mom, are you feeling better?" Wang Xiao patted her daughter's hand, wanting to say she's fine and not to worry, but when she opened her mouth, she found she couldn't speak. She was anxious and sweating all over, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't say anything. Now Zhao Youtian was also worried. Suddenly, Wang Xiao lost her ability to speak. Though she could make some unclear sounds, she couldn't talk anymore. Insomnia, night sweats, and mood swings can be treated with medicine, but these physical changes caused by illness can't be fixed just by taking pills. It was in this situation that Zhao Yuanwen first realized how serious his wife's condition really was. "Mom, the doctor said that Xiangdong's wife needs to want to speak herself before she can talk. She's so anxious to talk that she even sweats, but she still can't say anything." Zhao Yuanwen didn't understand medicine well, so he could only ask Qi Hongdou for help. Because Wang Xiao was sick, everyone in the main house was very worried. Although she seemed to have little presence at home normally, in fact, she was always needed. She did laundry, cooked, took care of the children, tidied the house, and remembered where everything was. The people in the main house thought of her first whenever they needed help. It seemed that no matter when they called her, she was always there. But now that Wang Xiao was ill, their usual routine felt disrupted. The doctor already explained clearly, right? Your wife can only speak if she wants to. She's worried about comforting you all, trying to make you feel at ease. She gets up early every day to cook and do laundry, never missing a thing, just to prove she can still work and doesn't want to hold you back. After so many years of being mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, I see that Xiao isn't unable to speak because she has nothing to say. It's because she's kept her feelings inside for decades, unwilling to speak, and she's been holding it all in until it's made her sick.
Huh?
Zhao Yuanwen scratched his head. His wife was eager to speak, so why did his mother say Xiao was holding her words inside and didn't want to talk? Listen, don't rush to urge your wife to speak when you go back. Don't pressure Xiangdong, and the others either. The more you push, the less she'll say.
Just remember that.
But since she can't speak, don't all of you keep your mouths shut. When you have free time, talk to her more. Share happy and nice things to make her feel better. To open someone's heart, at least you should make them feel happy. Qi Hongdou looked at Zhao Yuanwen, who was full of worry, and thought that hoping he would understand her intentions was less realistic than expecting him to at least do what she asked. This month, the Old Master and Old Fifth's families still contributed the most. Old First and Old Fifth have full work points, and Xiangnan and Weigua's wages have come in. Since it's hot now, and everyone washes clothes often, I thought of getting some fabric, so I can make you all a new set of clothes. Chi Hongdo held the 3 wages she received and took Zhao Aimin, who had been feeling down lately, to town to buy meat. Then she found a chance to instruct Zhao Aimin to carry back a big bundle of coarse cloth at her arranged spot. The coarse cloth was mostly black, blue, and gray, nothing flashy, but at least it wasn't itchy, and making clothes out of it would be good. It was much better than their patched-up clothes. Having fabric meant they could make new clothes, and everyone from old Zhao's family suddenly felt as happy as during the New Year. Mainly because the elderly lady had packed a big bundle, which looked like a lot, and each person was wondering how much they could get for their share. For just making a top, adult men needed about 7 feet of fabric, and women about 6 feet. This was the first time Chi Hongdo distributed fabric to them. The daughters-in-law would modify and sew the clothes, which were mostly for the children or their own men, not for themselves. Kai Winley had long wanted to make herself a new dress, but she had no fabric voucher or other way to get fabric, so she could only think about it. It was all thanks to her mother-in-law's skill. Kai Winley's eyes lit up as she looked at the big bundle of fabric at Chi Hongdo's feet, excitedly rubbing her hands. Would she be able to make herself a dress this time? Chi Hongdo had already started calling people to fetch the fabric. Old First family, Don't worry, you don't need to say anything. Xiang Nan's wages were handed over to me, right? This time, your family gets half a yard of fabric. This blue piece is for you. Zhao Yuanwen listened to Chi Hongdo and felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that he was lucky to get so much fabric this time, almost as if his son had helped him. Wong Xiao couldn't speak yet, but with Zhao Youtian taking care of her, she looked much better. She held the heavy bundle of coarse cloth in her arms, feeling full inside. Seeing her daughter wanting to help carry the fabric, Wong Xiao managed a small smile. The fleeting smile was noticed by Zhao Youtian and Zhao Yuanwen. Now, Zhao Yuanwen felt even more disappointed. Why does my wife only smile at our daughter and not even bother to make eye contact with me? The bold opening move by the elderly lady made the remaining 3 daughters-in-law even more excited. She actually gave the eldest sister-in-law half a bolt of fabric. If I save it, I could make 7 or 8 pieces of clothing. Oh, if only I had that much fabric, it would be wonderful. Li Xiao has already started counting on her fingers, wondering if she can make a piece of clothing after finishing her son's clothes. Jiang Yiyun hasn't even thought about such a wealthy situation. She figures that, at least, Weigua is earning a salary now. Even if she and her sister-in-law have some differences, they probably aren't too big. Fifth brother's family has 2 people earning wages. Fifth brother and Baojia are working hard every day, and their recent performance makes me happy. This half bolt of black fabric is for you. Thank you, mother. Jiang Yin was just thinking about what color fabric she might get. The blue fabric looked a bit faded and didn't look lively when worn. The gray looked dirty and was not durable. She also thought black wasn't very good, but compared to the other 2 colors, black made a person look more spirited, so it was okay. Jiang Huifang looked at her mother-in-law with so much fabric and happily pinched Zhao Baojia's arm next to her. After marrying into the Zhao family for so many years, she was just beginning to believe what her parents said before she left home, that this was a blessed nest. Although her relationship with her mother-in-law, Jiang Yiyun, was complicated, everyone used to say her mother-in-law was lucky. She was a bit skeptical at first. Sure enough, after she married and had her 3 children, she couldn't really see where the luck was. Now she understands. Her luck is with the old lady at home. Oh, Jiang Huifang now looks at Chi Hongdo like she's worshipping the kitchen god, eager to pay her respects someday. While Jiang Huifang was lost in her thoughts, her father-in-law, Zhao Yuanwu, basked in Chi Hongdo's admiration. He unconsciously straightened his chest, making Jiang Yiyun, who noticed this, laugh out loud. Fifth sister-in-law is so happy, she can't stop smiling. Li Xiao was anxious. Both her sister-in-law and her older brother's family had received their share, so why was she still hesitating and blocking her way? Mother gave so much fabric today. Everyone in the family is happy, right, sixth sister-in-law? She was showing off. If she could get a family like the older brothers, where her parents arranged good work, her life would definitely be better than the older brothers. Li Xiao felt unfair inside, but she only made a few joking remarks in front of the old lady. She didn't dare to cause trouble again. Zhao Yuanshuang looked at his older brother, and then at the fifth brother. The three jobs in the family were clearly divided among them, and their family didn't get a single thing. Now, mother's favoritism was not only towards the youngest but also included the oldest and the fifth brother. This 2 yards of cloth are for the sixth brother and his wife. Everyone, be careful not to slack off when working. If the team leader reports to me, not only will the cloth be taken away, but there will be no thread left. Mother, that's not fair. We've been working hard lately, right? Dad, from the farming school? Zhao Yuanshuang quickly nodded. Recently, he and his wife had been quite well behaved. He even stopped smoking tobacco leaves. They didn't say much to their daughter, and they didn't hit or scold her. They were really trying to show their effort. Now, he truly regretted having his child later. The youngest brother took advantage of small benefits, and he even fell behind the oldest and fifth brother. If he could have been born earlier, maybe today he would be the one praised by his mother. He didn't understand why his mother praised the oldest and fifth brother. One was slow, the other reckless. He was different. He was clever, hardworking, and earned full points. Why didn't his mother care for him? After thinking carefully, he realized it was probably because he was an average child with little presence. Maybe it was also because his mother favored her sons more. But every time Yushio scored first, his mother rewarded her with a handful of melon seeds or 2 candies. It seemed she valued her more now. Zhao Yuanshuang was caught in a dilemma. Did his mother prefer her sons or her daughters now? Old Sevenths, Qi Hongdo started to speak, but met Kai Wenli's overly enthusiastic gaze. Although Kai Wenli didn't speak now, Qi Hongdo felt she was signaling with her eyes. It's my turn. It's my turn. Mom, look at me. Look at me. Good. She understood what it meant to be so noisy with her eyes. Kai Wenli was quite clever. Although Old Seventh's family was quite transparent at home, they didn't cause trouble or look for trouble, which was good. But this couple was really bad at working. When counting work points, they didn't even compare to the sixth brother's family. So, Qi Hongdo deducted 2 feet of cloth from the sixth family and gave it to them. Finally, Zhao Aimin and Zhao Xuehua each received 1 yard and 9 feet of cloth. They would make clothes, and the children wouldn't be left out. Qi Hongdo gently wiped tears from Zhao Xuehua's eyes, who was holding a stack of cloth and crying. Yu Zhao and Yusa both have the Zhao surname. Their sisters make clothes. Surely, they won't be left out, right? Thank you, mother. Zhao Aimin asked, Mother, will you make me clothes? Qi Hongdo picked up a fan, which she had taken out again because of the heat, and playfully swatted Zhao Aimin's face. Your mother is getting old. Her eyes are almost blind. You still ask me to sew clothes for you? Are you that filial? Zhao Aimin squealed and shouted, oh mother, isn't it because I'm closest to you? Of course, I want you to help me make my clothes. Besides, mother, I think your eyesight is almost the same as mine. It's fine. Compared to other elderly folks who are often forgetful or complain about aches and pains, Qi Hongdo doesn't constantly grumble about headaches, leg pains, or stomach aches. When it rains or thunders, she doesn't fuss about cold drafts in her bones. She's much better than most old people. Are you saying that because I have good eyesight, I have to work myself to exhaustion to serve you? What nonsense. As a little old lady, her life goal is to enjoy her life. Making clothes for her son? Or maybe it's better for her son to dream about it. Zhao Aimin ran out clutching the fabric, shouting, Mother, you don't love me anymore. In that moment, it was hard to see the disappointment from his broken first love dream or the impatience from struggling to find a job and earn money. When Zhao Aimin dashed out holding the fabric, his brothers, Zhao Xuehua, and other members of the Zhao family, who still had red eyes, all burst into loud laughter. Somewhere, a little girl had climbed to Qi Hongdo's feet. She looked up and said, Madam, carrot carrot. Qi Hongdo pinched the little girl's small head, which had little curls, and spat at the door. She felt sorry for her mischievous son, but she loved her adorable little girl even more. Mew mew, She pinched her little face and smiled again at her. I will make a dress for mother. Holding the fabric given to them by Wong Xiao, Lin Qiyu touched it repeatedly. Under the kerosene lamp, the little girl was already asleep, covered with a blanket. Her small hands rested quietly by her cheeks, her face slightly red, with thick eyelashes casting small shadows on her tender face, like butterfly wings. Zhao Xiangnan took a gentle breath, and when he heard his wife speak, he turned around and smiled. Not making a dress for yourself? Lin Qiyu held a needle in one hand and a piece of thread in the other. After adding a stitch, she aimed at the needle hole and threaded it through. My husband is so capable. Everyone here earns a salary. Do you think I will run out of new clothes to wear in the future? My mother has been sick recently. I believe that when people are happy, they feel better. I may not have many skills, but I can make her a new dress to cheer her up. Without a lamp, Zhao Xiangnan watched his wife speak with bright eyes. What do you think, dear? After waiting a long time without a response, Lin Qiyu put down her sewing and turned her head, only to be pressed against a broad, warm chest. Hot breath brushed over her head. Sweetheart, let's go to bed. Lin Qiyu's ears grew hot.
Clothes. Clothes.
She hadn't even started making them yet. I have a good wife. Because she was pressed against Zhao Xiangnan's chest, Lin Qiyu could hear his voice humming softly, which made the moment feel even more special. The young couple's feelings were strong. Even without sweet words, they could easily sense each other's mood at this moment.
Bang, bang.
It was simple, honest, and full of joyful energy. Zhao Yuju got married and no longer lived with her sisters. She had her own house, and at night, she lit an oil lamp to work. Once focused, she quickly got into her task. Zhao Yuju took the fabric she was assigned and added some fabric she had saved from her wedding, piecing it together to make a set of underwear. She was quick and skillful. By dawn, just as the rooster crowed, her underwear was already placed beside her bed. Zhao Yuju didn't know when she fell asleep, leaning on the bed with a piece of thread she had bitten off still in her hand. Wong Xiao felt distressed when she received the underwear. She could see the faint dark circles under her daughter's eyes. As a mother, she immediately understood what was wrong. She gestured, trying to put the clothes back. Why make new clothes for an old lady? Your daughter is young and should have new clothes made for her. Mother, I'm already this old. I can take care of myself. These clothes are made to fit you. Please put them away. I need to go cut pig grass. Stepping on the dewy ground, Zhao Yuju carried a basket and went to cut pig grass before the sun rose. Wong Xiao, holding the clothes, stood there, stunned and lost in thought. Her hand touched the edges and seams of the clothes. The stitches were so fine. She had finished them in one night. The silly girl wasn't afraid of straining her eyes. When Chi Hongdo woke up, she noticed that the Happiness Town icon had lit up again after a long time. There was a new shop called Fresh Fruit Store. Although it was mainly a fruit shop, it was quite large and had 2 floors. As soon as she entered, 2 young NPCs greeted her energetically and enthusiastically introduced her to various fruits and nearby fruit products. There were many kinds of fruit, making it hard to choose, but the fruit processed products were quite simple, mostly canned fruit or dried fruit, just those 2 types. Chi Hongdo loved the feeling of being surrounded by happiness. She spent 100 gold coins to buy a luxurious fruit platter and took it back to her small villa. She sank into a soft leather sofa, eating strawberries, cherries, and durian. Although it was a fruit platter, the durian was kept in a separate room. After finishing the fruit platter, Chi Hongdo washed up in her villa, then took a handful of dried apricots and went out. She was going to grind some for little Nyonyo, hee. Wang Xiaocao's problem was that she couldn't be rushed. She could only take her time to get better. At first, she was so anxious about not being able to speak that she sweat profusely. But after a few days, she seemed to adapt quickly to her inability to talk. In fact, not having to speak made her feel strangely relaxed. Of course, when this thought first appeared, Wang Xiaocao felt ashamed and was even more afraid to let anyone know. She felt that feeling a little more relaxed was like being less tolerated by others. But that relaxed feeling was real, and gradually she thought, maybe not being able to speak isn't so bad. Zhao Yuanwen felt that something was wrong. Otherwise, why would his wife receive gifts from her daughter-in-law and daughter, but he received nothing? His mother had said he was the head of the family after all. Although he didn't necessarily need to be shown filial piety by his children, having some and not others made Zhao Yuanwen feel uneasy. Your wife, Xiangnan, made this jacket for you. It's nice, he said. After finishing work, taking a shower, and returning home, he found Wong Xiao already folding clothes. Zhao Yuanwen tried to make small talk. His mother had told him to chat more with his wife. Maybe then she would want to speak. Of course, the second part was his own interpretation of what his mother meant, and he added it himself. At his age, he was jealous of his children but hadn't realized it yet. Zhao Yuanwen's words made Wong Xiao look up at him. Of course, she quickly looked down and continued folding clothes. Zhao Yuanwen muttered a few words to himself, noticing that besides glancing at him once, his wife didn't react at all afterward. He even suspected that Wong Xiao not only couldn't speak but also had hearing problems. Xiangdong's wife, can you hear me? Are your ears okay? Zhao Yuanwen raised his voice, acting as if he couldn't hear himself. Wong Xiao. Her reaction was to turn her back and walk away. Zhao Yuanwen. Did she hear him or not? Actually, the romantic path was not only difficult for Zhao Aimin, whose first love ended in heartbreak, but also for Zhao Weiguo, who was busy working hard, delivering mail tirelessly, wearing out a pair of straw shoes in a day. The young people at the youth station probably didn't expect they would drink wedding wine again. This time, it wasn't the girl youth getting married, but the boy youth. Yes, Lu Chunyan and Gu Chunqing, who had been rumored to be together, got married. Before Gu Chunqing's wedding, he sent a letter home and then received a package from his family, which Zhao Weiguo delivered. Although Gu Chunqing's marriage to Lu Chunyan surprised everyone, Wang Damei was not happy yet. Before she could rejoice, Gu Chunqing asked the team leader to buy an abandoned mud and straw hut in their village to fix up as their wedding house. After the team leader confirmed that Gu Chunqing wasn't just joking, he had no reason to refuse his request. Because Lu Chunyan's marriage had already gone through a breakup, and even though she was of marriageable age, few people came to propose anymore. Wang Damei was annoyed that Lu Chunyan had secretly been with Gu Chunqing, but when the time came, she was more afraid Lu Chunyan would cause trouble for her. Tell me, are you pregnant? Wang Damei's disgusted look made Lu Chunyan, who was being questioned, feel a deep-seated hatred spreading from her heart. That painful hatred, like weeds, quickly spread throughout her body, growing strong and dense. She bit her lip tightly. Grandma, I'm not. Wang Damei didn't believe her. With your wicked look, if you hadn't hooked up with him, how could a city girl like you agree to marry? Had I known you were so shameless, I would have sent you away from the start. So she wouldn't have to see the bride price she got later being demanded back. I don't care. You tell that Gu guy, I want 88 yuan in bride price. Not a cent less. Lu Chunyan's nails embedded into her palm, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks. She still forced a weak smile, saying, Grandma, we don't have that much money. Brother Chunqing can't come up with it. Wang Damei glanced sideways and said, Stop pretending. You only went to that Gu family guy because he's rich, right? I checked. Among the young men at the Knowledge Youth Camp, he's the only one with a watch. That watch probably costs around 100 or 80 yuan. If you can't get the money, then use the watch as a bride price. Wang Damei's eyes flashed with cunning calculation. She knew her granddaughter was hard to raise. Once married, she would be like having wings and definitely wouldn't come back home. Whether she would later come asking for money didn't matter now. She had to take her share of the benefits. Grandma, a watch won't do. That was given to him by Brother Chunqing's father. Wang Damei didn't have the patience for that. No, then don't even think about getting married. Could Lu Chunyan leave Lu's house without their permission? Gu Chunqing, an outsider from the Knowledge Youth Camp, had no backing at Hongqi Brigade. Although Lu's family wasn't local bullies, it wasn't impossible to suppress a youth like him. Just a few tricks and Gu Chunqing, no matter how hard he tried, wouldn't be able to speak out. Lu Chunyan knew Wang Damiai's temper and understood everyone's true nature at home. If she wanted to leave, she would definitely be stripped of her dignity. But that watch. Lu Chunyan clenched her teeth. She could only try to talk to Gu Chunsheng. After all, he was her last hope. The marriage between Lu Chunyan and Gu Chunsheng faced some small troubles because of Lu's family. Although no one openly criticized Wang Damiai, behind her back, people said all kinds of things. That girl Chunyan has a hard life. She's stuck with such a grandma, and she just blurted out to take the watch that little Gu's father left her. That thing is so valuable, but Wang Damiai just opens her mouth. Gu is a pretty good kid. That day I slipped while fetching water, and Gu is the one who saw me, helped me up, and carried the water back. My house isn't far from Lu's, and I hear Wang Damiai scolding Chunyan every day. Poor girl, her voice is almost hoarse from crying.
TSK, TSK.
It's not easy for the two kids to get married. But tell me, what does Gu see in Chunyan? Oh, you must be blind if you think that girl is clever. She's not the one who liked Gu Jiqing. She's the one who took the initiative to flirt with him. You don't know, but her grandmother even said so herself. Wang Damiai wants to tear off a layer of Lu Chunyan's skin, but Lu Chunyan is no pushover either. She can hurt herself to hide her old scars just to prevent others from seeing them. When villagers ask about it, she might accidentally reveal that Wang Damiai is after Gu Chunsheng's watch. As for the watch, it's not very expensive, but it was given to Gu Chunsheng by his father, so it's very meaningful. Wang Damiai openly asked for the watch, which made her look bad. To get away from Lu's family, Lu Chunyan tries to smear Wang Damiai's reputation. Most of what she says is based on facts. Wang Damiai is also not easy to deal with. She's never seen a grandmother who insults her own granddaughter in front of others and treats her as worthless. Sometimes she even uses harsh words to humiliate Lu Chunyan. After Wang Damiai finished speaking, before she could get Gu Chunsheng's watch, the village had arrived, looking very annoyed. Wang Damiai's words were so harsh that it seemed like she called her granddaughter a troublemaker. She's really lost her mind. You wonder what old ladies like Gu Chuizhi and Wang Damiai are always fussing over. Can't they learn from Aimin's family? Both are old women who love to cause trouble, but Aimin's family is making their home better, while these women are just foolish and mean. It's only because the village and the commune have a good atmosphere that Wang Damiai's careless talk hasn't caused big trouble for Lu's family. The village head is fed up with these old women. Seeing others doing well, they spread rumors and don't learn anything. Their own affairs are a mess, but they don't try to fix it. They just cause more trouble. Village head, what brings you here? The village head looked annoyed as he glanced at Lao Lu, Wang Damiai, and Lu Chunyan's parents. Why am I here? Isn't Chunyan and Gu Chunsheng's marriage already decided? Now, Chunyan's grandmother is spreading rumors about her, ruining her reputation. This is a young girl's life, and you're making her lose face. Can't you be a little more respectful? If this kind of thing were discussed within the red flag team, villagers would just see it as gossip for fun. But now, the outside atmosphere is becoming more tense. Recently, he heard that in the town a man and a woman had a fight over shoes. He was badly beaten, and she jumped into the river, resulting in one death and one injury. The man was seriously hurt and probably won't survive. These are 2 lives lost. The team leader returned, took 2 deep drags on a cigarette, and thought, this world outside is hard to understand anymore. He had hoped that since he couldn't control outside matters, he could at least stay peaceful in his own small area. But now, Wang Damiai has come with trouble. Does she not understand the principle that breaking bones and tearing tendons harms the whole family? She called Lu Chunyan a bad word, and what about her grandmother? Wouldn't that turn the Lu family into a dump? Having such a disgrace in the red flag team would tarnish its reputation. He didn't want to bring in a bunch of troublemakers to disturb the peace. His forehead veins bulged as he sternly went to Lu's house. If your family is going to marry a girl, do it properly, send her off with respect. Stop spreading lies in the village. Do you think those people being paraded around outside are just going to die and be done with it? Their families will all be affected. When that happens, you'll end up in a labor camp, and it'll be too late to regret. Team leader, this is too serious, isn't it? Besides, I didn't say those things, Wang Damei stubbornly denied. Lu Chuanyan's mother still looked very thin, like a stick. She listened to what the team leader said and nervously looked up at Wang Damei. Mother, Chunyan is about to get married. Can't you at least give her some dignity? Before she finished, Wang Damei cut her off harshly. That's none of your business. Stop talking. Did you clean the pig pen today? Did you change the pig's bedding? Is there no work at home? Mind your own business. Chuanyan's mother trembled. Her courage suddenly vanished. She bowed her head again and, urged by Wang Damei, turned to do her chores. Old Lu and Chuanyan's father looked on with indifference and didn't speak. Seeing this, the team leader felt that coming here was a waste of breath. He explained the situation at the families of the paraded man and woman. Given the current atmosphere, if your family doesn't stick together, you'll be vulnerable and might even betray your own people. You think you are teaching those at home who don't see eye to eye with you, but you don't realize that outside, some people act like blood-sucking leeches. They smell a little trouble and swarm in, grabbing onto it to ruin everyone. The man and woman being paraded through the streets were only supposed to be dating, but the woman's sister-in-law spread rumors because she didn't like her sister-in-law. She might have just sparked a small flame, but the wind blew, and the fire grew out of control. Suddenly, a young life was lost, and regardless of whether they were men or women, everyone with a job was affected. Those without work had a hard time. They were pointed at and laughed at when they went out, judged with the harshest words. It's possible more lives could be lost if things get worse. Wang Damei didn't believe it much. She thought the team leader was probably just bluffing her. She didn't think it was that serious. She only said a few unkind words about that little troublemaker girl. As a grandmother, she thought she had the right to speak her mind. Old Lu shivered because he saw that the team leader's face was very grim. Finally, before Wang Damei could say something even worse, he spoke up. Team leader, don't worry. Chunyan's grandma was just angry and confused. I'll talk to her later. Our family has no objections to Chunyan and Gu Jiqing getting married. It will go smoothly. The day before the team leader arrived, Gu Chunqing had already promised to send over a watch. Old Lu's family was happy. If it weren't for Gu Chunqing bringing the watch himself, they wouldn't even have a watch or a ticket for one. Thanks to the team leader's pressure and Gu Chunqing's promise to send the watch, Lu's family finally calmed down a bit. On the day Lu Chunyan and Gu Chunqing got married, it rained lightly. The team leader officiated inside the mud and straw house that Gu Chunqing had paid to build. There was no wedding, no banquet, just a quiet marriage that didn't seem like one. Gu Chunqing was ostracized by the male educated youths and wasn't very familiar with the female youths, so no one came. But later, the educated youths still pooled some money to give a gift. Although they didn't have deep feelings for each other, as fellow educated youths in this unfamiliar place, they felt a sense of recognition for Gu Chunqing. But seeing that less than half a year after going to the countryside, both a girl and a boy chose to marry locally, others started feeling uncertain and anxious. Can they go back? Here, settling down, getting married, and having children, will I end up like the other villagers I see? That thought is too frightening. Most of the villagers haven't even been to the county town, yet each one of them comes from a bigger city. Originally, when giving gifts to Gu Chunqing, we planned to pick one person from the male youth group and one from the female youth group. However, on the female side, Zhong Ai Hong was very eager and took charge, so there was no need to choose anyone else. On the male side, surprisingly, it was Wang Zhengwo, who often claimed Gu Chunqing was fake noble. That went instead. In the girls' dormitory at night, everyone was talking about Gu Chunqing and Lu Chuanyan's marriage when suddenly someone said, "Didn't Gu Zhiheng give food to Bai Zhiheng before? How come he's suddenly married a village girl?" Don't talk nonsense. Gu Zhiheng is already married. If you say that, it will cause trouble. Did you really see it? What did Gu Zhiheng give Bai Zhiheng? Bai Zhiheng, is what Yao Zhiheng said true? Bai Jun was completely caught off guard. She didn't know what was wrong with Gu Chunqing. He always seemed to think she was wronged in the girls' dormitory, bad at socializing, and would often come to comfort her. He even once brought her some sunflower seeds and candies. Yao Zhiheng said she saw Gu Chunsheng giving her food, probably that one time. But she didn't take it. Later, when she learned about Gu Chunsheng and Lu Chunyan, she was really relieved. No, Yao Zhiheng was mistaken. Most likely, Bai Jun had become so used to Du Wan's shamelessness that she could lie without changing her expression. After all, she hadn't accepted anything, so how could she be considered to have given something? Besides, they are now married. For the sake of their harmony, she can't just accept this false rumor. She hopes Gu Chusheng and Lu Chunyan will live happily together forever, so these people won't come looking for trouble with her. Really, isn't the hardship of going to the countryside enough for her? Why does she still rush to suffer through marriage? Does she want to be like her irresponsible parents, only managing birth but not upbringing? Bai Jun's cold tone made the other female youth exchange glances. It seemed she was truly angry. For the first time, Duan felt that Bai Jun was really unlucky. Although she didn't want to admit it, Bai Jun was probably a little more beautiful than her. Just a little, but enough to attract many arrogant men around her. Gu Chunsheng wasn't the first, and he wouldn't be the last. Hey, Duan gently touches her small face, feeling that she looks just right now. She is indeed very beautiful, but her beauty is less obvious, so she doesn't have to suffer the same worries as Bai Yun. Bai Yun turns her head and sees Duan holding her sun-kissed face, giggling happily. Her bad mood from earlier is gone. If even this silly girl can stay strong, she has no reason to give up. When she has the chance to go back to the city someday, she will definitely visit her grandparents, stay with them, and never go back to that house again. Only her grandparents' place feels like home to her. Cousin Xiangnan, whose bag is this? It's so big, Duan asks. Since the last time she caused trouble and was scolded by the old lady, Duan has become less unfamiliar with her family at her grandmother's house. She can now recognize people and call their names. Zhao Xiangnan wipes his sweat and smiles. It's Bai Jiqing's. Is she here? We need her to sign for it. Duan turns around loudly. Bai Yun, her voice is long and loud. Back in the city, she used to have some modesty, but after moving to the countryside, Duan has mostly let her true self out. In the kitchen, Bai Yun, who is cooking, suddenly jerks her hand and almost gets burned by the hot tongs she just took out. This unlucky kid, how can she be called that? Bai Yun gets up to go out, ready to ask questions, but she sees Zhao Xiangnan sweating heavily and the big parcel at his feet. Duan sees her come out and excitedly waves at her. Such a big package. It must be sent from your family. Do you think there are big white rabbit candies this time? You look like a big white rabbit candy. Without wasting time, Bai Yun quickly signs for the package. Just as she is about to carry it inside, Zhao Xiangnan lifts it up. He clearly sees that his mischievous little cousin and Bai Yun are good friends. They are all cousins' friends, and he usually helps when he can. Since he's already carrying it to the door, moving it inside isn't a big deal. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Bai Yun keeps thanking him. Zhao Xiangnan carries the parcel inside and leaves. The yard and house doors are wide open, and she can see inside easily. It only takes about half a minute before Zhao Xiangnan leaves. Bai Yun thanks the kind postman and turns around to see Duan with bright eyes, standing in front of the parcel. From her look, she's just waiting to open it. Bai Yun. The meal isn't finished yet. What are you opening? Ignoring the cuckoo, he directed his newest cooking partner to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Only then did Bai Jun slowly go to unwrap the package. The Bai family elders truly care for their children. When Bai Jun opened the package, the first thing she saw was several slices of tightly wrapped cured meat covered in thick paper. This was to ensure the children could eat enough meat and get proper nutrition. Grandma Bai had paid someone to make it. When steaming rice, she cut it in half, spreading a thin layer over a plate. The slight oily smell added flavor, making it quite tasty. There were also some clothes and food, all used items. There's still 2 cans here. Cuckoo looked at the 2 dark green metal cans with curiosity. What's inside? Bai Jun picked up an envelope mixed among the packages and tore it open, saying, "Canned meat. This was given to me by Grandpa's friend, Grandpa Zhang." Grandpa had many old comrades from the army. She was quite familiar with Grandpa Zhang, who often visited their home. Most of the time, she was there pouring tea and helping serve guests. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Where can we find that person? Yeah, it's better to tell Grandpa that we can't find him at all. All we know is he got lost in the south. It's been so many years. Even if our aunt is still alive, she might be in the south too. The Zhang family children gathered together. Originally, Grandpa's birthday could have been a lively celebration. But Zhang Guangyao refused. First, he didn't want to make a fuss, and second, he didn't feel like celebrating. He was over 70 now. In his youth, he had many old injuries. Now, as he aged, he often felt pain somewhere. At this age, why bother celebrating? He was living day by day. Zhang Guangyao wasn't afraid of death, but he wondered if he could fulfill one last wish before he left. His children loved him dearly. Grandpa said he wouldn't celebrate his birthday, but when he asked if they had found the person, his children all fell silent. They had tried their best to search, but in the vast sea of people, finding someone who had been lost for decades, whose appearance and voice had changed, was extremely difficult. Zhang Guangyao was naturally optimistic. Seeing his daughters all silent, he wasn't angry about not hearing what he wanted. We have the intention. As long as we keep trying, that's enough.
But
His voice gradually became faint, and a hint of choking could be heard. Recently, he keeps dreaming about when he was a child, with his 3 siblings together and seeing his late parents. He feels that perhaps his time is almost up, and he might not have much longer to wait for the good news he hopes for. It's nothing. Even if you can't find me, I won't blame you. Just remember this in your hearts. Although there was no big celebration for his birthday, the family still gathered happily for a meal. The children, following their parents' instructions, ran over to entertain Zhang Guangyao, making the old man laugh quickly. Maybe because Zhang Guangyao lost his loved ones too early, he is very kind to the children. He rarely scolds or hits them. His late wife used to say he was a bad man because he always played the role of the strict one. Whenever that happened, Zhang Guangyao would smile, pat his head, and say, "Kids are still young." He simply can't bring himself to hit them. And whatever the children want but can't get from their mother, he always makes sure they have it. His wife would scold him. Spoiling children is like killing them. But Zhang Guangyao, after humbly accepting his wife's lessons, still couldn't change his ways. Fortunately, their relationship was very good. They supported each other through half a lifetime. The children grew up well-behaved and filial. But in the end, they couldn't grow old together. The eldest in the Zhang family is now a grandfather. After returning from his father's house, he patted his son's shoulder and said, "Grandpa has had a hard life. Recently, his health isn't good. Your aunt's matter has been a lifelong knot for him and your great-grandfather. You need to pay more attention. If you can find your aunt, maybe he'll be happy and his health might improve." Zhang Qiming nodded. "Dad, I will do my best to find her." "Mom, there's a telegram." Zhao Weigua, running errands for the commune, brought back an urgent telegram. Qi Hongdou took it and found it strange. "Mom, whose telegram is this? What does it say?" Zhao Aimin, caught skipping chores in the firewood shed, saw a chance to slack off and hurried over. "Go chop your firewood." Qi Hongdou waved her hand, swatting her mischievous younger son like a fly, and sent him back. With his mischievous look, he still thought about work, but even if he had work, he'd only mess it up. After the chopping sounds resumed, Qi Hongdou started reading the telegram again. It was sent by Zhao Darang. The message was very brief. It was a request for money. Zhao Darang, asking her for money? That doesn't seem right. Qi Hongdou repeatedly looked at the telegram, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her, or if Zhao Darang had lost her mind. Even if it was just a telegram with one sentence, she wouldn't be able to get her to pay her money, even if she begged her face off. Compared to Zhao Darang, her own poor farmer background was very clear. She had no money. But thinking about asking for money, Qi Hongdou then wondered if Zhao Darang and her husband were facing some trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent such an urgent telegram. Every word in the telegram cost money, so usually the message was shortened. Perhaps Zhao Darang thought the message was too simple and not enough to express her meaning, so later, Qi Hongdo received another letter. In the letter, Zhao Darang used very tempting words to say that the money she was asking for was only a temporary loan, and she would pay it back soon. She also promised to return the money quickly and add a generous interest. She mentioned many other benefits and supplies, hoping the family could give as much money as possible because she needed to do a big business deal and was in urgent need of funds. If the family could lend her money, the more the better. Zhao Darang was very persuasive. Although she was asking for money, it sounded like she was inviting them to invest in a big, profitable business. If they invested, it would be a sure win. While Qi Hongdo was reading the letter, Lao Lu was also reading his. Similarly, the letter was written by Zhao Darang. To Lao Lu, Zhao Darang's words were even more exaggerated, vividly describing the wonderful life after getting the money. After reading the letter, Zhao Yuan unconsciously touched the corner of his mouth and realized it was always smiling. Zhao Darang was also prepared for different situations. The old lady's temper was becoming more strange, and she felt she was no longer as easy to fool as before. Her brothers at home varied. The eldest only listened to the old lady, the fifth was similar to the eldest but not very smart, making her hard to deceive. The seventh and youngest were dull and lively, respectively. Only Lao Lu, who was clever, suited her needs. She knew the old lady was very frugal and stingy, and over the years, she had surely saved a lot of money. If the old lady didn't want to give it, she was counting on Lao Lu to be smart enough to handle this matter. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She didn't have enough money herself, so after thinking it over, she finally decided to turn to her family for help. This time, she didn't lie. As long as she made money, she could truly live without worries for the rest of her life. That's why she was so anxious, sending home telegrams on the left and letters on the right. Brother Xuanong, what are you looking at? Li Xiao entered the house and saw Zhao Yuan holding a piece of paper and smiling foolishly. Since Li Xiao couldn't read, she immediately asked. Zhao Darang was always very passionate about making money. Du Qianji knew this well, but he still felt it was a bit too risky this time. Invest so much money. What if you lose everything? Besides, in this world, where is there a business that guarantees no losses? Zhao Darang glanced at her husband, who looked at her as if she was a fool. With your salary, our whole family would have starved long ago. In the past, Zhao Darang had often used her earnings to support Du Qianjin. Otherwise, how could a small nobody like him, with no background or status, have held his position so steadily until now? Doesn't everyone know that government jobs are like a row of carrots? Only one can take each spot? Is Du Qianjin's position not being eyed by others? Of course it is. Faced with his wife's stubbornness, Du Qianjin felt annoyed, but he simply couldn't persuade Zhao Darang. You're too bold. People say that if you have connections with higher-ups, you should trust it? And if they say investing money will quickly bring returns and big profits, can she be sure there's no falsehood in that? The more Du Qianjin thought about it, the more suspicious he became. You can't touch the family money. If you're determined to make this money, find your own way to raise it. He thought they should keep some emergency funds on hand. The couple argued fiercely over money. Zhao Darang didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. She planned to invest all her savings and find ways to increase her stake, even involving her family. She only hoped that her family wouldn't hold her back and could help her smoothly complete this plan. Zhao Yuan was deeply tempted. Zhao Darang painted a tempting picture of wealth in her mind. For him, this wealth was within reach. As long as he put in some effort, he could definitely succeed. What did big sister-in-law say? You've been distracted these past couple of days? Li Xiao felt something was wrong. She couldn't read, but it was obvious that Zhao Yuan was hiding something and lying about not having any issues. This felt very suspicious. Zhao Yuan turned over in bed, with his back to Li Xiao. Don't think about things all the time. I don't have any problems.
You worked all day.
You're not tired, but I am. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Yuanshuang's snoring came from beside him. Li Xiao reluctantly closed her eyes, trying to sleep, but after a while, she opened her eyes again in the darkness. No, really nothing wrong? Are you fooling around? Mom, I'll do it. This work of moving things doesn't need you. Just tell me what to do. In the evening, Chi Hongdo helped carry the dried wild vegetables back into the house from outside. Before she could bend down, a hand suddenly reached in from the side. Turning her head, she saw Zhao Yuanshuang smiling very earnestly. Chi Hongdo clasped her hands, and Zhao Yuanshuang, returning from work, had sweat, grass, mud, and dirt on his face, combined with his eager smile, making the scene quite humorous. All right, you can do it. Chi Hongdo made way for Zhao Yuanshuang so he could carry the dried vegetables inside. After he finished, Zhao Yuanshuang saw Chi Hongdo about to clean up the scattered chicken droppings at the door, and he quickly called out, Mom, I'll do it. I can handle it. As Zhao Yuanshuang bent down to scoop the chicken droppings, Chi Hongdo had already crossed her arms behind her back. Enough, no need for a third attempt. If Zhao Yuanshuang isn't hiding something, he'd be crazy to think she wouldn't notice. Having been a mother and son for nearly a year, Chi Hongdo knew Zhao Yuanshuang quite well. Usually, this stubborn man isn't very diligent at home. Today, he was especially eager to show himself in front of her, probably because he had something to ask. What could it be? Chi Hongdo thought, is he planning to ask for a division of the family? No. She wasn't seriously ill in bed, so how could Zhao Yuanshuang be asking to split the family now? Besides dividing the family, what else could make him so eager? Zhao Yuanshuang was persistent. For several days, whenever he found a chance, he kept trying to win her over, but he didn't rush to reveal his purpose. Until he mentioned Zhao Aimin. Mom, the youngest, is more ambitious now. He probably won't want to marry a girl from the village in the future. Do you think he'll find a wife from the city? Maybe, in the future, you'll even get to enjoy living in the city. And maybe, in the future, many people will envy you, Mom. Zhao Yuanshuang's words sounded reasonable, and the old lady loved hearing this. It's a pity. Kahongdu is pretending to imagine a happy life in the city with her younger son and daughter-in-law while patiently waiting. This time, it's probably time to get to the main point, right? Yes, I also hope to have this good fortune, but sixth brother, why are you suddenly talking about this? Zhao Yuanshuang. Mom, the girls in the city have high standards. It's not enough to have 36 legs. They also want to buy watches and radios for their daughters. Just these two items cost over 200 yuan. I just want to say, our family doesn't have much money either. But I know a friend, he has some connections. Mom, but we shouldn't talk about it outside. Let's just discuss it between us. Aimin isn't a bit like that song from News Station? I'm worried that if Aimin doesn't wait for other city girls and ends up liking song again, won't they get married and settle down? I was thinking we could prepare a bit in advance. Mom, what big things do you think Aimin's wife will need? Whatever is needed has its price. Based on the budget the old lady gave, Zhao Yuanshuang can roughly estimate the family savings. As for where the old lady keeps the money, it's not hard to guess, probably somewhere in her bedroom. The main thing is, Zhao Yuanshuang is trying to avoid trouble and hopes to distract the old lady first. Maybe if she makes the old lady so confused she forgets, she can secretly take out the money. That would be great, right? She's planning well, but unfortunately, Kahongdu isn't someone who pushes for marriage or children. Sixth brother is really starting to act like an older brother now, which is good. But your younger brother's marriage, there's no rush. Zhao Yuanshuang, secretly excited about Kahongdu falling into her trap. No, she's laid out everything, but why isn't her mother following her plan? Although she rarely received praise from her mother, Zhao Yuanshuang can't smile now. Actually, Mom, I say there's no rush, but when the time comes, delaying will only make it worse. The family needs money, and we should plan carefully. My friend who can get big items, smack. Zhao Yuanshuang's head was hit with a fan handle. Kahongdu, with a serious face. What kind of nonsense friend is that? Don't associate with the wrong crowd. People who do those things aren't good. If they get caught, it'll drag you down and affect our family. because of the fabricated story about her friend getting hit, Zhao Yuanshuang. Things are not going smoothly. Zhao Yuanshuang is holding a bandage on her head, planning to find another way. Her older sister mentioned in a letter that time is running out. But the old lady's strict words about not associating with certain people, Zhao Yuanshuang doesn't believe her mother's connections haven't been influenced by favors. Whenever it's her turn to suggest something, she just knows she'll end up unlucky. It's really unfair. Oh, sixth sister-in-law, what are you doing? Kai Wenli saw Li Xiao sneaking around behind the haystack, peeking, and teased her from afar. Li Xiao, caught spying on Zhao Yuanshuang, shivered in fear. No guilt, no fear of ghosts knocking on the door at midnight. Sixth sister-in-law, it's not even night yet. Why do you look so scared? Kai Wenli carried a basin over, curious, and peeked to see Zhao Yuanshuang looking up. She saw Zhao Yuanshuang's big face and thought, wow, she's really quite something. Kai Wenli patted her chest and said, sixth sister-in-law, you and your husband are getting more and more strange. You're both old, but you're still as lively as young people. After saying that, she shivered and shook her head, losing interest in gossip, and turned back to her room.
Li Xiao.
That evening, Kai Wenli usually had a tea chat with her husband. She was responsible for talking, and Zhao Yuanshuang would just pour water when her wife said she was thirsty. The old sixth couple is getting more and more strange. Do you know what I saw today?
Kai Wenli nu ghét Zhao Yuanquan.
What? Zhao Yuanquan was used to knowing what to say at this time. He cooperated and asked the question she wanted to hear the answer to. I saw Li Xiao hiding behind the haystack, spying on Brother Liu. Kai Wenli shivered as she spoke about it. You say, these two are really interesting. They're married, but they can't get enough of each other. During the day, they're so clingy. Isn't that weird? Zhao Yuanquan hesitated. That can't be? He couldn't imagine his sixth brother and sister-in-law suddenly becoming so close.
Right?
You think so too? But I just happened to see it myself. Do you think they're trying to have a fourth child? Haha, oh my, I can't stop laughing. Kai Wenli casually mentioned something, but after speaking, she thought there might really be some truth to it. I didn't expect that Lao Lu and his wife are so unwilling to grow old. At this age, having a fourth child isn't easy. Zhao Yuanquan, huh? Are they really going to have a fourth child? Kai Wenli and Zhao Yuanquan talked and laughed as they fell asleep. When they woke up, they no longer paid much attention to this matter. But she usually liked to gossip, and since her mother-in-law also enjoyed listening to gossip, she would chat with her mother-in-law about the latest news whenever she had free time. Naturally, Kai Wenli started talking about the strange behavior of Lao Lu and his wife. Qi Hongdo raised an eyebrow after hearing this. Lao Lu seemed to be busy with his own affairs and hadn't told his wife about it. This was getting interesting. She called Li Xiao, who was kneading her hands by the pond, over. Hearing her mother-in-law summon her, Li Xiao, who had been worried these days, suddenly felt nervous. Because her impression in front of her mother-in-law wasn't very good, after taking some medicine and calming her emotions, Li Xiao didn't like to hang around Qi Hongdo anymore. The old lady usually didn't initiate conversations with her either.
Sit down.
I didn't call you for anything else. I noticed Lao Lu has been distracted lately. Do you know what's going on? Qi Hongdo didn't want to scare Li Xiao. She simply asked in a guiding way. When Li Xiao heard Qi Hongdo mention Zhao Yuanshuang, she immediately forgot her worries. She was startled and stood up quickly, her face showing a strange expression, faintly tinged with anger. This made Qi Hongdo, who had already guessed what Zhao Yuanshuang might be planning, become curious. What was wrong with Li Xiao? Did she know something? Mother, I suspect, Li Xiao hesitated, and seeing Kai Wenli still standing there without leaving, she became even more unsure whether to say it. We're family. What's there to be afraid of? If you don't tell me, how would I know? Li Xiao closed her eyes, as if she was ready to risk losing face, and said, I suspect Xuanong's father is being dishonest outside. Haha, Kai Wenli couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Qi Hongdo, what? Li Xiao, Xuanong's father has been coming and going early and late these days. Sometimes I can't find him. When he sees me, he tries to hide it. He must have someone outside. Rubbing her eyes, Li Xiao looked genuinely upset. She was not only sad but also very angry. She must find the woman who is hiding Zhao Yuanshuang outside, accusing her of seducing someone else's husband. Does she think she can treat Li Xiao like a soft target? Kai Wenli's laughter stopped. She initially thought Li Xiao was just guessing, but could Lao Lu really have someone outside? Oh my goodness, this is serious. Looking at Li Xiao's expression, if she catches her, it would be a big problem. Qi Hongdo. She doesn't know about this matter at all. But, just based on what you said, how can you be sure Lao Lu is being dishonest outside? Li Xiao saw that Qi Hongdo didn't deny her directly, and got more excited. She stopped rubbing her eyes. I have proof. Zhao Yuanshuang probably lied about not knowing how to read, so he said that the letter was written by his older sister-in-law. Li Xiao thought about it but couldn't understand why, without reason, her sister-in-law would write to Zhao Yuanshuang. Therefore, she believed the letter was definitely written by her husband's mistress. Because Zhao Yuanshuang wasn't honest with her, Li Xiao, who had been upset for days, went back to her room and found the letter Zhao Darang wrote to Zhao Yuanshuang, then handed it to Qi Hongdo. Kai Wenli watched Li Xiao angrily take out a letter and give it to her mother-in-law, secretly feeling amazed. She didn't expect Lao Lu to be such a, even writing to his outside mistress. When Qi Hongdo opened the letter. Although she should be angry at this moment, looking at Li Xiao standing in front of her with a sad and angry expression, begging her to decide, she really wanted to laugh at Zhao Yuanshuang for getting what he deserved. The letter from Zhao Darang to Zhao Yuanshuang was definitely not suitable for the rest of the Zhao family to see. Especially not for the old lady to read. If the old lady found out, she might get so angry she would have a serious reaction. However, Li Xiao's act of righteousness to destroy Qin ended Zhao Yuanshuang's worries for these days. He no longer needed to squeeze his thigh before bed asking himself whether to fight or not. He could just take action. But after many thoughts, he did nothing in the end. After being scolded by Qi Hongdo and punished to clean pig manure for a month, Zhao Yuanshuang decided he had already done it, just failed. And after learning the content of the letter, Li Xiao thought, no wonder her sister-in-law is the older sister-in-law. She's still scheming to get her husband to steal money from the old lady, even from such a distance. Li Xiao was unsure whether she should feel regret that Zhao Yuanshuang didn't succeed in doing things, causing them to miss out on the large amount of money written in the letter, or feel glad that her kindness gone wrong prevented the elderly lady from punishing their family severely and kicking them out directly. As for Zhao Yuanshuang being exposed by his wife in a very direct way, he was angry, but when he looked at Li Xiao, who couldn't grasp the main point, he could only sigh deeply. Forget it. Zhao Yuanshuang could only think to himself. Later, Qi Hongdo not only replied to Zhao Darang with a harsh letter, scolding her thoroughly, but also gathered the children at home to give them a serious talk. There are no free lunches in the world. Remember this, or else you'll end up being cheated and losing everything, and that's your own fault. As long as you're not greedy, others can't trick you. Darang left home too early. After so many years, she seems to be doing pretty well now. Do you think your older sister is smart? She thinks she's smart too. Among her siblings, she is indeed clever. But does that mean she's the only clever person outside? Just because someone makes a lot of money doesn't mean she can. And she managed to fool us at home? Talking nonsense in front of mom and brothers, what kind of honest business is that? I'm telling you, if Darang really gets rich, I would never want her money. After saying this, Qi Hongdo looked around at her children with different expressions. Sixth brother sometimes seems a bit clever, but he's actually a fool. He can be easily fooled. If I give you a chance, do you think I would want that money? Of course not. Zhao Yuanwen shook his head like a rattledrum, strongly agreeing with his mother. Money from illegal sources is too risky to keep. It's better to work hard and earn your own living honestly. So, giving money to the younger sister to start a business is absolutely out of the question. Zhao Yuanwu asked, did big sister get cheated? The letter said making money was too easy. Zhao Yuanquan thought, so the sixth brother and his wife aren't trying to have children, but sixth brother just wants to make a fortune. Mother, what if big sister really makes a lot of money? Zhao Aimin felt that what big sister said sounded too dreamy. If it were true that doing some simple business could bring in money, that would be wonderful. What if? By then, if you get exposed and sold off, I doubt you'll even see that money. And mother, what did you just say? Snap, what did you say? Snap. Mother, I was wrong. I only said it in words. It was unintentional. Unintentional. Zhao Aimin finally covered his head with a cloth and stood in the corner as punishment, no longer daring to speak carelessly. Zhao Xuehua listened with fear. Her older sister was too brave. So much money. Are they really not afraid of trouble? It's useless. Both of them are braver than mice. The old lady even scolded me. If I wasn't capable, would she look at me differently? Would she call me daughter so affectionately? Isn't it all about the money? Zhao Darang tore up the letter written by Qi Hongdo. Time waits for no one. She was patient, but others weren't. If she delayed, they might not accept her money later. If they don't believe me, I'll rely on myself. After selling some jewelry and valuable household items, Zhao Darang gave a large sum of money to her trusted older brother. Their previous loan business had always been fair. Each time they split the earnings, she never lost a cent plus. This older brother had connections and wealth, so Zhao Darang built a strong trust with him. When Du Qianjin found out about Zhao Darang's risky gamble, everything was already settled. At this point, Du Qianjin knew there was nothing he could say. He could only hope Zhao Darang would really make money this time. But in the world, is anything really that easy? Not long after, Duan received 2 letters from her brothers. Something happened. Zhao Darang and Du Qianjin divorced. They had been together for most of their lives, and no one expected a divorce now. Duan was stunned. The things in the letter were like a mysterious book. She couldn't understand them. No matter how much she blamed her parents for favoritism, she never thought they would divorce or that their family would end up like this. Du Qianjin got into trouble and was detained. Zhao Darang and he announced their divorce publicly, clearly stating they would cut ties. Du Pengcheng and Du Wanli just thought something serious had happened at home and felt it was necessary to tell Duan, but they didn't explain what exactly. They only told her to take good care of herself in the countryside and to seek help from her mother-in-law if needed. Other than that, they couldn't do anything more. Due to a sudden family crisis, Du Pengcheng and Du Wanli are both overwhelmed and exhausted. Their family savings have been drained, and Zhao Dali has sold many valuable possessions, so their current life is very hard. If it were just that, with the 2 brothers' salaries, they could manage to get by and breathe a little easier. But the trouble left by Zhao Dali is too big, and they can only tighten their belts and slowly fill the gaps. It's all so troublesome. The 2 older brothers didn't go into detail in their letter, only telling Du-won that she doesn't need to send letters back in the future. They will write to her when they have the chance.
Du-won isn't stupid.
Since her brothers said so, it must be a very serious matter. She used to be lively every day, acting like a little crazy person, offending everyone around her. Suddenly, she became quiet, which made Baijun feel strange. Here. While cooking together, Baijun took out a big white rabbit candy she was reluctant to eat and handed it to Duan, who was washing vegetables in a daze. Although she wasn't feeling well mentally, Duan quickly grabbed the candy handed to her. At night, she secretly cried under the blanket, soaking half of her pillow with tears. The next morning, she woke up feeling light and weak. Seeing the food now, she felt her body urgently needed some energy. "What's wrong with you?" Baijun gave her the candy and silently went back to light the fire. After a moment of quiet, she asked softly. Duan knew only that her parents had issues and divorced, but she didn't know any more useful information. When she heard Baijun's question, her first reaction was that she couldn't tell. This matter must not be spoken of to anyone, because she didn't know how serious it was, and she thought her mother might have to announce the divorce publicly. Duan imagined the situation as even more terrifying. What if someone caught her off guard and deliberately smeared her? "Did you cry because you were hungry tonight?" Baijun knew she had shallow sleep. She heard Du-won crying and sniffling inside the blanket. Du-won, who cried because they were hungry. That would be too pathetic. Jun chuckled, knowing well who was crying. After exchanging a few words and seeing that Du-won's spirit had improved a bit, Jun stopped pressing her. Forcing someone to talk about things they don't want to share is not right. The old lady's words proved to be true so quickly that her children couldn't help but admire her sincerely. Some say, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Fortunately, Mother wasn't blinded by greed. If she had emptied the family savings to send money, everyone in the family would be left with nothing. Lulu even had a nightmare about losing money during the night and broke out in cold sweat. Big sister has had a smooth life for most of her years, but now everything has fallen apart suddenly, resulting in a loss of money and even the family breaking apart. It's really frightening. This is a letter from Pyeongchang and Wonli. They are facing difficulties now and want us to take care of Du-won. They will find their own way to solve the family problems gradually. How can younger sister be so brave? Doing business and losing so much money? Zhao Yuanwen patted his thigh regretfully. Mother, big sister, and brother-in-law are divorced now. Is that okay? Zhao Xuehua was worried. She and Qin Shulin are both poor, and a divorce is just a piece of paper. But for big sister, it's different. She even has to publish it in the newspaper. It's said that brother-in-law was also taken away, but no one knows what he did. If it's a big deal, Pyeongchang and Wonli would have written about it in their letter. There's no point worrying here. Chi Hongdo had long suspected that Zhao Darang had a kind of roughness about her, but she didn't expect that Zhao Darang's success and failure were both due to her own boldness. Why was Du Qianjin really taken away? Maybe it's not that Pyeongchang and Wonli didn't want to write, but they themselves didn't know what happened. For Zhao Darang to decisively cut ties, Chi Hongdo thought that perhaps her money loss issue was not as serious as Du Qianjin's problem. That's why she chose to save herself by cutting off everything. Oh, that old lady from the Du family is really funny. She takes her grandchild out and just tosses him somewhere, not even looking back, busy chatting with others. Yeah, it's true. Luckily, our place isn't too dangerous, or else if the kid got lost, we wouldn't even have time to cry. Stop talking. The eldest from the Du family is back. Pyeongchang, your mom is in good spirits today. She was queuing to buy vegetables, and I almost got pushed to the back by her. Pyeongchang finished work. You know, it's really not easy. We all heard about what's happening at home. What's going on? Why did it suddenly turn out like this? On the surface, they are chatting and joking, but in reality, they're complaining. They seem caring, but they're actually just watching a joke. Recently, Du Pyeongchang has been repeating this scene every day. Recently, Wonli has been living in the factory dormitory and hardly comes back. Du Pyeongchang returned home and saw his wife with a pale face. The child was already asleep in the other room, with faint tears on his dirty little face. There was no food prepared at home. Meanwhile, Zhao Dali was carefully folding clothes under the light, all her good clothes from before. Although she seemed calm, Du Pyeongchang could smell the tension in the air. Suddenly, his wife burst out, "Mom, Pyeongchang and I are busy every day like dogs. When you're at home, just help take care of the kids and cook. What's wrong with you? You don't care about the kids. If I hadn't come home today, I might have seen the child almost taken away. Do you understand?" Zhao Dali looked up, her gaze cold but with a hint of her old pride. "When you wanted to marry into our family, you clung to me, coaxed me, called me mom, and said you wanted to be a good, obedient daughter-in-law. Now you're showing your true colors? Do you talk to your mother-in-law like that? Do you believe I will tell Pyeongchang to divorce you?" This last remark escalated the argument between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to a new level. "You old woman, you've caused so much trouble for yourself. Not only that, you've harmed your husband and now you're trying to ruin your son too, right? Can't you stand that your son still has a complete family? Are you deliberately trying to tear this family apart?" Pyeongchang's wife screamed, her previous sweet and obedient demeanor, coaxing him with money and calling him mom, completely vanished, replaced by a fiery temper. Seeing this, Du Pyeongchang felt overwhelmed. "Yuanzi, Don't speak to Mom like that, he said, trying to hold his wife back and calm her down before things got worse. But she was already so angry her eyes turned red, and she wouldn't listen. Why can't I say it? I will say it. She's an old witch, a troublemaker. She's getting out of control at her age, and I can't even bear to hear the nasty things people say about her outside. If our child grows up and finds out what grandma is really like, can he still call her grandma?
Zhao Dali pointed at Du Pengcheng.
Your wife talks to your mother like that and you don't react? If you don't slap her, don't call yourself my son. Zhao Dali always acted domineering at home. Her two sons were obedient and gentle, so she thought it was natural for Du Pengcheng to order his wife around and scold her. However, Zhang Yuan was right when he said that for Du Pengcheng at this moment, his wife and children are truly his family. Although Du Pengcheng was caught in the middle and felt awkward, he didn't actually slap his wife just because Zhao Darang said so. After all, she is the mother of his children. Since the family faced trouble, Zhao Darang's temper has become worse. In the past, she didn't care much about household chores, but because she could contribute money and had a strong presence at home, Zhang Yuan, as the daughter-in-law, didn't say much. Now, with the family about to run out of money, Zhao Darang still wanted to act like the head of the family, which Zhang Yuan couldn't accept. They had already argued several times. Seeing her son protect his wife, Zhao Darang was just annoyed. Du Pengcheng, look at you. You got a wife and forgot about your mother, huh? Indeed, money seems to matter more than parents and children. Not long ago, everyone showed their true colors. At this point, Zhao Darang didn't think her decision was careless. She just felt unlucky this time. Her trusted older brother suddenly left her unprepared, and she couldn't recover her initial investment. If she could save that money, she wouldn't have to look at her daughter-in-law's face. Well, actually, her daughter-in-law wouldn't dare to show her any attitude. Du Pengcheng was so worried he was losing hair. If things kept going like this, he wouldn't be able to handle it much longer. Did Big Sister write a letter? Zhao Aimin was still scared. He didn't know exactly how much Zhao Darang had spent, but from what his nephew said, it sounded terrible. She must have lost a lot of money. Growing up without even 2 yuan in his pocket, Zhao Aimin couldn't imagine how big this sum was. Qi Hongdo said she wouldn't lower herself like that. Probably, Zhao Darang still resents her deep inside. Some people never look for reasons within themselves when they fail, like Zhao Darang. They blame everything around them and judge everyone harshly in their hearts. At this point, showing concern would probably be seen as mocking. Zhao Aimin sigh. If it were Big Sister, maybe she really would do that. In the city, life is busy and lively. Sister and brother-in-law enjoy their city life, which Zhao Aimin thinks is like living among the gods. But even such good days can suddenly disappear. Sure enough, money gained through shortcuts can vanish just as quickly. It seems I should listen more to my mother from now on. Today, when you go to work, remember to call your sister's daughter to come over for a meal, she said. Mom, I got it. Don't worry, I'll make sure to tell her. Xiao Duan will definitely come at noon, Zhao Aimin volunteered. Looking at the sunshine, it was hard to tell that he had recently been heartbroken. Young people really go through ups and downs quickly. Today, old Zhao's family is having extra food, not for any special reason, but because Zhao Baojia caught 2 rabbits while gathering firewood in the mountains. They might not be very fat, but they still have some meat. So, they decided to stew and eat them. Qi Hongdo thought about how to cook braised rabbit, but since they didn't have all the ingredients, she simplified the recipe. She directed Zhao Youtian and others in the kitchen to cook the rabbit meat. They also added potatoes and dried vegetables to make the stew more filling. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to eat. She also picked 2 green zucchinis from the vegetable garden behind the house. She scraped off the skin, cut them into chunks, heated some oil and water in a pot, then cracked a few eggs into the boiling soup. The fresh-looking zucchini and egg soup was ready in no time. She chopped a big bowl of shredded potatoes, added some red and green chili strips, and stir-fried them with potatoes for a tasty dish. The rice wasn't pure white rice, but mixed grains. She also placed a circle of wheat flour pancakes around the edge of the pot, making a big pot full enough for everyone. Chi Hongdo was happy to smell the delicious food. After the fire in the stove died down, she took out a small bag of green beans, asked Zhao Youtian to wash them, add some water, and put them in a clay pot. She also added some sugar. That way, she could enjoy green bean paste in the afternoon. As for the rest of the Zhao family, they didn't have green bean paste, but they still had green bean soup. Later in the afternoon, Chi Hongdo started instructing her granddaughters to cook green bean soup and deliver it to the fields. With this weather, getting heatstroke would be no fun. It's better to take precautions. Duowan shyly arrived at old Zhao's house. She used to think that the old lady only cared about superficial things, but after receiving help from the Zhao family, she thought maybe it was because of her parents or the gifts her brothers sent. Now that something had happened at home, she didn't dare speak about it. However, she guessed the old lady probably knew about it. Since the family was falling apart, taking care of her might no longer be beneficial. Maybe the old lady would stop caring about her? Duowan had been lost in such thoughts for a while. Her face looked thinner than before. It wasn't until Zhao Aimin greeted her and invited her to lunch that she realized, hearing this, she felt surprisingly happy. In this moment of happiness, Duowan also thought for the first time that if she visited someone, she should bring something. If it had been her before, when she hadn't received a letter from her brothers, hearing someone call her for dinner, she would have gone without thinking. She wouldn't have considered bringing anything. But now she could only think about it. She didn't have anything good to give. She couldn't just give the old lady her red hair ribbon, especially since her hair was turning gray. So, in the end, Duowan came empty-handed. Maybe because of that, her expression looked a bit unnatural. Fortunately, Zhao Youtian helped her out, saying, "Cousin, sit here. You can sit next to me." The dining table wasn't very big, and everyone couldn't sit comfortably. Zhao Youtian simply asked Duowan to sit on her bench, helping her quickly find her place and feel less nervous. During the meal, no one cared about whether they were relatives or not. After working so hard, everyone was hungry and their stomachs were growling. When Chi Hongdo announced, "Dinner is ready," everyone grabbed their spoons and chopsticks quickly. Zhao Youtian handed the food she had served to Duowan, saying, "Here, eat." The large, rough ceramic bowl was filled to the brim with fragrant rabbit meat, shiny potato strips, green gourd, and tender egg flowers. Seeing all this, Duowan, who had been eating in a collective farm for months and was used to pig feed, couldn't help but salivate. At that moment, holding this heavy bowl of food, Duowan finally understood how sincere the young worker's envy was and how much effort the family had put into her arrangements. Otherwise, where else could she find such a hearty meal? Woo-woo. Zhao Youtian's gentle personality naturally made others feel close and comfortable. After having a meal with my cousin and accidentally choking on food, I hurriedly drank water offered by her and was completely captivated by Zhao Youtian's charm. I heard that Duowan had a piece of clothing torn while working, but she couldn't sew, so she reluctantly found some thread and needle, only to make it look messy. In the end, that piece of clothing became a hidden treasure to avoid seeing it, but she brought more autumn and winter clothes, leaving only two suitable for spring and summer. Duowan had no fabric or fabric tickets, and she couldn't rely on her family for help now, so she was starting to feel the pinch. After listening to her little cousin's complaints, Zhao Youtian smiled and said, "Why don't you bring me the clothes? I can help you sew them." She was skillful. Jiang Yun had seen her sewing skills and the quality of her work, and couldn't help but sigh. If this was in the past, even sending you to learn tailoring would be better than doing chores at home. Jiang Yun had some worldly experience. Although most well-known tailors were male masters, there were also female masters, and this was a proper craft. Being able to support oneself with a skill meant that no matter what difficult times came, life could still go on. But now there were hardly any opportunities for people to learn. However, Zhao Youtian wasn't too regretful. She hadn't seen those delicate techniques or colorful threads, but every time she sewed, she was very serious. It didn't matter if it wasn't fancy, as long as her family could wear and use it well, that was enough. No, Duowan shook her head like a rattle. After her clothes were sewn, the girls in the dorm laughed, saying she had sewn a big centipede on it, looking terribly ugly. Now, when cousin Yujia said she would help her re-sew it, Duwan's first reaction wasn't happiness but shame. She didn't want to show her clothes to anyone anymore because they were just too ugly. Seeing Duwan keep waving her hands and looking guilty, Zhao Yujia found it amusing and funny. Her little cousin's thoughts were all written on her face. Zhao Yueying and Zhao Yuyan saw their older sister being teased and laughed, feeling uncomfortable all over, like there were ants crawling on them. Fourth sister. The two younger sisters looked at Zhao Yujia eagerly, feeling as if she was about to abandon them. Fourth sister, what time is it now? Zhao Yuyan asked for the time. Only Zhao Yujia had a watch at home, but she usually didn't wear it while working. Not yet noon. I went inside to get my watch. Zhao Yujin looked at the watch and announced the time. Duwan widened her eyes, surprised to see her simple-dressed older cousin pull out a shiny, beautiful watch. It's still a Plum Blossom brand. Zhao Darang has 2 watches, one of which is a Plum Blossom brand. She used to ask Zhao Darang for one, but Zhao Darang refused, saying kids shouldn't wear watches. It was too flashy. Later, maybe because she asked more often, Zhao Darang finally agreed to give her a watch on her 18th birthday. But now, her birthday has long passed, and the watch feels like a distant dream. Really pretty. Duwan's eyes sparkled. The watch in cousin Yujin's hand was newer than her mom's, with a slightly different, more delicate style. Zhao Yuya said, "Of course it's pretty. This was a gift from my brother-in-law to my second sister." Zhao Youtian, standing nearby, linked arms with Zhao Yujin and said, "Exactly." Duwan hadn't met Guanjun and she didn't know what Zhao Yuya and the others knew, but she didn't mind. "My mom has 2 watches. One is Plum Blossom and the other is Ingna. The Plum Blossom one looks better. Cousin, you wearing this suits you well, making you look generous and elegant." At the youth commune, Duwan's small mouth could argue fiercely, and no one knew that when she praised someone, her words sounded as lively as a nightingale. Zhao Yuya and Zhao Yushan exchanged a quick look behind her. They had no idea that this cousin from the big family was such a good flatterer. Listen to how sincere her words are, and see how genuine her smile is, completely heartfelt. They looked at each other, thinking, oh no, will we still be the most loved younger sisters of the fourth sister in the future? Zhao Yujin's smile also turned a little shy. "I'm just a country girl. I don't have such good things." Words like generous and elegant were probably meant for city girls. No way, everyone at the youth commune is from the city, but someone as good as Cousin Yu doesn't exist.
Juan declared confidently.
If Zhao Yujin weren't naturally honest, she might have been so flattered she'd be lost. Although she still felt a tiny bit of prejudice against Yuan, Zhao Yuya and Zhao Yushan agreed with what she said. Fourth sister is really that good. Not inferior to any city girl. You all, Zhao Yujun looked at her sisters one by one. They all looked serious. Stop trying to fool me. After saying that, she couldn't help but smile, showing gentle and indulgent expressions. She patted her sisters' little heads and reminded Duwan again, if anything happens, remember to come home and tell the family.
Okay, I understand, Duwan nodded.
The midday sun was very hot. Not long after lunch, they had to go back to work in the fields. After Duwan left, Zhao Yujun grabbed 2 sisters' hands, planning to go clean up and wash dishes. Zhao Yuxiu looked at her sisters, who were about to be scolded, and silently carried a basket full of bowls and chopsticks toward the pond. Because it was a busy farming season, they worked in the morning and rested in the afternoon. Zhao Yushan stuck out her tongue. The 2 of them weren't afraid of Zhao Yujun's scolding because she never really yelled at them. But being scolded by her sisters still made their skin crawl. Next time you see someone, you have to call her big cousin. Understand? Zhao Yujun didn't really blame them. She just realized that her cousin wasn't that bad. Now that she was working as a youth in the village and they were relatives, getting to know each other better and feeling closer was fine. The 2 sisters nodded like little cats. Got it, fourth sister. Zhao Yujun reached out and rubbed Zhao Yushan's little head.
Duwan's also not easy.
Here, she's our family. Our mother has accepted her, so we should treat her like a sister. Remember what our mother said, a family must support each other. The sisters had no bad intentions. Zhao Youtian guessed they were just afraid she might be taken away. Their thoughts were straightforward and naive, just like children. No matter who they were talking about, she was still their sister. She hoped every sister would be well, and that would be the best. I think my big cousin doesn't seem like a big cousin. Then what does she seem like? After becoming closer to Zhao Youtian, Duan sometimes sat under the big tree outside Lao Zhao's house in the evening after finishing work, chatting with her cousins. Zhao Yuanquan used wooden planks and rope to make a swing for Zhao Youtian in the middle of a sturdy old persimmon tree. Zhao Youtian loved it very much. Whenever she had free time, she thought about sitting and swinging. Of course, she also liked to share it with her sisters. Now, Duan could also take turns playing on the swing. If this had been right after she moved to the countryside, Zhao Youtian probably wouldn't have played with her. She would have thought it was boring and too rustic. Now, 1, 2, 3. It's my turn, you've done 50. Please don't have too much fun. Zhao Youtian watched her younger sisters play happily. She occasionally reminded them to be careful, to avoid falling, or to use her fan to chase away mosquitoes, then fanned herself to stay cool. She always wore a gentle smile on her face, which made Duan stare at her for a while before suddenly saying something unexpected. Zhao Yuya thought Duan's words were strange. Fourth sister doesn't look like fourth sister. What does she look like? Zhao Youtian also smiled. Then what do I look like? Duan sat on a wooden swing, swung herself a couple of times, then blinked and looked into Zhao Youtian's eyes, saying fourth sister. Looks like mom. It was a feeling only Duan could understand. Zhao Darang didn't think poorly of her siblings, at least they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. But Duan never felt that the word mother was warm or powerful. When Duan was reckless in the Du family, Zhao Darang either ignored her or liked to analyze everything, weighing the pros and cons, using a visible value to measure, and telling her that even mistakes had value or no value. Duan couldn't describe that feeling. She often felt that when facing Zhao Darang, she didn't seem like her child, or even like a person, just an object being judged for its worth. She had no doubt that if she hadn't gone to the countryside, and if there hadn't been family troubles, when she reached marriageable age, Zhao Darang would definitely choose someone she thought suitable for her to marry. At that time, she didn't know whether that was good or bad. Gradually realizing she was completely controlled over her life, her temper started to get worse. She didn't know what she wanted, or even if she wanted to follow her mother's plans. Everything was chaotic and disorganized, until suddenly, her life took an unexpected turn. She went to the countryside. She had to do a lot of work, live with many people, eat unappetizing communal meals, and life was very hard. She didn't even have the strength to cry. But amidst the hardship, she discovered that when she caused trouble, there would be someone to support her without expecting immediate rewards. That old lady, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, wasn't very close to her, but she didn't dislike her presence. While others struggled to fit in far from home, she had many relatives, each one giving her silent strength. There was her cousin, gentle, tolerant, and caring, whom she had never met before, and other cousins she could still joke and play with after disagreements. It felt very different. Duan swung on the swing and suddenly burst out laughing. Cousin, when you have children someday, you'll be a good mom. A wonderful mother, of course, but even without children, Duan still saw her as a great sister worth grateful for. Although Zhao Youtian was married, her younger sister playfully teased her. Zhao Youtian pretended to be angry, frowning. What are you talking about? Young girls are not shy at all. Zhao Yuya and Zhao Youtian had also talked before bed about when their fourth sister might have children, but they never teased Zhao Youtian so openly in front of her. After all, they were just kids, and a bit shy about such topics.
Unexpectedly, Duan was so bold.
What's there to be afraid of? Since their fourth brother-in-law speaks so highly of her, the cousin will surely be very happy in the future. Good husband, filial children, and a happy family. Duan giggled, not feeling embarrassed at all. She believed everything she said was true, and would surely come true. Guanjun was writing a letter in his dormitory to his wife. He had been doing well lately. The leaders even praised him individually. A few months ago, he was too busy to write, but now that his monthly allowance was received, he sent the letter along with the saved allowance. Of course, he kept some money for himself, but the amount he sent back looked quite generous. When Zhao Youtian received the letter, she struggled to read it. Guanjun's literacy was not very high, and his handwriting was quite wild. She hadn't touched a book in many years. So many characters looked unfamiliar at first glance. Still, apart from the handwriting, his letter was easy enough to understand. Seeing the amount of money marked on the letter, Zhao Youtian was startled. Why did he send so much? Could it be that he sent all his savings back? Inside the envelope was also a stack of military vouchers, all saved by Guanjun. The money needed to be collected from the town. Zhao Youtian took the letter and vouchers to find Shi Hongdo. Guanjun knew very well that the money he sent back was meant to be shared publicly, but he was aware of the situation. After living at old Zhao's house for a while, he understood some secrets that outsiders didn't know. He wasn't afraid that the money he sent back would be wasted, as long as the matriarch of the family was not confused. Giving this money showed his proper attitude as the family's son-in-law, and also was a way to ask the family to take better care of his wife. Now that he could earn money, he hoped to make life better for his wife and not let her suffer. He was working hard to improve his rank so he could apply for his own room, and then Yuju could come to stay with him. This was his dream, reuniting with his wife and living their own small life together. Since he was away from home now, he couldn't be with his wife, so he used this to show his feelings. Shi Hongdo looked at the stack of military vouchers in Zhao Yujia's hand and felt a flicker of surprise. This young man seemed to be planning to take their flowers and pots away secretly. It was definitely a premeditated plan. He wanted to take something first, so he gave something in return. Then she looked at the numbers on the letter. "Oh my young man, you're quite generous with so much money. If Guanjun writes again and asks you to join the army with him, what would you think?" Holding the military vouchers Zhao Yujia gave her, Shi Hongdo asked her eldest granddaughter with a smile. Her face was relaxed, her eyes warm. Maybe because the atmosphere at old Zhao's house had improved a lot, Zhao Yujia looked a little different from before. She seemed more confident and steady. "Grandma, you forgot. Guanjun can't bring his family to join the army yet because his rank isn't high enough." Seeing that Shi Hongdo didn't look angry, she quietly reminded her. "Grandma isn't confused. It's your man pretending to be naive and hiding things from us. A private gets only a few yuan in allowance each month. Look at this 200 yuan here. He's only been in the army for less than half a year, and with his rank, how could he have saved so much allowance?" Silly girl. Actually, this was also a kind of indirect honesty from Guanjun. But right now, only Zhao Yujia and the old lady knew about it. Zhao Yujia wasn't stupid. She was just a little frightened by the numbers on the letter earlier. Now, hearing Shi Hongdo's words, she began to understand vaguely. For Zhao Yujia, joining the army would mean moving to a completely unfamiliar place and starting over. "My mother, I don't trust my wife. She can't speak yet. Your wife has your brothers and your father. The family is all here. Don't worry about this." Actually, if she truly followed the army, Shi Hongdo wouldn't oppose it. If Zhao Youtian doesn't want to become the next Wong Xiao, she needs her own focus in life and to find her place. Worrying too much, honestly, can shorten your life. Previously, Shi Hongdo's biggest concern was whether Guanjun's character was consistent. If Guanjun keeps his promises from when they married and doesn't hurt Zhao Youtian, then while they're young, they should build their relationship and enjoy their life together. Thinking about herself is not shameful. You should learn to think more about yourself. When you really follow the army, if Guanjun still gives you his allowances, you two can work together and live a good life. And don't imitate those who think being simple and frugal is enough, holding on to money without spending it, and wearing themselves out. You're both still young. Your health is the most important. Be kind to yourself, treat yourself well, and life will become easier and happier. Being simple and frugal is good, but some people have taken it to an unhealthy extreme. In the early years of famine, some people, to show their integrity and reputation, would sacrifice their own family's food and even starve to death. Others, to gain fame or political achievements, would do anything, no matter how extreme. All these are results of developing a sickly obsession with austerity. Guanjun, now fully promoted, will likely deal with military officials' families when Zhao Youtian follows the army. It's important to stay calm, alert, and adaptable to fit in quickly. Chi Hongdo reminds her of this because she knows another big taboo, being overly showy. This won't happen to Zhao Youtian, nor to Guanjun, who sent a telegram before marriage and then quietly returned home, cutting ties with his family to marry into hers. Honestly, both young couples are steady and cautious. But Zhao Youtian is too used to taking care of others and often forgets herself, which is why Chi Hongdo mentions this. Milk. Zhao Youtian naturally understands that Chi Hongdo's words are for her own good. However, her brother and sister-in-law are busy working, her mother still needs to help take care of her grandson, and her father usually doesn't involve himself in household chores. If she really has to follow the army, Wong Xiao's illness won't get better, and Zhao Youtian can't relax and go with the army. Just look. Chi Hongdo sighs. Sometimes, for some people, worrying about tomorrow is just part of life. Seeing how much this child worries, it's really exhausting. Your dad has me watching over him. Even if he doesn't, he should. Just tell me if you're willing or not. Chi Hongdo's question was simple, but now it seems clear that giving Zhao Youtian and Guanjun some private space is very necessary. Everyone has their own secrets, and even saints might not always do that. Zhao Youtian isn't a saint. Moreover, Wong Xiao probably doesn't want to be a burden on her daughter either. The grandmother and grandson go to town together to collect the money Guanjun sent. As for Zhao Youtian's later reply, it's easy to guess. She had told Chi Hongdo before marriage that life is lived day by day. Zhao Youtian has always been gentle, strong, and brave. Although we're married, I still need to take care of myself. Guanjun sent a lot of money and some old bills. Grandma can buy you some things and also prepare a little for Guanjun. We don't need to wait for his next letter. We can send it first. Food, clothing, and daily necessities can all be prepared. It's a way for a wife to show care for her husband. Zhao Youtian's face quietly turned red. She had already made 2 pairs of thick-soled shoes for Guanjun. These shoes are sturdy and comfortable, not wasting the feet, but making them is a bit the shoemaker. She took a long time to make these 2 pairs. After a tiring day, she would stay up at night, lighting a lamp and sewing shoes. When her eyes got tired, she would turn her head and see the ticking of her watch on the table, then continue to carefully sew the soles. Many nights, Zhao Youtian's room was filled with the sound of the ticking needle and under the kerosene lamp, her gentle shadow working on the shoes. As newlyweds, how could they not miss each other when separated? But after Wong Xiao fell ill, Zhao Youtian's attention was mostly focused on her, and she didn't have time to send out the shoes she had finished. Thanks to Chi Hongdo making the decision this time, it was a happy accident that fulfilled the wishes of this little couple living far apart. Buying things for Guanjun was Zhao Youtian's idea. She asked him to come over, which made Guanjun dream happily every day. If Guanjun knew how helpful the old lady was, he might think he had sent less money home. They say, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Such a caring old lady. Where can you find someone like her? After this mission, your official appointment should be settled. I've already written the report for you.
You need to perform well.
I will complete the task. At the edge of the training ground, a man who looked like a leader patted Guanjun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Everyone says you're working so hard now just to get promoted. You even applied for a single dormitory. But I think you're not just working hard for a promotion. You're really trying to get your wife to come live with you." Guanjun grinned honestly. "I want to succeed early, and I also want my wife to come here and be with me." Joining the army was to achieve these simple, common dreams. That was Guanjun's motivation. Without making empty promises, this showed that the leaders saw Guanjun as honest and straightforward, qualities that never changed. People with goals and motivation tend to be ambitious, which is a common understanding among leaders. Guanjun also had competitors, but now for the leaders. Making Guanjun a regular soldier was more suitable after careful consideration. Guanjun, your package. Is it from your little wife? Wow, let me see what's inside. A large package was carried into the dorm by a few soldiers in green uniforms. Before entering, they called out to Guanjun, who was reading and studying inside, to claim his package. Because he wanted to get promoted, Guanjun worked harder in training and also studied diligently. Although he couldn't read or write, it didn't affect his excellent performance in tasks. But getting promoted and becoming an officer required some education, and Guanjun didn't want to stop there. So studying was very important. More importantly, after submitting his report, the instructor had mercilessly mocked him, saying his report was poorly written, his handwriting was bad, and overall, he just wasn't good enough. Guanjun had high standards for himself, so now he was working hard every day. When he heard his package was here, Guanjun rushed over first, snatching it from his fellow soldiers who were joking around. It was definitely from his wife. Although Guanjun managed to retrieve the package, it was unrealistic for him to carry it alone and open it secretly. So, amid the cheers of his comrades, Guanjun opened the package, and the items inside were revealed one by one. 2 sets of neatly folded clothes were on top, with 2 pairs of thick-soled shoes below. Wow, your wife is so talented. Someone reached out to touch the clothes. The fabric is good, and the craftsmanship is nice. The edges of the clothes and shoes are all neatly stitched, showing careful attention. Having a wife like that is really thoughtful. A group of strong men looked on with envy, their eyes turning red. Inside the package, there were more items, and everyone was excited. Your wife must have cleared out her whole house to prepare all this. Getting all these things must have taken a lot of effort. There's so much food here. You probably can't finish it all. Let us help you eat some. Dried sweet potatoes, dried apricots, jerky, sesame candies, lard candies. Seeing all this food, Guanjun didn't expect it himself. Then he thought, maybe all the money he sent home was spent on these? He's already married, and just receiving clothes and shoes made specifically for him was enough. He never imagined he would get so much food. What's this? While Guanjun was busy guarding his food, a comrade pointed at a dark, plant-based package out of curiosity. It's medicinal tea. We drink this at home. The old lady calls it peaceful tea. When Guanjun talked about his family, he did so naturally, even a little proud. He, as a new son-in-law, has also tried this peaceful tea. He doesn't know its effects, but the name sounds very good. Receiving this must be his family's hope for him, to stay safe. He felt happy. Even though he was thousands of miles away, the warmth of home felt close. After sharing some candies with his jealous and envious comrades, Guanjun began to pack up. He thought he had already received everything, clothes, food, and peaceful tea. But he found that at the bottom of the package there was not only a letter, but also a small bundle. He opened the letter, which first listed the items inside the bundle. The contents of the small bundle were not written, so Guanjun was confused. After opening it, he understood. His lips curled into a smile. Maybe it wasn't written because she was shy. The small bundle contained 2 pairs of underwear. It was obvious that his caring wife had made them for him. Guanjun was eager to try something immediately, but held back, coughing to himself. He knew he couldn't let his comrades find out, or else a group of single, rough men would start howling. Having a wife is really good. Having a family is wonderful. He really wants to become a full member of the army soon, meet the conditions for accompanying his wife, and then enjoy a happy, peaceful life with her. The dried sweet potatoes were stored from old Zhao's family's drying. The dried apricots were bought by Chi Hongdo at the eco-fresh fruit shop under the pretense of caring for his granddaughter-in-law, and the sesame and lard candies were bought at the supply and marketing cooperative. Training and missions take a lot of energy. It's clearly unrealistic to give Guanjun a box of energy bars or chocolates, so he can only fill his pack with these supplies. Considering the money, Chi Hongdo also reminded Zhao Youtian to add a pack of peace tea. This is the nourishing herbal tea that old Zhao's family now drinks to boost their energy and blood. They call it peace tea because it sounds good and is good for health. The name makes people feel reassured and comfortable. After packing up the parcel sent from home, Guanjun felt even more motivated. "Mom, I'm pregnant," Zhang Huifang announced early in the morning, dropping a red surprise on Zhang Yun. "Really?" Zhang Yun looked at Zhang Huifang with surprise. Considering that the third child is already 4 years old, her parents could be planning to have a second child. In the past, even if she knew her daughter-in-law was pregnant, Zhang Yun wouldn't have been very happy at first. She would have been worried for a few months because her mother-in-law didn't like girls. Now, it's different. Whether it's a boy or a girl, her mother-in-law no longer criticizes anyone in the family. This means she can finally be happy just because her son and daughter-in-law are having a second child. As for her, she doesn't mind if the baby is a boy or a girl. Since Zhao Baojia and his wife already gave her a grandson, she thinks it's good to have a second child, regardless of gender. "Mom, I think I'm craving eggs today. I really want to eat steamed eggs." Zhang Huifang held Zhang Yun's hand, looking pitiful. The eggs at home are from Grandma, who usually only gives some when she distributes supplies each month. It's not easy to get eggs otherwise. Zhang Yun looked toward Qi Hongdo's bedroom, feeling tense. The treatment for pregnant women in old Zhao's family wasn't very good before. Now, if she asks her mother-in-law for eggs for her daughter-in-law, would that be okay? Looking at the two shy and guarded mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in front of her, Qi Hongdo really wanted to post a face-bomb. JPG. She had been here for almost a year, yet she still felt like she was being eaten alive whenever she spoke to her. "Mother-in-law, my daughter-in-law is pregnant." Qi Hongdo glanced at Zhang Huifang's belly. With the average fertility of the Zhao family, it's no surprise that these two are expecting a second child. Having a baby is good news. What do you want to say? I was wondering if I could get some eggs to help Huifang strengthen her health. Since she's pregnant now, it's good for both her and the baby. Afraid that her mother-in-law might disagree or get angry, Zhang Hiyun carefully added. Pregnant women can be taken care of, but Zhang Huifang is not like Lin Qiyu. Their personalities are very different. Although she doesn't expect her grandchildren to be overly filial or grateful, being too kind to them can spoil their appetite. Starting today, until Huifang finishes her confinement, 1 egg a day. It's settled. Whether boiled or stewed, they can do as they like. As for Zhao Baojia, if he can get some extra meat or snacks, that's another matter. Qi Hongdo doesn't mind giving Zhang Huifang a few stewed eggs each month, but Zhao's family is quite large, and too much special treatment might not be good. Hearing the old lady say this, Zhang Yun felt satisfied. Just ensuring a daily egg was already quite good. She was thinking of asking someone to get some brown sugar so that her daughter-in-law could enjoy red sugar water with eggs later. Zhang Huifang looked a bit disappointed. She had asked for stewed eggs but didn't want only that. But in front of Qi Hongdo, she didn't dare show her dissatisfaction, only smiling and agreeing with Zhang Yun. "Thank you, Grandma. I'll definitely have Zhao's family have another healthy, chubby boy." Zhang Huifang was eager to surpass her cousin Hongyun. The situation in their two families was similar. The second son in each family had a job, while the eldest was still unemployed. Because Zhao Baojia hadn't gotten a job, Zhang Huifang kept thinking she should do more to not be seen as inferior in this family, by having more children, especially boys. Currently, the family's most grandchildren were from Zhao Xiangdong and Sun Hongyun. They were Zhang Huifang's goal to surpass. Qi Hongdo didn't know Zhang Huifang's little plan, or she might have said, "You're really overthinking it." She really didn't want to live in old Zhao's kindergarten, where there was no contest rewarding those who had more sons. With Qi Hongdo's permission, Zhang Yiyun happily took her daughter-in-law home. Zhang Huifang's smile only lasted until they left the main hall, then it disappeared. "Mom, do you think it's my fault for having my second child so late and that we haven't given old Zhao's family more boys?" Zhang Yun, who was about to make her daughter-in-law some steamed egg custard, replied, "Mom, I didn't say that." Seeing Qi Hongdo's indifferent attitude earlier, she clearly didn't seem to look forward to the future boy inside her belly. Zhang Huifang firmly believed it must be true. Mom thinks the eldest wife and her family have the most boys, so they don't pay attention to us. When Jiang Huifeng saw that Jiang Yin didn't speak, she added, "Look at how much Mom cares when the eldest son gets sick. The whole family is busy, making medicine and clothes, and she even tries to let him rest more. If it weren't for the eldest son's many children, would Mom agree to all this?" While speaking, Jiang Huifeng touched her belly, hoping it would be a boy. After giving birth to this baby, she planned to have 2 more, aiming to have more children than Sun Hongyun. For Jiang Huifeng, this was the only way she could think of to improve her and her husband's status in old Zhao's family. Jiang Yin said, "Isn't your mom also pretty good to Xiang Qiuyu and her daughter?" If it weren't for little Nyonyo growing rounder and rounder, Jiang Yin wouldn't have taken Jiang Huifeng, who was only a few months pregnant, to talk to Qi Hongdo about eating eggs. Jiang Huifeng thought her mother-in-law was not very clever. If they didn't have more children, their 5th house would always be overshadowed by the eldest. And they should have more children quickly, or their cousins' children would be much older, and their own kids would suffer in the future. Stop overthinking. Mom is making you some tender steamed egg custard. Eat it first. Jiang Yiyun was happy about having a second grandson soon. Jiang Huifeng's words didn't bother her much. She turned and went to the kitchen to get busy. Look at Wei Guo. He's out in the wind and rain every day, working so hard. Even if we pay the family, the money they take seems all for face, not like us. We work ourselves to the bone, with little hope. After putting the 3 children to sleep, Jiang Huifeng started to complain to her husband, Zhao Baojia. "My wife's habits are not new to Zhao Baojia anymore. She says something, and he just listens. When she gets tired of talking, she naturally stops. You said that our mother has already given so much money to the family, so it should be enough, right? I'm about to have our second child soon. Can we give a little less? At least, to spend on the kids." Zhao Baojia just listens without interrupting. Even the quietest man isn't stupid, especially now when his wife talks about this. It's okay to hear it at the bedside, but if she mentions it in front of grandma, it could be very dangerous. Finally, when Jiang Huifeng's words dried out, Zhao Baojia let out a sigh of relief and closed his eyes to sleep. He hopes his wife was just in a bad mood and won't bring it up again next time. The house is run by grandma, now and in the future, unless grandma is no longer around. There are so many ant vegetables, you've dug quite a bit. Wild vegetables keep coming one after another. After spring, they're gone, and summers are here. Qi Hongdo encourages Zhao Youtian to keep in touch with Guanjun regularly, to send things if needed, and not to be afraid of spending money. Once outside, she sees a layer of ant vegetables on the porch. These vegetables are dug by Zhao Youtian and Zhao Youtian together. After drying, they're easy to store. They also help with water retention, reduce swelling, kill bacteria, reduce inflammation, and lower blood pressure. Of course, the 2 girls don't really understand these benefits, but they love to eat them. As long as they can stock more food for the family, they will bring home every wild vegetable they find. Now Zhao Youtian and Zhao Youtian can smile and greet Qi Hongdo, saying, "Grandma, we'll go digging again tomorrow, and dig a lot. Be careful. Don't go at noon. Watch out for heat stroke." Ant vegetables grow close to the ground and are hard to dig. It's okay to dig in the morning or evening, but digging in the hot sun at noon, kneeling on the ground and picking each one, can easily cause heat stroke. Jiang Huifeng saw her little sister-in-law's sweaty face and looked toward Zhao Yujia's house. Her mother-in-law also said that grandma treats them all the same, but she doesn't see how much advantage the main house has. The main house has a daughter-in-law who married in, and even though the men are away in the army, everyone knows they get allowances, right? Zhao Shengnan has a job and a salary. Their small family only has a wife and daughter, so their burden is small. And Zhao Shengdong? Not to mention, he has 3 sons, enough for the couple to stand tall. Even the big house's aunt now seems to be doing better than their mother-in-law. Although she's sick, her treatment has improved. Since I was pregnant, I have been eating 1 egg every day. A while ago, my mother-in-law also gave some eggs to help boost her health. Thinking about it, Jiang Huifeng feels that the 5th house has suffered a big loss. Even though Jiang Huifang has many little thoughts in her mind, she has no space to express them in the fifth house. First, her husband, Zhao Baojia, is someone who only knows how to work hard. Whether in bed or outside, he behaves the same way. Sometimes, Jiang Huifang really wants to give him a punch. He's a strong bull, but he doesn't think much about the future or plan ahead. Second, her parents-in-law are loyal servants to the old lady of the family, always doing whatever she says. She couldn't even ask her mother-in-law to pay less money into the household because of this. Finally, Jiang Huifang still remembers the big scene when the sixth house proposed splitting the family. Although she thinks her mother-in-law is too obedient to the old lady, she dares not speak openly to her, so she has to hold it in. Here.
What?
Why are you giving this to me? It's for you and the baby. Zhao Baojia waves his hand and returns the egg that Jiang Huifang was about to eat. Jiang Huifang looks at her husband, then bites her lip and eats the boiled egg without speaking. She wants to get some benefits, not just for herself, but also for the people around her. Unfortunately, Zhao Baojia doesn't take it seriously, so she can only feel resentful inside. Wong Xiao is still as diligent as ever. Even when she is sick, it doesn't affect her quick and skillful work. Mother, you rest a bit. I'll do it. Zhao Youtian stops Wong Xiao from going to wash clothes at the pond, saying, I'll do this work. Wong Xiao can't compete with her daughter and just gestures with her hands, making ah sounds. I'm not tired. This little work isn't a problem. You're sick, and Mother said you need to rest properly. Mother and daughter share a deep bond. Even though Wong Xiao can't speak, her eyes and gestures clearly show what she wants to say. Wong Xiao makes a couple more gestures. Zhao Youtian comforts her, saying, Since I drank the family's peace tea, my period doesn't hurt anymore, and I don't mind getting water. There are very few girls in old Zhao's family who do not suffer from menstrual pain. Zhao Youjia and Zhao Yuxiu both have experienced pains so severe that they fainted. However, now that they drink a large pot of peace tea every day, Zhao Youjia has noticed her health has improved a lot. The most obvious change is that her period no longer hurts as much. Unable to argue with his daughter, Wang Xiao can only watch as Zhao Youjia carries the dirty clothes and the wooden basin to the pond. Because Zhao Youjia takes care of her, Zhao Yuanwen has gradually gotten used to Wang Xiaocao's nervousness and unease after she fell ill. He no longer feels as worried as he did at first. The only real trouble might be that Wang Xiaocao is becoming more indifferent to him. But if it doesn't affect their life, he doesn't think it's a big problem. Zhao Yuanwen works very hard every day, and he has spent a long time trying to understand this change. He can't get answers from Wang Xiaocao, and he can't bring himself to argue with his children about it, so he stops bringing it up. He still remembers what his mother said, so now Zhao Yuanwen has started to change some small habits. In the past, he would always turn to Mother Dong for everything, naturally leaving all family matters to his wife. Now, he handles things himself and doesn't just dump everything on Wang Xiaocao. The most important thing is that he realizes he shouldn't treat his wife like a tool. This is something Zhao Yuanwen gradually understood later. He wondered why his mother wanted him to learn how to make his wife happy. For Qi Hongdou, Zhao Yuanwen and his wife are not so hard to understand. Don't think only upper-class society has strict hierarchies. Even in the lower classes, it's the same. It's not about class struggles, but about people exploiting and oppressing each other, consciously or unconsciously. The old lady exploits everyone equally, and even under her control, Zhao Yuanwen still has the power to exploit Wang Xiaocao. The lower you go, the harder it becomes to see people as individuals. It's that simple. Making Wang Xiaocao happy is about making her feel like a person again because she is a person. But old habits are hard to change. Not only Wang Xiaocao needs to change, but Zhao Yuanwen does too. For people who have lived most of their lives, such change takes more time. Qi Hongdou also knows about the shadow the old lady cast over Wang Xiaocao's heart, so she usually doesn't seek her out to talk alone unless necessary. However, regarding children, Qi Hongdou is not proactive, which makes Wang Xiaocao feel very nervous. Because she wants to try to open Wang Xiaocao's heart, Qi Hongdou brought up Zhao Youtian and Guanjun's matters. That I was thinking that although Guanjun married into the family, he is still a soldier, and he is quite caring towards Yujin. The allowance and receipts he sent back last time were his way of showing his sincerity. The young couple being apart for a long time isn't a big problem. They're still young and should build their relationship. When Guanjun gets promoted and can bring his family along, I think it would be better for Yujin to go with him. What do you think? Wong Xiao hesitated for a moment. Her daughter had been raised with her all along. Even after marriage, she was still at home, practically never leaving her sight. Now that Chi Hongdo suggested she move with Guanjun, she couldn't agree immediately. I actually discussed this with Yujin before. She's reluctant to leave home, and most importantly, she's worried about you and your health. Wong Xiao touched her throat, feeling worried for her daughter. Chi Hongdo clearly saw her expression and noticed Wong Xiao habitually looked for reasons within herself. She couldn't help but frown. You're already a mother and grandmother. When you can make decisions, don't let fear take over. Don't always think about causing trouble for others. If Yujin is worried about you, just let her be at ease and go without worries. Seeing that Wong Xiao had been sick for so many days and still seemed silent, Chi Hongdo decided to provoke her a little. For Wong Xiao, only her children could truly move her now. The matter of Zhao Youtian was just about to be discussed. Wong Xiao gestured anxiously, as if trying to explain something. Every mother hopes for her children to have a good future. Wong Xiao is like this. She sincerely hopes her children will have a better future and doesn't want to be a stumbling block for them. That night, Zhao Yuanwen waited for a long time, but didn't see Wong Xiao come into the house, feeling a bit anxious. In the late evening, where did his wife go? Xiangdong Nyang. Zhao Yuanwen called twice, and Zhao Yujin came out of her room. Dad, Mom is with me. She's sleeping here tonight. You can go back now. Zhao Yuanwen could only stare helplessly at his daughter. What kind of situation was this? His wife had gone to sleep in their daughter's room. She no longer spoke to him or paid much attention to him. Now, she didn't even plan to stay in the same room with him at night. Zhao Yuanwen felt a bit wronged. But he couldn't just stand outside without moving. Besides, Wong Xiao didn't seem to want to come out either. In the end, he could only weakly say, "Take good care of your mother." Then he turned around and muttered to himself, "She's getting old. Why throw a tantrum?" Going into her sister's room. Really unreasonable. Zhao Yujia turned back into the house. Under the kerosene lamp, Wong Xiao was holding a needle and thread, sewing the clothes that Zhao Yujia hadn't finished mending. When her eyes met her daughter's, a playful smile flashed across her face. It was as if she was saying, "Look, the old man really can't do anything about her." Zhao Yujia quickly walked over to Wong Xiao and sat beside her, leaning on her shoulder, showing a lively smile that was rare for her. She liked seeing her mother just now, vivid, happy, without any worries. Wong Xiao reached out and gently touched her daughter's hair, feeling soft inside. She had raised her two daughters from tiny, kitten-like little creatures to grown women. Now, her youngest daughter was tall and graceful, already married. When Zhao Yujia was young, she wasn't healthy. Her mother-in-law didn't pay much attention, and her husband was of no help. She nervously watched over her fragile child, often waking up in the middle of the night, afraid that when she opened her eyes again, her daughter would have stopped breathing. Sometimes, even when working outside, she couldn't help but want to go home and check on her child. She didn't trust her mother-in-law and daughter being together. For Wong Xiao, her environment had always been unsafe and unstable. But now, thinking carefully, she felt she didn't need to worry anymore. Chi Hongdo's words reminded Wong Xiao. Although she had these thoughts, she had never truly let go of the heavy burden on her shoulders. Waking up in the middle of the night, under the dim moonlight outside the window, Wong Xiao looked at her sleeping daughter, leaning on her shoulder, her eyes slightly moist. She gently touched her daughter's forehead. When Zhao Yujia was young and sick, she couldn't sleep through the night. When she had a fever, after giving her medicine, she would repeatedly test her daughter's temperature with her own forehead. She was anxious and often overwhelmed, tears spilling out as she cried. Even though tears of fear streamed down her face, she could only grit her teeth and wipe her face, continuing to feed her young daughter the medicinal soup bit by bit. While feeding, she prayed to all the gods and spirits, begging for help. Raising a child is not just about giving food. It's much harder than that. Wong Xiao thought that each of her children was her own flesh and blood, carefully cared for and raised by her. As a mother, was she a good enough one? As a wife, she never disobeyed her husband. She handled household chores. Even when she was sick, she never asked Zhao Yuanwen to wash her shoes. She believed she was a decent wife. As a daughter-in-law and the eldest daughter-in-law of the family, she never argued with her sisters-in-law, always respectful to her mother-in-law and attentive to her family. Could she also be considered a good daughter-in-law? As a daughter, she listened to her parents, married early, and had children. She had lived most of her life, and although she hadn't done much to bring honor to her parents, she was obedient and never caused trouble. Was she not also a good daughter? For several days afterward, Wong Xiao slept with her daughter. This made Zhao Yuanwen feel stuck, unable to show kindness anywhere. In the end, he could only seek help from Qi Hongdou. Be nicer to your wife in the future. They say old companions grow old together. You're both getting on in years. If you want a good life, you need to care for each other, understand? Zhao Yuanwen nodded. But what if Xiang Dongyang doesn't come back home? Qi Hongdou replied. What can I do? I can only be the bad mother-in-law and talk to her. Raising children is like a debt. At this age, I still have to worry about this. She sighed, shook her head, and after giving Zhao Yuanwen a cup of the mother's love potion, hoping for your good future, be filial to your mother, she sent him away. Zhao Yuanwen was slow to act, like an old donkey that only moved when pushed. It was easy to deal with Zhao Yuanwen, but for Wong Xiao, a different approach was needed. Qi Hongdou took the military ration ticket sent back by Guanjun, thought for a moment, and finally went to the cat tailor shop to buy 20 feet of fine red cloth. She called Wong Xiao into her room. As soon as she entered, Wong Xiao saw the bright red cloth laid out on the bed. Her eyes widened in amazement. Such a rare color, Wong Xiao had never seen it before. This cloth voucher was given by the army. I thought, when Jade Chrysanthemum got married, she didn't have a decent red dress. Now, I want to give her a good one. I'm too old, and my eyes aren't good enough to do delicate work. You're skilled, so I want you to make Jade Chrysanthemum's wedding dress. What do you think? Wong Xiao had no reason to refuse. The red wedding dress was her distant dream. She couldn't realize it herself, but seeing it on her daughter made her happy. Of course, making a wedding dress for her daughter was meant to be a surprise. So, that day, Wong Xiao carried a bundle of red cloth back to her and Zhao Yuanwen's room. Zhao Yuanwen didn't know about the cloth. When he saw it, he was very surprised. Wong Xiao quickly signaled to him, with hand gestures. They had been married for many years, and Zhao Yuanwen, though clumsy, understood a little. It was from her mother, no wonder. That was his first thought. His second thought was his mother spent so much to help him, he felt very ashamed. How much money did it cost? How many favors did she ask for? Otherwise, how could she buy such long red cloth? Oh, it's for Jade Chrysanthemum? Or is it the cloth voucher from her son-in-law? Zhao Yuanwen touched his head. That's because my mother is generous. Otherwise, how could she give so much? My mother now cares a lot about Jade Chrysanthemum and Guanjun. Look, when they first got married, you were worried, afraid they wouldn't get along, and my mother would regret it. But now, everything's fine, isn't it? Hey, I just wanted to touch it.
Why did you hit me?
While talking, Zhao Yuanwen reached out to touch the red cloth, but his wife suddenly slapped his hand. Wong Xiao had never done such a thing before. It was completely out of character for her. But she didn't look at Zhao Yuanwen's hand. She was busy checking the red cloth he had just touched, seeing if it was dirty or frayed. Such fine fabric, she hadn't even started to cut it for a dress. She was so careful with it herself. How could she ignore Zhao Yuanwen's rough hands touching the cloth? Seeing her cautious and precious attitude, Zhao Yuanwen felt. Although he didn't want to face reality, he realized that right now, this cloth held a more important place in his wife's heart than he did. The weather is getting hotter. Sun Hanyun is reluctant to wear the new clothes her mother-in-law made for her, so she keeps wearing patched-up clothes. When she returns home in the evening, her back is already sweaty. She is eager to take a shower, but women can't wash quickly like men do by rinsing in small rivers, ponds, or well water. They have to go inside to wash. Fortunately, Zhao Xiongdong and his seventh uncle, Zhao Yuanquan, learned to make a wooden basin, which makes it easier for her to wash inside the house. So, Sun Hongyun calls Zhao Xiongdong to help pour water. Since summer began, Zhao Xiongdong's family has been boiling 2 large jars of water every day, mainly for bathing. The hot, boiled water is just right for a shower. Just then, Zhang Huifang saw Sun Hongyun giving orders to Zhao Xiongdong.
See?
Sister-in-law is just lucky, she said. Having so many sons, her position as the eldest son's wife is becoming more secure. If she can keep pleasing her mother-in-law and get her younger brother, Zhao Xiangnan's work transferred to her husband Zhao Xiongdong, Sun Hongyun wouldn't have many worries. Jiang Huifang thinks that if she were Sun Hongyun, she would definitely find a way, or else what would happen to all those children? Since announcing her pregnancy and eating an egg every day, Zhang Huifang can't help but say a few words whenever she sees Sun Hongyun. Sometimes her words sound kind, but then she seems to mean something else. Sun Hongyun feels Zhang Huifang might have taken the wrong medicine. If she's pregnant and has thoughts, shouldn't she talk to her own husband? Why is she always arguing with her? Zhao Xiongdong notices her anger in her words and smiles gently. Pregnant women are naturally a bit temperamental. When Sun Hongyun was pregnant with her second child, she was also quite fiery, often turning into a fire-breathing dragon. Water's ready. Time for a shower. I've already brought your clothes. Their house has only one room. After closing the door, the bedroom becomes a bathroom. Sun Hongyun is sticky and uncomfortable from sweat, so she doesn't think much and, seeing her husband has closed the door and placed her clothes on the bed, she undresses to wash. After soaking in the water and feeling refreshed, she relaxes. I think she's probably pregnant with some kind of a little emperor, she mutters in the evening before bed. Zhao Xiongdong laughs. If it's really an emperor, then the mother must be feeding it like a treasure. Sun Hongyun pinches him, feeling he's not truly on her side. Does she mean it as a compliment? It's clearly sarcasm. Can she breastfeed and still eat eggs? Does that mean she has to eat chicken every day? Zhao Xiongdong, if you also want to eat, shall we have another baby?
Sun Hongyun. Bah.
I can't carry all 3 of these babies for you. Do you want to wear me out? Zhao Xiongdong chuckled softly, his hand touching his wife's waist under the blanket. Just moments ago, Sun Hongyun was stern, but suddenly her breathing quickened. At night, the moon rubbed its eyes, pulled a cloud to start sleeping, blocking the moonlight. In the dark, the sounds of men and women happily talking mixed with insects and frogs, blending into the lively heartbeat of a summer night. Chi Hongdo, after trying fresh milk tea for a while, now started to enjoy cooking things in a clay pot over the stove. The last time she cooked mung bean paste in a clay pot, it was incredibly delicious. Without direct fire, she slowly simmered the beans until soft and tender. When gently pressed with chopsticks, it turned into fine, smooth mung bean paste, moist and silky, not dry and dull. Although it only contained mung beans, water, and sugar, both the texture and flavor were excellent. Because of the success with mung bean paste, Chi Hongdo began making red bean paste. She added brown sugar, and each small clay pot could only make enough for 2 bowls. She couldn't finish it all herself, so besides sharing a little with the little girl, she planned to leave the rest for the main household first, then for the 5th household next time. How they divided it later was up to them. She didn't worry about it. This was extra to their 3 daily meals, and no one objected. Everyone just looked forward to their turn. They also hoped the elderly lady could enjoy it a few more times, as Chi Hongdo wasn't always craving bean paste. When the 5th household ate the red bean paste, Jiang Hian felt a bit awkward. Her daughter was a foodie, but her daughter-in-law was pregnant. Huifeng, this bowl of bean paste you and US share it equally. I also bought some brown sugar. Later, I'll cook eggs in brown sugar water for you. Is that okay? Jiang Huifeng touched her belly and smiled, saying, Thank you, mother. If I weren't pregnant, I wouldn't mind. I could share the bean paste with Yue, but now I'm pregnant and craving it every day, so I can only share half with her. Zhao Yue pouted. Her sister-in-law always said nice things to her mother. But she didn't mind much. Just having some to eat was enough. After receiving her half bowl, Zhao Yue even fed a bite to Jiang Yun. Is it sweet, mother? Of course it's sweet. She turned around and went to find Zhao Yuanwu. Dad, the red bean paste my mother made is so delicious. You should try a bite too. Brother, you try some too. The family of a few people each took a bite. By the time it was Zhao Yuye's turn, there wasn't much left. But she still smiled happily. Zhao Yuye was truly fond of food, but she liked the current family atmosphere where they could eat openly without sneaking around or being afraid of getting scolded by her mother. After all, the red bean paste was made and given to them by her mother herself. She no longer had to watch her mother bring back little treats and feel nervous, as she did before. Now, even though she could only have the last bite, she felt very happy. Zhao Weiguo was washing his hands by the pond when suddenly his little sister popped out and handed him a piece of sweet bean paste. He was momentarily stunned, then quickly finished washing his hands. He took out a small paper package wrapped in old newspaper from his pocket. Someone gave it to me. What is it? Zhao Yuye opened it and saw 2 pieces of peanut crisp, about the size of mahjong tiles. This snack was also a local specialty from the southern province. It took a lot of ingredients and effort to make, so such hearty treats weren't usually available during the New Year. The peanut crisp was probably leftover from the New Year celebrations. Because of the hot weather, when Zhao Yuye opened it, the edges had started to melt slightly. He had received it as a small favor when Zhao Weiguo was helping someone with a package delivery. He didn't want to eat it himself and brought it home hungry. Thanks, brother. Zhao Yuye, being his own sister, was not polite at all. She happily accepted the peanut crisp. She didn't want to eat it all at once and planned to save it to enjoy slowly. Watching her little sister run away happily with a piece of candy, Zhao Weiguo's eyes also showed a smile, which quickly hid the complicated feelings he had when he saw Lu Chanyan wiping sweat from Gu Chuanqing's forehead earlier that day. The past was behind them now. They were heading in 2 different directions in life. When summer lotus flowers bloom, it's also the time when mosquitoes are most active. Especially at night, whenever there's a gap, the mosquitoes swarm like they want to eat people. The young people at the work-study camp experienced such fierce mosquito attacks for the first time. They couldn't sleep well all night just swatting mosquitoes. The next morning, everyone looked at each other, all covered in red marks. Their arms and backs were bitten so badly, they looked terrible. The bites itched uncontrollably, scratching made it worse, causing skin to break and bleed. They want mosquito coils and insect repellent, but they have to go to town to buy them, and they might not find any. The educated youth are almost crying. They're already exhausted from working every day. After eating the unappetizing communal meal, they just want to sleep well at night and rest. But now, they can't even sleep. The mosquitoes are so numerous, they seem to want to eat people alive. Some of the educated youth exaggerate by saying these mosquitoes could carry people away in the middle of the night. This shows how terrible these insects are. This hellish situation has turned the already tired young people, who have become almost like local villagers, into living skeletons. They are dark, thin, and very gaunt, with faces that look worn out. Duan, who usually sleeps very well, now often has to wake up in the middle of the night to look at her fellow youth and then swat mosquitoes. If they don't swat them, they get bitten to death. If they do, the swarms never end, and they can't sleep.
It feels even worse then.
Bai Jun has endured for so long without breaking down, but after a week of constant mosquito attacks, she feels terrible. I need to find a way to get some mosquito coils. I'll take a leave and go to town to buy some. She can't sleep peacefully anymore. She's about to go crazy.
Duan feels the same way.
Zhong Ai Hong stops scratching her face and says, No, We're too busy here these 2 days. If we take leave, what'll happen to the work in the team? Won't that make the locals criticize us? The male youth overhear Bai Jun's conversation, but ignore Zhong Ai Hong's words. Wang Jiangwo and Hu Ziqiang shout, "Bai youth, bring some mosquito coils back for us too. We'll pay." They can't stand it anymore. Even the strongest person can't go on like this, unable to sleep night after night. Especially since the insects here are so poisonous. Just a tiny bite causes red, swollen bumps that won't go away all day, and they itch so badly that people desperately want to scratch. This is what life's suffering looks like. "I'll go with you," Duan says, holding Bai Jun's arm as they go to ask the team leader for leave. Seeing the two young girls, already sun-kissed with small red bumps and scratches on their arms and faces, the team leader is initially startled. When he recognizes who they are, he feels a bit sorry for them. Look at their faces, so worn out. Go ahead, but be careful on the way. Don't take unfamiliar paths. Buying mosquito coils and such is now a top priority for the youth, so the team leader happily approves their leave. It's rare to have a chance to relax. When Duan left the Red Flag Brigade, she became more lively. The wildflowers by the roadside suffered. They were picked and scattered everywhere. Duan quickly made a ugly flower crown in her hand. Bayan looked at the fragile flower crown and quietly looked away. Well, after being a roommate for so long, she should have known that Duan's skill could only make such things. But Duan didn't think so. She placed the flower crown on her head, turned her head left and right. Maybe she was tired of not having a mirror nearby. She turned to Bayan and asked, "Look, does my flower crown look pretty?" Bayan saw a small red flower about to fall from the crown near her ear. She couldn't honestly praise it, so she just nodded vaguely. Duan thought Bayan was being too perfunctory and insincere in her praise. "Do you want one too?" "Wait, answer my last question again, and I'll make one for you." Bayan. Sometimes she really envied this little crazy girl's confidence and cheerful spirit. And she wondered if Duan had looked at her face in the water recently. Or did she think everyone else looked bad, but she still looked beautiful? With her face full of mosquito bites and red bumps, and then wearing a flower crown, Bayan couldn't imagine herself in that scene. Seeing Duan happily enjoying herself, Bayan finally shook her head, refused her offer to make a flower crown, and sincerely praised her crown as beautiful. She finally escaped the awkward situation. Walking alone to the town, she would probably think the road was long and tiring. But if someone was with her, chatting and distracting her, it would feel much faster. Soon, they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative in town. Seeing that the mosquito coils in the counter hadn't sold out yet, Bayan and Duan hurried to buy a bunch. Next door, Zhang Xiaohui saw their expressions and guessed they were young workers, probably about the same age. She casually mentioned, "We also have mosquito nets here. Do you want to buy one?" Mosquito nets weren't cheap. Each cost 12 yuan. Most people preferred to buy more mosquito coils for a few cents each rather than spend that much on a net. But for some young workers, it was different. Some had a little savings. When Bayan and Duan heard about the mosquito nets, their eyes lit up. But immediately, they looked tired again. They didn't have enough money with them. My money only adds up to enough for one net.
Why don't you check hair pockets?
Duan asked, "Can I sleep at your place tonight?" Very typical of Duan, so bold and quick to change her mind. White June replied, "I really didn't think much about it. Money isn't a big problem." After buying essentials and a mosquito net, the two carried a bunch of things. When passing the post office, Duan reminded White June, "Maybe you should check if you have any letters or packages." Since they were already there, it was worth a look. If there was something, she could bring it home. White June. Which June? "Oh, wait, there's a letter for you. It arrived this morning just when you came." After receiving the letter and package from her grandparents, White June also replied. Based on the timing of her reply and the letter's content, her grandparents knew that the mail had taken some time to arrive. Sending mail wasn't very easy for White June, so she now maintained a habit of writing once a month. For her, this was good because her life as a young worker was hard to describe as colorful or joyful. She grew up with her grandparents, so she wrote that she was doing well and didn't need to worry. But sometimes, tears would blur her words, and when she realized, she had to wipe and rewrite. She couldn't help but want to share her feelings and frustrations with her family. It was already good that she could control herself, trying to make her life sound carefree and happy so her grandparents wouldn't worry it was too difficult. So 1 letter a month was just right. It allowed her to write some reassuring things. If she wrote a letter every week, she would go crazy. Here's also your package. You should sign for it. The postal worker brought out a large package from the warehouse, clearly from her family who cared for her. But the two girls were already carrying a lot, and a big package would be hard to manage on foot. What should they do? Jun and Duan looked at each other. She hadn't expected a big package. They came on foot and had no carts or wheels. How could they carry it back? Maybe we should leave the package here for now and ask my cousin to help carry it later? Duan's quick mind was turning. Jun thought, that's a good idea. Maybe they shouldn't have come to the post office in the first place. Was the girl who greeted us at the supply and marketing cooperative named Xiaoping? She seemed to be from the village committee head's family. Yun thought for a moment, and a quick idea popped into her mind. Xiaoping was a girl who often played with Zhao Youtian. She had a good personality and was a pretty girl at the forefront of the trend in the Red Flag Brigade. Besides her, almost no one wore a good quality shirt. Dujian looked into Yun's eyes and suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. Xiaoping was the daughter of the brigade secretary. She usually didn't come to town alone. Someone was always with her. As two young people going to town, they relied on their legs for transportation. Xiaoping probably also relied on her legs, right? Maybe she came in a cart? Stay here and wait for me. I'll go see if she's still here and ask a few questions. Before Yun could finish speaking, she saw Dujian quickly shove a bunch of things into her arms and then run away. No matter how you look at it, Yun thought it was better for her to handle this communication between them. If Dujian, who was outspoken and careless with her words, offended someone first, then forget about the cart, she might not even be able to walk back next time, let alone come to town again. But all the things were with her, and Dujian had already run far away. Yun could only hope she was reliable this time and managed to get everything done. Dujian's sharp tongue was no joke when she was arguing, but when she genuinely praised someone, it was as sweet as honey. She immediately felt that Xiaoping was familiar.
Why?
Because Xiaoping loved beauty. She used to wear many small leather shoes at home, and even the good shirts on her were carefully chosen. So Dujian first praised her enthusiastically. Then, after learning that Xiaoping came to town in her uncle's cart and planned to take it back later, she held Xiaoping's hand and earnestly asked for help. Xiaoping's cheeks were much thinner-skinned than Dujian's. Besides, she knew that Xiaoping was Zhao Yuya's cousin, so she didn't hesitate and agreed. Thank you so much. Really thank you. Xiaoping, you're a kind and beautiful girl. Dujian gave Xiaoping a thumbs up. Xiaoping lowered her head, and 2 faint blushes appeared on her cheeks. How did you tell her? Grandpa-uncle came to town on official business. After loading goods and miscellaneous items onto a cart, there was room for only one more person. Dujian and Yun naturally left their things and followed the cart. As for Xiaoping, she was riding in her own cart, so there was no problem at all. However, Yun found it strange that the girl called Xiaoping's face was so red.
Duan said, I just said that.
Didn't she agree to help? Why are you asking this? Yun felt that something was off and didn't quite trust it. Her unease mainly stemmed from her distrust of Duan. Xiaoping usually played mostly with the village children, big kids and little kids, and got along well with both. She didn't interact much with the educated youth. Her family told her not to talk to the educated youth unless necessary, but the more she was told to stay away, the more curious she became. She didn't dare look directly at the male educated youth at the camp, but she knew the most attractive female educated youth was Yun, and the other, Duan, was her good sister's cousin. She also knew her. If it weren't for that, she probably wouldn't have agreed so easily to meet 2 strangers today. Although Xiaoping was the most fashionable girl in the Red Flag Brigade, her clothes were bought through her uncle and aunt living in the city. She had never been to the city herself. So, as city-educated youth, Bai Yun and Duwon saw her as someone with good looks and a background halo, or at least as a semi-acquaintance. Even though she hadn't spoken to them voluntarily, she was genuinely willing to be friends with them. Duwon's involvement was purely accidental. Bai Yun couldn't understand. If Chi Hongdo were here, she would probably say that some people are born with a kind of social rebel trait. Back at the educated youth camp, after thanking Xiaoping and her uncle, Bai Yun and Duwon carried all the purchased items into the dormitory. The first thing they opened was the letter from their grandparents. As soon as they tore open the envelope, a black and white photo fell out. Bai Yun picked it up and looked at it, her nose involuntarily feeling sour. It was her grandparents. The letter, as usual, expressed their care for her. In the middle of the letter, Grandpa Bai mentioned that Bai Lily was now living with them. Bai Yun's brow immediately furrowed tightly, but she was thousands of miles away and couldn't change the situation, so she could only continue reading the letter. At this moment, Bai Lily was at her home, opening chocolates bought from the foreign exchange shop, dressed in a brand new braji and looking disdainfully at the old-fashioned wooden chair in the house. She complained, "How can I sit on this? There's not even a sofa. I told them I didn't want to come, but they insisted. And that room. It's obviously Bai Yun's stupid girl's room. I don't want to stay in her room. I want a new, pretty room." Standing in front of Bai Lily are her very obedient parents, Bai father and Bai mother. "Lily, listen to me. Grandma is sick, and we're too busy. Could you come and spend a month with Grandpa and Grandma? Help take care of Grandma while you're at it. Is that okay?" Bai father tries to coax Bai Lily. This time, the elderly lady had been in the hospital for over 2 weeks and insisted on coming home. He was already busy and impatient with these matters, planning to refuse. But Bai mother, upon learning that her mother-in-law wanted to come back, surprisingly persuaded him to agree, then sent their younger daughter over. Bai father didn't really understand what was wrong with his wife, but after she pulled him aside and explained, he finally agreed to her plan. They discussed it well, but they forgot that Bai Lily, spoiled by them, has her own temper. Could she really stay with the two elders for a month and help take care of Grandma Bai? Was that something she could do? Moreover, Bai Lily simply couldn't understand why she had to be the one to come. Couldn't they find someone else to help care for Grandma? Bai father shared the same thought. If it weren't for saving face, he wouldn't even want to visit when Grandma was hospitalized this time. Since childhood, his parents valued his older siblings the most. But they weren't lucky enough to see today. Now only he and his sister, who married far away in the borderlands, remain. The other 3 brothers and 1 sister had all sacrificed themselves. On the battlefield and during chaos, they all disappeared. Bai Xiangrong knew that his parents looked down on him, thinking he wasn't very capable, but now that they are old, they still rely on him. He is supposed to inherit everything from the family in the future. Bai mother, Gao Peilon, thought a bit more than Bai Xiangrong. Did I think the 2 elders care more about Bai Jun than they do about you? What if they plan to leave all the good stuff to her? That would still be ours. She's just a young girl. Can she really handle so many good things? Bai Xiangrong didn't take Bai Jun seriously. As a father, could he really be taken advantage of by his own daughter? Gao Peilon shook her head. Bai Jun wasn't raised by her or her husband. She was spoiled by the 2 elders and wasn't close to the couple. She often looked down on her sister, so she was destined to be unfilial and rebellious. Who knows what might happen in the future? I was worried that the 2 elders might do something sneaky, so I wanted to keep it from them. Giving Bai Jun something directly wouldn't hide it from them, but the 2 elders have many old friends. If they forget and give the item to someone else, how would Bai Jun know? Not to mention, old Zheng's family is very strict at home. If they trust the item to them, it's unlikely they would hide it, but it definitely wouldn't end up in their hands. Most importantly, over the years, the 2 elders have never told them how much money they secretly have. Isn't that just to prevent them from finding out? Gao Peilon thought about how lonely the old couple was. The reason they were so kind to Bai Jun was simply because they felt lonely. What? You say the 2 elders have feelings for Bai Jun. They are all related by blood. What's the difference between Bai Jun and Bai Lily? It's just that their feelings for them are different. If the two elders can be so sincere with Bai Jun, why can't they feel the same for Bai Lily? After Bai Jun left, Gao Peilon kept thinking about this. Now that the old lady was sick and needed care, she decided to push Bai Lily forward. When Bai Lily loudly argued and refused to cooperate, Gao Peilon got angry too. When has our family ever treated you badly? Why won't you do a little work? Look at what you're wearing. I've told you many times, the outside environment isn't good. Wear less of this kind of clothing. Why don't you listen? I told you to take care of Grandma. Do you think you're on vacation? And you're picky? Bai Lily was stunned for a moment after Gao Peilon's scolding, then she started to get angry. Why should I do the caring work? Bai Jun never did it before, so why should I? And what's wrong with the clothes I'm wearing? Who dares to take me away? Bai Xiangrong was annoyed by Bai Lily's shouting, and seeing Gao Peilon's angry face, he felt even worse. Inside the house, he heard the old man coughing. He quickly took some money out of his pocket and handed it to Bai Lily. Lily, listen to me. Don't cause trouble. Be good, and later I and your mom will buy you a prettier dress. But now you stay with Grandpa and Grandma, and we won't wear these anymore, okay? Bai Lily looked at the money in her hand. Gao Peilon didn't say anything, and she reluctantly agreed. When Zhang Guangyao came to Bai's house again, he noticed that Bai Lily was there. For him, whether it was Bai Yun or Bai Lily, they were both younger. When he met them, he only offered a kind smile. Knowing that Grandma Bai was ill, he specifically brought some ginseng tablets he had eaten. The tablets boost energy, but young people don't need them. For us older folks, they are very useful. Bai Lily saw Zhang Guangyao and didn't bother to call anyone. She wandered around the main hall, poured herself a glass of water, and then went back to her room. In the end, she didn't use Bai Yun's original room because she found it distasteful. Luckily, she didn't stay there, as Bai Yun's room was arranged without their approval by Gao Peilon and Bai Xiangrong. Even Bai Lily was forced into it by them. The elders never planned for Bai Lily to have her own room. Gao Peilon didn't see herself as an outsider. She tidied up the guest room and let Bai Lily stay there. Seeing the young girl close her door on her own, Zhang Guangyao handed the ginseng tablets to his old friend and looked at him with his eyes, asking what was going on. In front of Grandma Bai's bed, Grandpa Bai shook his head with a helpless smile.
Children are like debts, he said.
We don't have anything valuable left for them to worry about. Grandpa Bai sighed, but no one believed him when he said that. Grandma Bai comforted her husband. Let them be. In her youth, Grandma Bai was fierce in the war zone's medical tents, always willing to cooperate with treatment, no matter what rank or star she had. Now, she no longer shows her sharpness from before. Time is unkind. They are really old now. Zhang Guangyao thought of Grandpa Bai's other children and sighed again. The eldest, second, and third children of the Bai family all joined the army and, without exception, sacrificed their lives. Although Bai Xiangrong was their only son, his personality didn't seem like a typical Bai family member. The children most resembling old friends' children all became martyrs. No matter what, the surviving children received more patience and even indulgence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have helped raise Bai Yun's granddaughter, Bai Yun. But Gao Peilon's thoughts weren't wrong. Although they didn't have many valuables, Grandma Bai and Grandpa Bai had saved some family wealth. They planned to leave money specifically for Bai Yun after they passed away. They never told anyone about this, but their daughter-in-law was clever and already had plans for that money. That in case we pass away early, Bai Yun, you can help take care of things for us. Grandma Bai told Zhang Guangyao, people of this age don't mind talking about these things. Even the memorial portraits, we've already prepared them. Zhang Guangyao glared and said angrily, you two old foxes, are you criticizing me for not taking enough medicine? Zhang Guangyao is 2 years older than them. Hearing this, the three elders burst into laughter. The previously quiet atmosphere in the room instantly disappeared. The letter didn't mention that Grandma Bai was hospitalized and needed care, so Bai Jun didn't know why Bai Lily moved in. After simply criticizing Bai Lily, Bai Jun put the matter aside for now. She wondered what was wrong with Bai Lily's mind. Someone who never visits her grandparents suddenly moved in. She was surprised that Bai Lily's parents, who cared so much for her, actually agreed. While working, Bai Jun suddenly remembered this, and her heartbeat paused briefly, then quickly returned to normal. She shook her head, dismissing the uneasy feeling. Grandma and Grandpa just lived with Bai Lily. Why would she have such a strange sense of danger? It must be a mistake. Of course, it wasn't just the young people fighting mosquitoes. The residents of Hongqi Brigade also found it very bothersome. Qi Hongdo urged the Zhao family to clear the weeds at the gate and by the pond, and planted some mint at the entrance. Mint naturally repels mosquitoes, though its effect isn't very strong, but it helps a little. Qi Hongdo bought a stronger mosquito repellent from the pharmacy at the convenient hospital. It was a small plastic bottle, about the size of her palm, diluted into a basin of water. Every morning and evening, when washing her face and hands, she added a few drops of the repellent, then sprayed it around the door and behind the house. Gradually, the Zhao family's mosquito problems lessened. Mom's method really works. We planted this mint at the door this year, and there are fewer mosquitoes. Yes, I think so too. When we first planted it, it didn't seem to work, but now the mosquitoes are really fewer. Oh my. Thank goodness for Mom's idea. I was about to go sit under the big tree at the village entrance, but the mosquitoes were so many, I was scared and came back quickly. Being at home is better. When there's a breeze at night, there are hardly any mosquitoes, and it feels much cooler. The nights are no longer so hot, and they don't get woken up by mosquito bites easily. They can sleep peacefully, and when they get up the next day, they feel full of energy to work. Grandma Motzi visited old Zhao's house twice. After returning home, she actively gathered some mint seeds and cleaned up the weeds at the door that attracted mosquitoes. Although it wasn't as effective as Qi Hongdo's strong mosquito repellent, it still helped a little. Following Grandma Motzi's example, this method surprisingly spread throughout the Red Flag Brigade. One day, Zhao Youtian and Zhao Ping went to cut grass together. Zhao Ping was looking for mint, and when asked, she said that the secretary's family was also planning to plant mint at their door. Youtian immediately believed Zhao Ping's words, saying, "Oh, I told you, planting mint really works. At night, there are fewer mosquitoes at my house. I'll help you find some. The biting mosquitoes are really painful in this weather. By the way, my grandma said that when it's hot, places like the kitchen, chicken coop, and pigsty need to stay clean, or else more mosquitoes might breed. Just planting mint isn't enough. Poor hygiene can lead to more bugs." Zhao Ping nodded. The two girls, while cutting grass, also searched for wild mint to dig up. They talked happily, as if they could never run out of things to say. "My cousin? Oh, you mean her? What, you think she's really nice?" "Not really, she's not that special." While talking, Zhao Ping mentioned the day they met Duan and others in town. Youtian felt a bit jealous when Zhao Ping kept praising Duan, thinking that she and Zhao Ping were the best friends. As for cousin Duan, she admitted they now got along well, but they are still cousins and friends are friends, separate things. As for Bai Jun, the young educated youth, Youtian didn't feel as strongly. Although Bai Jun's skin wasn't as fair as before, and she looked thinner with mosquito bites on her face, it was undeniable that when Bai Jun first arrived, she gave them a little shock. Bai Jun's image was the perfect city girl they imagined. Well, Duan's quiet demeanor also had a certain city charm. Unfortunately, that illusion shattered too soon. In the end, the two girls wondered. Bai Jiqing had both looks and background, so why did she choose to go to the countryside? Zhao Ping had heard from her family that other educated youths didn't know, but Bai Jun was the only one who chose to go voluntarily. Youtian shook her head, unable to understand, saying, "Maybe Bai Jiqing wanted to contribute and chose to go to the countryside?" But then she thought it unlikely. Why would she leave the good life in the city to come to the countryside? Bai Jiqing doesn't seem as foolish as she looks. Although Bai Jun isn't a fool, her moment of impulsiveness truly caused her trouble. After lying in her room for a while, Bai Lily saw that Bai Jun's door was closed, so she quietly opened it and went inside. Such a fool. Just a few words, and she goes to the countryside. While flipping through Bai Jun's wardrobe, Bai Lily casually took out a white shirt and held it up against herself. The clothes were still new and looked barely worn. Bai Lily didn't hold back and decided to keep it for herself. Since Bai Jun left and her parents went back home, Bai Lily has been full of hostility toward Bai Jun. Gao Peilon kept whispering that the sister raised by the grandparents was ungrateful, that she came back only to compete for things, and that she didn't want to bother with her. Initially, Bai Lily thought Bai Jun would never return home, but surprisingly, Bai Jun not only came back but also brought many bags of luggage. When asked, she seemed to intend to stay for a long time. Bai Lily, used to being an only child, wondered if she could tolerate having such a sister at home. Clearly, she couldn't. Gao Peilon genuinely disliked her eldest daughter, so even though Bai Lily's hostility was obvious, she pretended not to see and even openly favored the unreasonable Bai Lily. Bai Xiangrom kept insisting that Bai Jun should be more sensible and considerate. This family of three completely shattered the faint hope they had when Bai Jun arrived with her luggage. In the end, Bai Lily succeeded in driving Bai Jun away. That fool will never come back in her life. Seeing that Bai Jun still had many nice clothes, Bai Lily became even more daring in choosing. The two old folks were bored and unloving, and if she didn't find some fun here, she would be suffocating. Satisfied, Bai Lily messed up Bai Jun's room and finally took a bunch of things back to her own room. Being far from home in a strange place, Bai Jun could only imagine what her family was like now based on her parents' letters. She had no idea about their plans or actions. However, her parents still cared for her sincerely. They sent her many clothes, work gloves, and shoes. They even wrapped a small bag inside her clothes, filled with some money and banknotes. The weather was hot, and I was worried that the other food might spoil, so this time the elders prepared 2 bags of malted milk and a bag of milk powder for Bai Yun to help her stay healthy. Du-won watched Bai Yun carefully pack the unpacked items back into the box and quickly asked, "Can I have a pair of those work gloves? I'll pay you for them." Work gloves are very useful. Everyone knows that when we are weeding, harvesting rice, or plowing the fields. When the young workers first started working, their palms and backs of their hands were often cut and bleeding. The elders had prepared several pairs of gloves, so Bai Yun knew she needed to keep some for herself. She took the money and gave a pair of gloves to Du-won. When the young workers returned from work, besides seeing the mosquito coils and mosquito nets they brought back, they also saw the ready-made food Bai Yun had prepared. They didn't need to carry much, and they returned a bit earlier than expected. "Oh my God, you even bought mosquito nets?" "Yes, really. I touched it. Now it's much better to sleep at night. I'm not afraid of mosquitoes anymore." After sharing the mosquito coils with the young men, Bai Yun looked at the mosquito net she had hung up with a bamboo pole and said before anyone else could speak, "This mosquito net costs 12 yuan. Du-won and I bought it together. I think it's pretty good. You all can buy one too, it's really convenient." When Song Xingzi heard it cost 12 yuan, she put down the mosquito net and looked a bit annoyed, while Zhong Ai Hong felt unhappy. 12 yuan. Those two really are willing to spend money. Du-won pinched her ear, caught Bai Yun's gaze, and wisely closed her mouth. On the way back, she had kept pestering Bai Yun to sleep under the mosquito net together, but Bai Yun hardly paid attention to her. Originally, Du-won thought she would have to be very shameless to sleep with Bai Yun, but Bai Yun agreed surprisingly quickly. Since they paid together, others wouldn't be upset that Bai Yun only let Du-won sleep under the net. After all, the net could only hold so many people, and a bed isn't that big, there's no way everyone could squeeze in. It was clever. After staying with her for so long, Du-won had learned to be just as smart as her. Du-won felt proud of herself. Fortunately, the mosquito coils they bought worked well. When the young workers returned at night, instead of rushing to wash their faces or cook, they first closed all the doors and windows of the dormitory and lit the mosquito coils inside. After they finished eating, they opened the door, and most of the mosquitoes inside had already been killed by the smoke. When they went to sleep, they lit a few more at the door and windows, which made sleeping much better than before. Finally, they could sleep peacefully. Everyone silently breathed a sigh of relief. Such a lot of dragonflies. Where did so many dragonflies come from? In the evening, at the drying yard of the Red Flag Brigade, villagers and educated youth were busy stacking rice. The rice had been dried all day and would be piled up at night under watch, not moved into the storage yet. It was mainly because there was too much rice and it was troublesome, so they preferred to spend manpower on guarding it. But tonight, that might not work. An experienced old farmer saw the low-flying dragonflies and knew trouble was coming. The team leader was even too busy to eat dinner. He grabbed a loudspeaker, ran barefoot to the drying yard, and shouted, "Heavy rain is coming soon. Everyone, hurry up and get the rice into the warehouse." They were racing against time, with no delay. If the freshly dried rice got wet in the rain, it would be ruined. After repeating this a few times, the team leader threw down the loudspeaker, picked up a rake, and started waving his arms wildly to gather the rice on the ground. Villagers and educated youth also tensed up, speeding up to harvest the rice. Because old Zhao's house had 4 connected drying yards behind it, this was still the main battlefield. Perhaps because a storm was approaching, the air became very stuffy. Large beads of sweat rolled down everyone's faces. Soon, their collars and vests were soaked with sweat. Chi Hongdo frowned. Although they didn't have a weather forecast now, old farmers had their own ways of judging the weather. And with so many low-flying dragonflies in sight, a thunderstorm was probably unavoidable. The workers at old Zhao's house were busier than ever, panting heavily, afraid to slow down the rice harvesting process. People responsible for gathering, bagging, and carrying the rice to the warehouse moved like a conveyor belt of ants. No one talked. Everyone's face was tense and serious. Sweat dripped from their rough, reddened faces. They didn't even make eye contact, just reached out, lifted, waved their arms. The only sound was occasional ouch from the person carrying the bags. The scene was tense and solemn. Chi Hongdo watched the scene and suddenly realized how vividly the most adorable person described in books was actually alive and admirable. No matter how small life is, they always hold reverence in their hearts. Only when you are in the midst of it can you truly feel how hard they work, how surprising their burst of strength and coordination is. Because they were in a hurry, the granddaughters responsible for logistics at home went to help harvest rice. Chi Hongdo returned to the kitchen, scooping water from the water jar repeatedly, then started busying herself in the stove. She boiled water, cooked eggs, and made sweet sugar water with eggs. Everyone in the family contributed to the work, and she had been saving eggs for a while. She hadn't been to the town recently, so she had at least 2 baskets of eggs, but she only kept them in her room, and no one could count them. Little Nuno saw a pile of eggshells on the ground. After looking at them for a while, she carefully picked them up and threw them into a basket. She remembered that all the trash from home was collected in one place and then thrown away by the adults. The little girl pouted and worked hard for a long time. When Chi Hongdo turned around to clean the eggshells, she saw the basket was already full of shells, all collected by Nuno. "Good job. You deserve praise." Chi Hongdo pinched the little girl's face and said, "Later, I'll give you half an egg for your effort." Fortunately, heaven was kind. Just before the last grain of rice was cleaned up, heavy raindrops started falling loudly. The village leader, soaked in the rain, wiped his face, cursed the bad weather, then called the villagers to pack up and go home. Thunder roared loudly in the sky, and silver-white lightning flickered like snakes, suddenly brightening and then disappearing. Nuno was covered by Chi Hongdo, who pinched her ears. The adults at home hurried to change clothes and take baths, despite the rain. The 2 buckets of water they had sun-dried during the day were still usable. She boiled a pot of eggs with sugar, making sure everyone could have one, and also enjoy some sweet water to boost their energy. Zhao Aimin and a few older brothers bathed in the pond at the door, washing themselves in the rain. They didn't know if it was effective, but they went out wearing big shorts, got soaked in the rain, and came back wet. With so many people at home, there was no other way. Chi Hongdo pretended not to see and planned to change this month's reward to a defective towel, 1 per person, to avoid everyone looking like a homeless person. "Mother, you're so kind. It's a real egg." Zhao Aimin's nose was sharp. Even the heavy rain outside didn't affect his sense of smell. He quickly took a shower and went straight to the kitchen. Seeing the eggs in the pot, Zhao Aimin suddenly felt no back pain, no hand pain. Besides drooling excessively, everything else felt good. Chi Hongdo. Hold your bowl, stand properly, and line up, starting from the oldest. While tending the stove, Chi Hongdo served each person holding a bowl a spoonful of sweet syrup with a steamed egg. With this, the exhaustion from the busy evening harvest instantly disappeared. Delicious. Mother, your cooking is so good. The steamed eggs you make are tender and tasty. After wolfing down his food, Zhao Aimin licked his lips and reminisced about the flavor, not forgetting to praise Chi Hongdo. Kai Wenli was eager to join in. Mother, teach me too. Later, you won't have to work so hard. I'll cook steamed eggs for you.
Li Xiao, tú llamalas.
Wait, if she tries to join in now and says a few words, will her mother-in-law give her an extra steamed egg? Wong Xiao looked at her grandchildren, who seemed still eager for more, and instinctively wanted to give them her own steamed egg. However, she accidentally caught her mother-in-law's disapproving look. She lowered her head and quietly took a bite of her steamed egg. The sweet syrup and tender egg white almost slid down her throat without her needing to chew much. It was delicious. Sun Hongyun was a bit surprised. Although she didn't deliberately wait for her mother-in-law's food, her mother-in-law usually took care of her grandchildren. This seemed to be the first time she ate without looking at the children. Zhao Yuanwen saw this scene and noticed Wang Xiaocao's reluctant small bites. Suddenly, he had a realization he hadn't had before. That evening, while Wang Xiaocao was lighting a lamp to make a wedding dress for Zhao Youtian, Zhao Yuanwen suddenly said, "This month, when we exchange things, let's swap some eggs with Mother. No other rewards, just more eggs." Wang Xiaocao looked up, confused by Zhao Yuanwen's sudden words. Outside, the heavy rain was still pounding down, but inside the house, it was quieter than usual. Besides the rain, only Zhao Yuanwen's voice could be heard. He coughed twice. "Just exchange them, look at me doing it." Wang Xiaocao lowered her head and continued her work. Zhao Yuanwen didn't say anything more. Soon, the lights inside the house went out, and the sound of the rain brought a strange sense of peace. That night, Wang Xiaocao surprisingly slept well. The heavy rain lasted all night, and by the next day, the weather cleared up. When Chi Hongdo woke up, she was surprised to find herself not sleeping in the villa of Happy Town, but in her own bed. Last night, she had felt sleepy and drowsy, and the rain's sound was very soothing. She didn't even realize when she fell asleep. She got up, opened the window, and was greeted by fresh air mixed with the smell of earth. The little swallow in the corridor can now fly. When it its wings and flies out to find food, it makes short, quick calls. On the tree outside, whether it's a cuckoo or some other bird, it also starts calling back and forth. Hearing this, people feel energized. If this were in the future, in the current environment of the Red Flag Brigade, opening a small guest house or oxygen bar for people to relax would definitely be profitable. After all, in the future, even breathing fresh air costs money. Could this be a small sign of rapid societal development? Early in the morning, Chi Hongdo was slightly taken aback by his own dark humor. Seeing Zhao Youtian at the door carrying a basin of clothes to wash, Chi Hongdo thought of something and waved to call Zhao Youtian into his room. "Your promotion has been decided. Congratulations, Guanjun." "Thank you, leader." "Don't thank me. It's all because of your own hard work." The leader patted the young soldier's shoulder, noting that he had become much stronger from training. No doubt, he's one of his best soldiers. Guanjun was truly overjoyed at successfully completing his task and reaching his goal. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time, his own single dormitory. Feeling warm inside, after thanking his leader, Guanjun hurried to check if his application had been approved. Then he started writing a letter to tell Zhao Youtian about his plans. Honestly, Guanjun felt a bit nervous when writing the letter because he wasn't sure if Zhao Youtian would agree to come. But he couldn't just give up out of worry. He had to try. His ultimate goal was to have his wife and children living happily at home. Although he was secretly a bit shy about his wife, Guanjun was good at pretending to be naive when his comrades teased him. He wouldn't say much about his wife's matters to outsiders. However, this only made his comrades more curious. Everyone knew about his decision to marry into another family because Guanjun's parents later sent a letter urging him for money. After the initial plan fell through, his parents wrote again, scolding Guanjun harshly. It seemed they had completely forgotten about the formal separation letter and just expected money as a matter of course. Neither Guanjun's parents nor his leaders could ignore their behavior. Even his comrades felt sympathetic. Who would want to marry into another family willingly? When Guanjun first went back, he didn't mention anything about this. He only said he was returning to get married. But things turned out differently, and his parents' role in this was undeniable. But Guanjun had already been forced into a marriage, yet they still clung tightly to him, which made his comrades feel more sympathetic towards him. Hey, Guanjun has a tough life too. Although he was forced into marriage, it's not easy to find a wife and start a family. People hope his wife will join the army soon, which is understandable. After all, for Guanjun, his parents are almost like enemies or debt collectors. His wife is now his only family. Guanjun wrote 2 letters in total. His letters traveled thousands of miles and finally reached Zhao Youtian and Qi Hongdo exactly. It seems everything is arranged for Guanjun, just waiting for your reply to finalize everything. His rank has increased, and so have his allowances. If the 2 of you live together, you will have enough money. As for living expenses, granddaughter and grandson-in-law don't need to worry about it at all. Time reveals people's true nature. Guanjun seems to be doing well, and Grandma hopes you two will be happy.
But Grandma still wants to say something.
Qi Hongdo paused, looking at Zhao Youtian, who appeared calm and relaxed. It's not just flattery when people say she is grace. Even in simple clothes and without makeup, Zhao Youtian is still beautiful. Grandma, just say it. Zhao Youtian smiled happily, knowing her grandma probably wanted to give her some advice. Since the last time her grandma talked to her about joining the army, she had prepared herself mentally for a while. Now, when she received Guanjun's letter asking if she was willing to join the army, she wasn't surprised. Instead, she was already thinking about how to plan her next steps. Qi Hongdo looked into her eyes and said, if there are any problems in daily life, you are a married couple. You can discuss everything. But there is one thing you must never allow. If Guanjun ever hits you or hurts you, no matter the reason or situation, you must send a telegram to your family immediately. Don't be afraid to spend money. In the army, everyone is a leader. Don't be afraid to make a fuss if Guanjun is acting out. You should report it to your superiors and let them handle it. Don't just suffer in silence. Do you understand? At home, Guanjun, as the son-in-law who married into the family, was blameless. But outside, no one can guarantee safety. Moreover, men and women are not equally strong, and Guanjun is a soldier. When it comes to physical strength, Zhao Youtian has no chance of winning. Listening to her grandma's serious words, Zhao Youtian momentarily thought Guanjun was a very dangerous and evil person. But she knew that her grandmother's words came from care. Only family members would worry so deeply about what might happen to her. All right, Grandma, I understand. No matter what happens, if Guanjun makes a mistake, I will run away and send a telegram to the family and inform the leaders. Such a obedient and filial girl, not to mention Wong Xiao. Even Qi Hongdo wouldn't want to part with her. Qi Hongdo held Zhao Youtian's hand and said, it's good that you understand. When dealing with others outside, remember this. Even if you don't want to take advantage of others, don't let anyone bully you. We're all the same people. Being polite and courteous is enough. The rest depends on what kind of person the other is. Zhao Youtian was very patient. Her personality inherited a lot from Wong Xiao. Qi Hongdo was worried that if she went to the army and interacted with family members, she might become timid and suffer. All right, Grandma, I will listen to you. Zhao Youtian placed her other hand on the back of Qi Hongdo's hand, and a bright smile blossomed in her eyes. Being treated like a child by her grandmother, Zhao Youtian only felt happiness. The difference between Zhao Youtian and Zhao Yuanwen and Wong Xiao was that she was still young and habitually looked ahead, toward the future, not stuck in the mud of the past. For example, the elderly woman with wrinkles and a thin face in front of her. She used to be kind to her and her cousins, but Zhao Youtian no longer thought about that now. She only felt that the present was good enough. Fourth sister is going to her husband's place? How long will she be gone? When will she come back? When she does, can she bring me some candy? Zhao Youtian, biting her finger and hoping for candy, was slapped by Zhao Yuya. All you care about is eating. Zhao Youtian looked upset. But fourth sister said she was going to find her husband. Can't we hold her leg and not let her go? So they should be honest, like hoping that fourth sister and her husband would bring back some tasty food. Zhao Youtian looked at Zhao Youtian and pursed her lips. I don't know when fourth sister will be back. If she followed the army, all the timing would depend on Guanjun. Now that Guanjun was promoted and had cut ties with the Guo family, she had fewer attachments to her hometown. If she brought fourth sister over, she might forget everything back home. When the time came, Guanjun might choose to settle outside. Then, they might never see fourth sister again. Hearing Zhao Youtian's words, Zhao Youtian was stunned for a moment and then said, I will write to the family. Originally, Zhao Youtian was thinking about delicious food, but after hearing Zhao Youtian and Zhao Yuju's words, she suddenly realized that what Youtian said might come true. She couldn't hold back her tears, and tears like small pearls fell from her eyes. Wow, fourth sister, can't you stay? She begged. She didn't want to see her fourth sister leave. As she cried, Zhao Yuya also couldn't hold back. She stepped forward and hugged Zhao Yuju's arm, saying, Fourth sister. The two younger sisters cried loudly. Meanwhile, the pretty girl standing nearby looked like her face was frozen, as if she didn't know how to cry. Zhao Yuju sighed silently. She reached out and pulled Youtian into her arms, gently patting her and her sisters' heads like little kittens. She spoke softly to comfort them, who said, I won't come back. My home is here. Of course I will return. I will also write letters every month. Youtian remembered to reply. I will tell grandma and mother to keep your replies and send them to me. All right, don't cry anymore. Be like a little mischievous cat. Wipe your tears. If I find something tasty, I will send it to you. How about that? Youtian cried so hard her nose sounded stuffy. Really? Yuya was almost comforted and, hearing her greedy little sister speak, immediately grabbed Zhao Yuju's arm and said, Sister, you keep the food for yourselves. Don't bother sending it back. This greedy girl was so eager. Youtian was anxious. What was she doing? Can't she show some sisterly love? Wasn't she just cooperating with fourth sister's comfort? Why was she trying to ruin the moment? Youtian pinched her pocket and took out a rolled-up paper bundle from her hidden money stash, then handed it to Zhao Yuju. The family always thought that Guanjun's allowance was all given to Qi Hongdo, so naturally, Zhao Yuju didn't have any money. If she had to leave, Youtian thought, she must have some money on her. She didn't have much, but she gave it all to Zhao Yuju.
Take it.
Use it on the road. Because she didn't have much money, Youtian kept her eyes on her toes while speaking. Zhao Yuju noticed her adorable embarrassment. After sending another letter to Guanjun, Zhao Yuju's plans to join the army were basically settled. Guanjun was handling arrangements for the house and other matters. The only thing left was for Zhao Yuju to set a date. Guo's father and mother didn't know that Zhao Yuju was going to follow the army. After Guanjun got married, they didn't care about their daughter-in-law or whether the young couple had good news. Instead, they focused on money. However, Guo's second son was secretly suspicious that Guanjun might have done something wrong. He knew that his parents had asked Guanjun for a lot of money to sign the divorce papers. At first, Guo's second son thought they had drained Guanjun completely, but later he found out that even though old third had married into the Zhao family, he was living comfortably there. His in-laws treated him like a son, not as a servant, and even asked him to do chores without complaints. They understood that old third was tired from military service and didn't stay long at home. Soon after, old third left, but someone at the town post office saw his wife going with the old lady from the Zhao family to withdraw money. And what money was it? It was definitely old third's allowance. Old third's money is too little. Father, mother, you worked hard to raise old third, and now he only gives that little money and wants to cut ties? That's really unfair. Look, Old Third used to send money home, but it took a lot of urging. Now I hear he's sending money to the Zhao family regularly. Guo's second son tried to persuade his parents, exaggerating everything to stir up their greed. Mother, Old Third can't be trusted. When I grow up, I will take care of you and be the most filial. But, father, mother, I can't earn much farming now to show my respect. I need a proper job. The grain station in the commune seems to be hiring. Maybe you can give me some money to help me get in, so our family will have a steady job. Don't worry, once I start earning a salary, I will give all the money to you and show my filial piety. Guo's second son spoke confidently. Really? The job at the grain station was very desirable. Although Guo's parents didn't want to give him money, hearing it was the grain station made their eyes light up. Do you have this ability? Guo's father looked at his second son with obvious doubt in his tone. Guo's second son didn't mind and repeated his words firmly to achieve his goal. Of course, he also mentioned Guanjun again to distract his parents. Because old Guo was causing trouble here, Guanjun kept receiving constant letters and harassment from his family. Jianjun, your letter. Did your wife write it? She's so diligent. A comrade teased Guanjun. Young people are so clingy. He's about to join the army, yet he still writes so many letters. Guanjun smiled quietly without replying. When he returned to his single dormitory, he tore open the letter, glanced at it briefly, and then expressionlessly folded it back, slipping it into the envelope and hiding it deep in the drawer. Staring at the closed drawer, Guanjun's face was cold. But when he turned around and saw his carefully arranged room, his expression softened a little. He knew well who his parents were. They were people who only cared about themselves, ignoring everything else. After cutting ties, unless something extraordinary happened, they probably wouldn't think of him for at least a year or two. Now, he was receiving one letter after another, threatening him with moral pressure to pay money. Someone was stirring up trouble. It was either Old Guo or Old Guo's second son. People say that brothers are born from hatred, and Guanjun thought that maybe he and his brothers only had hatred between them. Did they think they could threaten him? He had achieved what he had through his own hard work. They wanted to ruin his happy life?
Dream on.
Jianjun, I got the train tickets through someone. When the day comes, he'll meet you at the station. Be careful on the train. I've heard it's crowded, and there are pickpockets. Keep your belongings safe. Chi Hongdo looked at the packed bags already prepared in Zhao Yujia's room, then at Wong Xiao, who was holding her daughter's hand, looking reluctant but unable to speak. She automatically started nagging. Every sentence she said was met with enthusiastic nods from Wong Xiao. Home is good for 1,000 days, but leaving is always hard. Although she had mentally prepared, Wong Xiao still felt reluctant. Chi Hongdo understood. After sharing her feelings, she left space for the mother and daughter. Early tomorrow morning, Zhao Yujie would leave, and Zhao Xiangdong and Zhao Xiangnan would go to see her off. Under the flickering shadows of an oil lamp, Wong Xiao opened her own package. The red wedding dress she had sewn herself was bathed in a yellowish glow, making an ordinary red dress seem to glow. Zhao Yujie was amazed. At this moment, the Red Flag Brigade is getting married. It is a remarkable thing for the bride to have a red cloth as a veil, let alone a red wedding dress. Mother, what's this? Zhao Yujian hesitated as she looked at Wong Xiao. Wong Xiao has never dared to accept good things, afraid of taking advantage of others. But this time, facing her daughter's surprised and hesitant expression, she remained calm. She made a gesture with her hand, and Zhao Yujian quickly understood her meaning from her expression and movement. This dress is too beautiful. I can't wear it. Zhao Yujian shook her head. Even if her mother bought it for her, it was too precious. Wong Xiao gently took her hand and guided it to touch the red wedding dress laid on the bed. Her hands, though no longer young, were still soft and warm. Zhao Yujian felt that the red color was like magic, tempting her to touch it, and she couldn't help but linger and feel joyful inside. Watching her daughter's changing expression, Wang Xiaocao's lips slowly curved into a gentle smile. What she couldn't get, what she couldn't own, and what became a regret should end with her. It should never be repeated. She hopes her daughter will start a new life, completely different from hers. So, after she received this red wedding dress, she never thought of returning it. If her mother-in-law regrets giving it so easily and wants to make amends, she can come and ask. She can fulfill any request. But the dress must not be returned. Zhao Youtian held Wong Xiao's hand with one hand and gently stroked the red wedding dress on the bed with the other. At that moment, she clearly felt the silent strength her mother wanted to convey. She buried her face in Wong Xiao's embrace, tears quietly wetting the indigo patch on her mother's coarse cloth shirt. "Mother, I'm not going." Her daughter, always understanding and considerate, and now married, said such childish words, making Wong Xiao smile again. She gently patted her daughter's thin back and wiped the hot tears from her own eyes with her finger. She didn't pull her daughter away or say she couldn't go. She just quietly stayed with Zhao Youtian to help her calm down. Even little birds have wings now. The little swallow in the corridor will come back next year and build a new nest, creating a new home. She hoped that the little swallow in her arms could fly higher and farther. So, when it's time to part, the separation will surely come. In front of the train station, Zhao Xiangdong and Zhao Xiangnan stood on either side, protecting Zhao Youtian in the middle. The station was crowded with people. After checking tickets, getting on the train was all about luck. Zhao Xiangnan saw that it was unlikely to board through the door, because it was full of people. Afraid of wasting time and missing the train, he fixed his eyes on an empty window seat in a carriage. "Big brother, here you go." He threw a large bag of luggage to Zhao Xiangdong, carrying a smaller bag himself. Then, he turned and leapt into the carriage through the open window.
"Catch this."
Zhao Xiangdong moved quickly. Seeing his brother had successfully entered, he stuffed his luggage inside and then hurriedly lifted Zhao Youtian. Finally, they managed to get Zhao Youtian and the luggage onto the train. These simple steps made all three siblings sweat heavily. In the blink of an eye, the two brothers waved goodbye through the metal and window to their sister, who had grown up with them for 20 years. She could only wave farewell from afar. "If Guanjun bullies you, just tell your brothers. We're not afraid of him." Looking at their sister, who was now red-eyed from crying and waving back, Zhao Xiangnan felt a swell of pride. This was probably the first time he experienced such a long separation, or maybe it was because he was saying goodbye to his little sister, so his heart felt especially heavy. Mom packed some cakes in that small bundle and a boiled egg. "Don't forget to eat them, and be careful not to let them spoil." Zhao Xiangdong was more practical. The cakes and boiled eggs were packed by him and Wong Xiao. Since the weather was so hot, the cakes and eggs wouldn't last long. If she forgot to eat them and they went bad, it would be a real pity. The train started moving. On the platform and inside the train, it seemed like countless words left unsaid were carried away by the roaring train. A bunch of useless dogs. In the brigade office, the head of the brigade slammed the wooden table so hard it shook. The brigade's secretary put down his ceramic cup. "Why are you so angry?" The brigade head said, "It's that Wang Disheng, always causing trouble. Public grain is about to be handed out. I heard they changed people at 2 stations this year. I wanted to find out more, but guess what?" The brigade head spat out his words, his expression and tone revealing how miserable he felt at that moment. "What's the story? Wang Disheng sounds familiar to me." The brigade's secretary stroked his chin, trying to recall. "No need to think. He's the nephew of old Lu's wife's sister, the one who spread rumors and forced a young girl to die a couple of years ago." The village leader's face also grew tense and worried. What kind of thing is this? How can someone like that work at the grain station? Without thinking much, with such poor character, can we really expect him to follow the rules? Usually, when they deliver the grain, if something goes wrong, the team members get headaches. Now, this person is practically showing everyone, I am the troublemaker myself. They deliver the grain without shelling it, so when they encounter troublemakers, they complain that the grain isn't dry enough, has moisture, or that they need to add more grain after weighing. That's considered good. Some even say the grain doesn't meet standards, not even mentioning if it's dry enough. To deliver the grain smoothly and meet the quota, they need to give some benefits, or else it's hard to complete the task. Wang Disheng has already caused a lot of trouble for the neighboring team that delivered early. The team leader wanted to find out more, but then he heard about the situation. It's really frustrating. Maybe we should send someone to build a good relationship first? The village leader rolled his eyes at the team's secretary. Do you know what it means when a petty person gets arrogant? It means the more you flatter him, the more reckless he becomes. This time, delivering the grain was already difficult, and if they go and ask him to be more generous, wouldn't Wang Disheng just become even more arrogant? The team's secretary frowned. This time, we need to be selective about who we send to deliver the grain. They should choose strong, capable, and intimidating young men. If Wang Disheng wants to act tough, he should ask himself if he can handle a beating or if he's afraid of being ambushed on the road. Dealing with people is simple. If you're not good with words, then use strength. The team leader agreed with this approach because asking someone to build a relationship with Wang Disheng felt uncomfortable, like putting a fly in your food. In a few days, their village's grain would also be ready for delivery. He planned to send people then. No matter what, Wang Disheng would still take the grain. On the day of delivery, the strong men from Lao Zhao's family, Zhao Yuanwu, Zhao Yuanshuang, Zhao Xiangdong, and Zhao Baojia went. Zhao Yuanwen and Zhao Yuanquan were left out. Qi Hongdo saw that when her older brother and seventh brother came back, their expressions looked strange. She didn't quite understand. Was delivering grain really such an important job? Was it a problem if they weren't chosen? Later, when she went to watch with Grandma Matzi at the village entrance, she saw a group of young men, shirtless, with muscular, shiny bodies. She suddenly seemed to understand something. Zhao Yuanwen was older and definitely couldn't compare to this group of young men. Although Zhao Yuanwu is not young, he is strong and has plenty of energy. As for Lao Qi Zhao Yuanquan, he has been drinking peace tea for over half a year. During that time, he hasn't caught any colds or fevers or other minor illnesses that cause trouble. He seems quite healthy now, even though he was born prematurely. Still, his physical strength and health are not as good as the carefully selected strong workers chosen by the team leader. As for Lao Lu Zhao Yuanshuang, Qi Hongdo thinks the team leader probably included him just to fill in the numbers, since only a few young men with muscles are shirtless. Let's go. Hand over the grain. Let's go. Off we go. One cart after another is pulled, forming a long line winding along the muddy path. The carts are loaded with heavy grain in burlap sacks. These are the results of their hard work and the hope of having enough to eat. Qi Hongdo thought this was just an ordinary grain delivery. He didn't expect that in the morning, everyone was energetic and in good spirits, but by the afternoon, someone came back from the village with news. They had a fight, and several people were injured. Oh, right. The person who came to report looked around at the villagers and then hurriedly pointed at Qi Hongdo, saying, Aimin Yang, your fifth brother and others beat someone badly, and he's also hurt pretty badly. The team leader took him to the commune clinic. I came back to tell you that someone needs to go to the clinic to take care of him. Zhang Yiyun and Zhao Weigua hadn't finished their work yet. When Zhao Yuya heard about her father's accident, she immediately ran toward the commune. At the commune clinic, the team leader was smoking anxiously. Wang Disheng was lying on the hospital bed, covering his eyes with purple circles and shouting, "This isn't over yet." As he spoke, he suddenly realized his mouth was leaking air because 2 front teeth were broken and one of his back molars had fallen out. So, he was not only leaking air, but also spitting blood. On the next bed, separated by a curtain, Zhao Yuanwu had a torn wound on his face. Wang Disheng had hit him with a stone. Zhao Baojia's arm was disinfected with iodine. Zhao Xiangdong clenched his fists and stood in front of Zhao Yuanwu's bed. If the team leader hadn't been standing nearby, he might have punched Wang Disheng and broken his teeth. This was too much. Wang Disheng didn't follow the cue when handing over the grain. He pushed his team to the back and, when it was their turn, deliberately found fault and caused trouble. The team tried to be patient and told him a few kind words, but Wang Disheng still refused to listen. Inside the grain station, they openly demanded benefits and repeatedly humiliated them. Originally, A group of young people with short tempers couldn't handle teasing well, and Wang Disheng didn't know how to restrain himself. As a result, when things erupted later, Wang Disheng had nowhere to run and directly bumped into Zhao Yuanwu's hand. Then, the scene became so chaotic that it was hard to watch. Now, they said they were at the health clinic to see a doctor, but in fact, Wang Disheng had also locked them here. Outside, there were still two groups of people standing around. Wang Disheng was basically a troublemaker. Now that he had finally become somewhat respectable, he still refused to behave properly. "Captain, tell me, what should we do about today's trouble? My face, ugh, and my teeth both are hurt because of you guys from the team. You say, should I report this to the police or not?" Wang Disheng had already cursed the red flag team 1,000 times in his mind. As long as the other team showed any sign of trouble, he would happily accept the benefits. But why, when it came to the red flag team, did these rough guys act so tough? The team leader hadn't come to find him willingly, which made Wang Disheng very annoyed. So, when handing over the grain, he deliberately kept them behind, thinking that by doing so, his message was clear. But the red flag team seemed oblivious to his intentions, so he started criticizing the grain for not meeting standards. He also threw in some scolding and insults. After some coaxing and threatening, he thought the matter could be settled, but it still wasn't enough. Can you imagine how angry Wang Disheng was? He felt disrespected. He was full of anger and waiting to see how the team leader would handle it. If the team leader didn't give a satisfactory answer, he could cause chaos in the red flag team. "Captain, if you don't speak up, I'll call the police." Wang Disheng forced the team leader with a fake smile, trying to pressure him. Chi Hongdo, an old woman, didn't feel tired walking, but after riding in a cart once, her bones felt like they were falling apart. Zhao Yuanwen was pulling the cart fiercely in front, and Chi Hongdo, holding Zhao Yuxiao's hand, was feeling dizzy. Finally, when they reached the health clinic of the commune, her feet touched the ground, and she felt alive again. Being a mother was really not easy. "Mom, are you okay?" Zhao Yuya supported Chi Hongdo. Although she was eager to rush into the health clinic, she still remembered she was holding her own grandmother. "She's still alive." Chi Hongdo patted her chest to steady himself and then reassured Zhao Yuya. "Didn't I tell you? Your father's injury looks scary, but he's not in danger." When Zhao Yuya heard about her father's injury and the mention of blood all over his face, her face turned pale instantly. She even planned to rush to the commune herself. If Chi Hongdo hadn't quickly shouted for someone to stop her, she might have run more than 2 miles away. Zhao Yuanyan also came over to help support her. Chi Hongdo waved his hand. "Where's Lao Lu? Go find Lao Lu first and bring him here." When it came to fighting, Lao Lu definitely couldn't compare to Lao Wu, but when it came to being clever, Lao Lu was a bit better. Zhao Yuanyan always obeyed his mother's orders unconditionally. He turned around and quickly brought Zhao Yuanshuang over to Chi Hongdo. The health clinic was right in front of them, but Chi Hongdo was not in a hurry to go inside. The young man who came to report from the village was either nervous or something else, and he didn't speak clearly. Chi Hongdo didn't understand what exactly had happened. So, at the clinic entrance, the first thing Chi Hongdo did was to pull Lao Lu over to ask clearly. When he saw Zhao Yuanshuang and the others, Lao Lu truly deserved his reputation. The person who reported the incident said it was a fierce fight, but Lao Lu looked completely unharmed. Most likely, Lao Lu had ambushed during the fight, couldn't win, and then hid, just like his usual style. "Mother, fifth brother and his nephew are inside now. I'll take you, wait." Chi Hongdo interrupted Zhao Yuanshuang. "Don't rush inside yet. I don't even know what exactly happened. If we go in now, we might get hit over the head or be handed over like pigs for slaughter. First, tell me what really happened." Zhao Yuanshuang swallowed hard. As expected of the old lady, she remained so calm even at this moment. But if she couldn't stay calm, they wouldn't know who to rely on. After calming down a bit, Zhao Yuanshuang organized her words and told Chi Hongdo everything about the grain delivery incident from start to finish. No wonder the boy who reported from the village spoke unclearly. Besides the team leader in front of the convoy and a few from Zhao's family, The others at the back didn't really understand what had happened. They only saw the fight breaking out and clenched their fists and followed along. To Zhao Yuanshuang, Wang Disheng's intentions were very clear, so obvious it couldn't be clearer. Although she didn't know where Wang Disheng found the opportunity to get this chance through back channels, letting someone like him work at the grain station was no different from putting mice in the rice warehouse. After hearing Zhao Yuanshuang's words, Qi Hongdou silently sighed. What is the biggest fear in a fight? Of course not losing, but fighting without a good reason. Do you know what Wang Disheng used to do? Knowing your enemy and yourself leads to victory in all battles. Qi Hongdou glanced at the health clinic's door, then turned to ask Zhao Yuanshuang again. Just from a story, you can tell this person is no good. But such people are good at reading others and not always so arrogant with everyone. He wouldn't be acting like this if he had someone backing him. The village's party secretary arrived a bit earlier than Qi Hongdou. Hearing some noise outside, he wondered if someone else had come to the village, so he came out to check. He saw the old lady from Zhao's family holding her granddaughter's arm, looking stern. Though dressed in patched clothes, with white hair, thin and small, her commanding presence made her seem like an old monk on a pilgrimage, truly impressive enough to make the village leader momentarily dazed. I really don't know much about him, but I heard he's the nephew of Grandma Lu Guachan, a relative from the Lu family. That information wasn't enough, so Qi Hongdou frowned. Can you find out anything else? The village secretary came over. What are you asking about? Hearing this, Qi Hongdou looked over. Oh, a strong man had arrived. Zhao Yuanshuang didn't know much about the Wang family, but the village secretary often socialized outside and probably heard some things. Afraid the village secretary might doubt her courage, Qi Hongdou grabbed his hand with her rough, bark-like hand. Just moments ago, she had been calm and commanding, but now she looked anxious, pitiful, and scared. Secretary, you have to stand up for our fifth brother. I heard he was beaten so badly, he's barely breathing. I was so scared on the way here. I'm a widow, worked hard all my life, and now, at the end, I have to send my gray-haired son to his grave. I really can't go on. Oh dear, what is all this nonsense? Who was beaten so badly, he's barely breathing. Why does that mean sending a gray-haired person to a black-haired one? The village secretary was already worried, and seeing Qi Hongdou like this, he became even more anxious. They hadn't even finished dealing with the issues inside, and now another problem had appeared. Moreover, elderly lady, your attitude just now is very different. Things are changing too quickly, with no proper transition. More importantly, after you started here, when you supported your granddaughter, her eyes seemed to open like a floodgate, pouring down tears. An old and a young person crying so hard made the team leader worried. Dear lady, it's okay. Your fifth son's injury isn't life-threatening. Qi Hongdou didn't listen and kept crying. I know you're just fooling me. Our fifth son is lying inside right now, all covered in blood. How can he be fine? I heard the person who hit him is very fierce, works at the grain station, and has a strong background. Our fifth son protected the team's grain and got beaten. When he met that manager Wang, the beating was pointless. It's just unfair. I want to report this to the police. The team leader quickly held Qi Hongdou back. If they reported this to the police, it could be resolved. They would have done it already. The elderly lady was so worried she was about to faint, but she couldn't keep causing trouble here. So, the team leader blurted out that Wang guy is connected with the head of the grain bureau. If you make a big fuss now, your fifth son might get arrested. He was worried Qi Hongdou might make things worse without knowing the consequences. Normally, the team leader wouldn't explain so much, but now he just wanted to calm the situation quickly. Qi Hongdou held onto the team leader's hand tightly. What official is so important? He beat someone, and then we're supposed to keep quiet? I don't understand. I want to report to the police. If the town doesn't help, I'll go to the county. If the county doesn't help, I'll go to the city. I'm an old woman with little time left. I'm not afraid of dying. The team leader looked worried. He glanced behind him and then pulled Qi Hongdou into a corner. Lady, I'm not lying to you. We're from the same team. Your fifth son was hurt because of the team. I would never favor outsiders. But that Wang Disheng, the team leader explained everything he knew about Wang Disheng to Chi Hongdo. He finished and reminded her to stay calm once inside. If it were just Wang Disheng, the team leader and the secretary could think of a way. But Wang Disheng has connections with the Grain Bureau, and those behind him are not easy to offend. Otherwise, they wouldn't be stuck here, waiting to see if they could find a solution. That. How dare you hit my son? How dare you bully us common folks? You're afraid to do good things, but you do all the bad ones. Do you really think you're a leader? Chi Hongdo promised outside to behave well, but once inside the health clinic, before the village secretary could speak, she had already targeted Wang Disheng lying on the hospital bed. When Wang Disheng saw her come in, his eyes showed disdain and dislike. She took off her shoes, with the soles facing Wang Disheng's already swollen face, and started hitting him hard. She hit him so many times that Wang Disheng was stunned. After a few hits, he finally reacted, started cursing, and tried to fight back. But Lao Lu, who arrived just in time, held down Wang Disheng along with Lao Wu and Zhao Baojia Zhao Xiongdong, who pressed him firmly. The uncle and father were responsible for restraining Wang Disheng, while the other two held back the village head and the secretary. Everyone from Zhao's family was very familiar with this process. By the time they realized what was happening, Wang Disheng was already covered in bruises. Chi Hongdo moved so quickly that the village head and secretary, who initially tried to stop her, could only shout a few words in vain as Wang Disheng cursed and wailed. "Oh, Grandma, you can't hit. You can't hit. Ma'am, be careful. You might hurt yourself at your age." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Yuanshuang rushed over to help Chi Hongdo. "Mom, are you okay? Look, fifth brother is here. He's not dead." "Oh, my mother was just overwhelmed. Director Wang, please don't blame her. Old people get confused when they're upset." Hey, oh. Wang Disheng's lower front teeth finally fell out after shaking for a while. With his pig-like face at this moment, the scene looked quite funny. The village secretary was afraid he might laugh out loud, so he turned his head away. Wang Disheng covered his mouth. Though he couldn't speak easily for now, he still harbored resentment in his heart. Are they all fooling him? The old lady came in and started hitting him. Could she be so confused? And if it wasn't intentional, what did those people mean by holding his limbs just now? If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be satisfied. Ouch, his face hurt so much. Even moving a little was painful. Luo de. Zhao Chuanjia. Hiss. We'll settle the grain collection issue later. Right now, this dead old lady and these others must be taken to the police. Send them all for forced labor. Wang Disheng was kicked repeatedly by Chi Hongdo and Zhao Yuanwu in the chaos, and his swollen fingers pointed at the team leader and the team secretary. This was to make them show their stance. If they still refused to act wisely at this moment, Wang Disheng warned, otherwise, be careful that both of your positions as secretary and team leader might be gone. He was serious. Not only did he threaten to use his connections behind the scenes, but also, if they failed to deliver the public grain on time, the leaders would come to trouble them.
What?
Someone was making things difficult for them and preventing them from completing their tasks. How could the team still finish on time and as planned? Why should others be made to suffer instead of helping them? What? They even stopped the villagers and the grain station director from causing trouble, and then fought? That's outrageous. Isn't that setting a bad example? All of this was enough to make the team leader and the secretary upset. And there was Wang Disheng, always adding fuel to the fire and stirring trouble. If they really rolled up their sleeves to fight, who would be afraid of Wang Disheng, lying on the ground with his face covered in spitting? It was just that this scoundrel was standing right there, acting as if he was the boss. The team leader and the secretary looked hesitant and troubled. Wang Disheng got up from the ground and shouted at the gate, calling for help. "Are you all dead? I said call the police. Don't you hear me?" Chi Hongdo ran out from behind, shouting even louder, "Call the police. You scoundrel. How dare you call the police? I'm the one calling the police now. Yeah, hold your mother. I'm going to the police station now." Wang Disheng turned his head. Is this old lady really crazy or pretending? Chi Hongdo, it really can't get any more serious. She even voluntarily went to the police station. When she saw the police, she acted like they were family. Comrade, you must stand up for our family. The leaders say it's the new society now, but I never thought I'd see such bad people. They rely on being grain station leaders to threaten ordinary folks, and I've never heard of having to bribe someone before paying the public grain. If you don't give bribes, you don't pay. What kind of world is this? Wang Disheng is even more ruthless than old landlords from the old days. He relies on his position as an official to arrest whoever he wants. Is there any justice left in this world? Comrade police, if you really have to arrest someone, arrest me. I'm just an old lady. It's useless. If they really arrest me, I'd rather die and save some grain for my family. Anyway, since Wang Disheng is watching us, our family has no way out anymore. Sob, sob, sob. Chi Hongdo took a deep breath before speaking. Although tears kept falling, every word she said was very clear. The police officer holding Chi Hongdo's hand was quite young, probably just in his early 20s. Before leaving the police station, he encountered such a big case. Whether that means he's lucky or not, I'm not sure. Old lady, don't worry yet. What exactly happened? The police officer was kind-hearted and patient, trying to calm Chi Hongdo down instead of losing patience. Behind them, a group of people watched the old lady's smooth and flowing speech, feeling something was off about how things were developing. The team leader and the team secretary exchanged glances, feeling even more that something was wrong. Old Lu Zhao Yuanshuang glanced at his mother, uncertain about what she had told him before she went to the clinic. Old Five, ignoring his own injuries, hurriedly told the police, "This has nothing to do with my mom. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest me." Zhao Xiangdong said, "Don't arrest my grandma. I did it." Zhao Baojia also said, "It's me. Arrest me." The young police officer and the other officers arriving felt as if there was a sign hanging above their heads saying under close surveillance. The sense of déjà vu was too strong. The team leader and the team secretary quickly came out to explain. Since it had already reached the police station, it was like a tug of war, each side trying to gain a little advantage. Originally, the secretary was worried about the situation escalating, but now seeing Chi Hongdo leading the charge, tearfully complaining, he thought this might actually be a good thing for them. The two old partners exchanged glances, knowing what the other was about to say. The team leader spoke first, complaining about their own troubles and about the Red Flag Brigade and this unfortunate family in front of him. While speaking, Chi Hongdo gave Old Five and her two grandsons a look. Seeing that they didn't understand, she then focused her gaze on Zhao Yuanshuang. Receiving her mother's look, Zhao Yuanshuang quickly squatted down with his fifth brother, both of their tall, strong grandsons doing the same. They held their injuries and made some ouch sounds. Although confused, under Chi Hongdo's approving gaze, the three of them cooperated. This instantly made them seem more like victims. After squatting down, their tall, strong figures standing in a line looked less intimidating, fitting better with the story of being wronged. Regarding the issue of paying grain taxes, the police cannot manage it, nor can they control it, but hitting people is a different matter. Wang Disheng saw that the team leader and the secretary openly tore apart their relationship and became even more reckless. He was determined to arrest all these troublemakers and send them to reform through labor. Comrade police, look at my face, my teeth. All of this is caused by these troublemakers. These brutes. They are like wild people who haven't been taught right. Arrest them, comrades police. You can't let them go. You must catch them all. Whenever Wang Disheng spoke, he felt pain everywhere, which made his anger grow even more. It felt like there was no justice. Others could become leaders and get whatever they wanted, even offering things proactively, but he ended up with these unruly people. If you hit someone, none of you should try to run away. The police straightened their expressions. Did you do it? Who hit whom? Chi Hongdo responded, "It was me. This old woman, did it. Comrade police, if you want to arrest me, just do it." Her hands trembled. Her face was full of grief and sadness. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her gray hair was hanging down. She looked like a battered old vegetable, not a criminal. Wang Disheng didn't care about these details. Seeing Qi Hongdo admit to the crime, he shouted even louder. Yes, and this old woman too. Arrest her as well. She was old, and he thought it would be good to keep her locked up for days without food or water until she died. Wang Disheng's mind was filled with malicious thoughts, his expression twisted with hatred. The police are supposed to arrest people, and people like Qi Hongdo are not the first choice. First, she doesn't meet the conditions for a crime, and second, she's old. If she were arrested and died right away, what would that mean? But Qi Hongdo wanted to prove she was the one who hit someone. In front of the police, she even threw a shoe at Wang Disheng. Like a dog that had been stepped on, Wang Disheng immediately shouted, "Comrade police, you all saw it. This old woman is so arrogant. Arrest her. She must be arrested. Otherwise, these troublemakers would continue to act without restraint. Qi Hongdo could be arrested, but others could not. My son and grandson are the ones being bullied. So what? If they are hit, they can't fight back. Do they have to stand there and be beaten to death by that? Don't arrest them. If anyone should be arrested, it should be me. I admit it. That woman, I hit her." Zhao Yuanwu wanted to stand up and speak, but Zhao Yuanshuang quickly stopped him with a swift hand gesture and whispered something in his ear. After hearing this, Zhao Yuanwu reluctantly held back. His fist, as big as a sandbag, clenched tightly, and the veins on his arm bulged, showing his agitation. At this moment, Wang Disheng saw a familiar old police officer and no longer paid attention to the young officer. He took out a cigarette and handed it over. "Old brother Huang, today you have to help me out," he said. He was also falsely accused. Having a familiar face changed the situation. Kahongdu was not surprised. Even if Wang Disheng was a rogue, he still had some skill. Knowing someone at the police station was not a big deal. Zhao Yuanshuang saw that everyone's attention was on Wang Disheng, so he moved closer to Kahongdu and told him what he had previously heard at the health clinic from one of Wang Disheng's subordinates. Wang Disheng relied on shady methods to get close to the Grain Bureau director. Otherwise, with his limited literacy, it was unlikely he could have been a warehouse manager, let alone the director. If he bought the position with money, that was common and not surprising. But Wang Disheng was more despicable and shameless. He was involved in serious crimes. The people behind him were lecherous. Wang Disheng, to impress them, had previously forced 2 girls to death. The last girl he sent up was a married woman, whom he forcibly kidnapped by covering her mouth. What happened to her afterward was unknown. Kahongdu clenched his fists tightly. Zhao Yuanshuang's skill in extracting information was very good. The subordinate was so fooled that he was dizzy, and he boasted as if he had done something extraordinary with Wang Disheng. Finally, the subordinate even pointedly told Zhao Yuanshuang, "The people backing our brother Sheng are not to be messed with. Your family and your squad leader are no match. Better find a way to make peace with brother Sheng early, or you'll only bring trouble on yourselves. If your family or squad has any pretty girls willing to be with brother Sheng, he'll be happy. Maybe he'll even help you out later." The petty subordinate smiled lecherously, sizing up Zhao Yuanshuang. Zhao Yuanshuang was able to handle the situation without revealing any secrets. If it had been Zhao Yuanwu or any of the other 2 grandchildren, they would have dared to say such things in front of them, and a punch would have already been thrown at their face. Because of this, Qi Hongdo learned about these hidden truths. Wang Disheng's actions were much more disgusting than what the team's secretary had told her. This was good. It strengthened Qi Hongdo's resolve to be arrested. Wang Disheng was involved in wicked deeds and never believed in karma. If everyone believed in karma, how could he still be alive today? Do you say heaven has eyes? Ha! In Wang Disheng's eyes, heaven is just a blind and deaf old man. As long as he is brave enough and more ruthless than others, he can step on everyone under his feet. What's wrong with the countryside? Is he the only one wanting to do such things? Many people just lack the courage. And those wicked villagers and bandits, if they were in his position, wouldn't they want to enjoy good food and drinks? They just don't have the chance. Notify the commune leaders that the Hongqi Brigade intends to delay paying grain. Their attitude is bad, and their grain has issues. I think we should investigate thoroughly, yes, and also that Zhao family give me a detailed report on them. After leaving the police station and returning to the granary, Wang Desheng's eyes turned fierce. If he couldn't ruin the Hongqi brigade, his name would be written backwards. Where's the milk? Why hasn't it come back? Oh my goodness, what happened to your face? How did it become like that?
This isn't the time to talk about that.
Mother has something to tell you. Wait until I finish. When Zhao Yuanshuang caused chaos at old Zhao's house, she jumped onto the big table and raised her voice to quiet the noise in the room. Mother is at the police station. Wait. Let me finish. This is what Mother told me to say. Mother said that the current difficulties require all of us to work together to get through. When Zhao Yuanshuang finished speaking, her throat was almost burning. Although her mind processed things quickly, she still felt that the heavy expectation her mother placed on her shoulders after her first trust was too much. Did her mother really trust her that much? Could she handle everyone at home, old and young? Zhao Yuanshuang, facing her family, was more eager than anyone else for Qi Hongdou to return. After explaining the situation to his family, Zhao's sons went to meet with the team leader and the team secretary at the village committee. Can we do it? Yes. This stubborn young man is really no good. If we don't stop such troublemakers, their days will be difficult in the future. This was the shared opinion of the team leader and the secretary. They decided to act quickly. They mobilized everyone, and everyone moved fast. The secretary brought out a stack of rough paper. Those who could write took a sheet each. The village committee's kerosene lamp burned until dawn, and only then was the work finished. But even then, no one was in a hurry to sleep. After checking what was written on the paper, Zhao Youtian and the others stopped writing. Early the next morning, the village committee of Hongqi team received news that the team leader and the secretary were going to a meeting at the commune. Wang Desheng was already waiting in the commune's office for their arrival. However, when the team leader and others went out, it wasn't just the two of them. What's happening in the neighboring team? Wow, what are they holding up? What are they shouting? Wang Desheng, harming others and breaking moral rules? We are common people. We want justice. Wow, such boldness. Don't they fear consequences? Hey, I heard that yesterday when they were delivering grain, they got upset after being blocked and they fought with the new grain station director. Somehow, they even ended up arresting an elderly woman. What kind of thing is this? Did the elderly woman die? I don't know, I haven't heard about that. It sounds like they're shouting, harming others, and breaking moral rules. It sounds really creepy. Yeah, how dare they shout like that? They're really risking trouble. Daring to challenge authority, risking everything to bring down the emperor. Wang Desheng was confident that the Hongqi team would find a way to settle things peacefully, so he felt fearless. After all, the common people just wanted a peaceful life. No one wanted unnecessary trouble. Moreover, when the arm is stronger than the leg, it seems like they can only suffer losses if they oppose Wang Desheng directly. Probably for this reason, when a large group from the Hongqi team arrived, crying and shouting, throwing papers with phrases like Wang Desheng, harming others and breaking moral rules at the grain bureau's gate, Wang Desheng thought they were just messengers who hadn't woken up yet. What's all this nonsense? That bunch of country folks isn't hiding in the village, trying to apologize to me, and now they dare to make a fuss? Wang Desheng didn't believe it at all. He thought it was all nonsense. Yang Dai first wiped the oil off his mouth when he entered the grain bureau early in the morning. He then tidied his hair and, as usual, dressed in a clean, neat shirt and pants before entering his office. He thought it would be a boring and ordinary day, but Yang Dai could never have imagined that there would be such a big fuss waiting for him today.
Who are those people outside?
I think I see someone carrying grain. That cart must be loaded with grain, right? Maybe they came to the wrong place. We don't handle grain deliveries here. They should go to the grain station. This doesn't look like they came to deliver grain. Are they here to cause trouble? The staff at the grain bureau upstairs and downstairs looked at the crowd gathered at the door, feeling nervous and uneasy. The team leader and the secretary were at the front, while the villagers behind them kept shouting slogans. Both of them looked exhausted, with bandages wrapped around their arms and legs, as if they were injured. Comrades, we are here to deliver the official grain.
Can we come in?
Wow, making such a big scene. Do you really think you're here to deliver grain?
Who would believe that?
But the two people in front looked honest enough. Could they really be telling the truth? Ordinary people couldn't interfere with this matter. The staff member who was stopped by the team leader simply pulled his hand away forcefully and said, "Wait a moment. I'll report to the leader," then ran off. The team leader and the secretary weren't surprised by this situation. They were just looking for the leader, but they couldn't say that openly, as it might reveal their true purpose, and they might not get to see the leader at all. Originally, there was a meeting scheduled at the bureau today to discuss the progress of grain collection and how to continue the work. In other words, all the leaders were present at this moment. Oh, my, look at Wang Disheng and Yang Dai. What good luck they have to run into this. This is really unreasonable. In a simple office decorated plainly, a man with a pen in his chest pocket paced back and forth in front of his desk, looking very upset. After confirming that the people from the Hongqi Brigade were causing trouble, Yang Dai hurried over to try to calm the situation. As soon as he entered, he heard someone say, "This is really unreasonable." He immediately responded, "Yes, it really is unreasonable. These farmers don't know how to work properly. They only know how to cause trouble and treat our bureau like a playground. How dare they do this? Director, don't worry, I'll go. I'm saying you're being too unreasonable." The director angrily slammed the table, and the loud noise made Yang Dai, who was about to turn and open the door, freeze in place. "Director, it's my fault. My team made a mistake, and I take responsibility. Don't be angry. I will handle it right away." Yang Dai quickly responded and immediately took the blame upon himself. The director's gaze was serious. Although he didn't go out himself to meet the leader and secretary of the Red Flag Brigade, he was not blind or deaf. Before calling Yang Dai in, the director had already figured out what had happened when the Red Flag Brigade came to their door asking for justice. Seeing the director silent, Yang Dai felt a little nervous, but forced a smile. "Director, I think it's not good to let them cause trouble here. Maybe I should ask the police comrades to go and talk to them? I think these troublemakers won't be convinced by kind words. Letting them stay and cause trouble is bad for our reputation. It's better to disperse them first, so we can handle the matter properly. Once everyone leaves, if you want to punish or discipline them, I'll accept it. But we can't let these people ruin our bureau's name." Yang Dai spoke passionately, as if he truly cared for the public good. The director was holding back his anger. He had already heard Wang Disheng's name. No need to investigate. A quick inquiry would reveal that Wang Disheng was placed at the grain station through connections. Despite causing such a big problem, Yang Dai acted as if nothing had happened. He really had some skills. After leaving the director's office, Yang Dai took a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His eyes quickly turned cold and sinister. These country bumpkins dared to rebel. When the brigade leader and secretary saw Yang Dai come out looking worried, they shook hands with him one by one, then their expressions turned serious again. "You're also a leader. Acting so aggressively affects everything. Can't you handle things calmly? Look at this scene. You want to control everything, but maybe you just can't manage it."
Oh, me?
"I'm Section Chief Yang. Hey, don't worry, listen to me. First, you all disperse. We'll talk inside later, okay?" The brigade leader and secretary weren't fools. They understood what Section Chief Yang meant. He just wanted them to leave. But how could they let him get his way? They had already caused trouble. Were they afraid of making things worse? "Captain Yang, you don't know. We really have no way out," said the village secretary, grabbing Yang Dai's arm with both hands. "We are just honest farmers who only know how to farm. If there were any other options, we wouldn't bother the leaders like this. Yesterday, when we paid the grain tax, 7 or 8 people at the grain station were beaten up so badly they looked terrible. We 2 old folks couldn't even stop it," he continued. "That director Wang Disheng doesn't just refuse to accept the grain, he also finds fault. Yesterday, when the villager's mother went to the clinic to see her injured son, she ran into Director Wang. He's old, but he pointed at her nose and yelled at her. In the end, he even took her to the police station. That old lady is nearly 70 years old. How can she endure all this? Every family has a mother, and every child is loved. Captain Yang, please be kind and help us. Please do something, he begged. The village secretary was clearly trying to make Yang Dae look bad, speaking loudly and exaggeratedly. Those from the grain bureau and the villagers nearby listened, their feelings growing stronger. Today, they faced trouble when paying the grain tax. The injured mother was even taken to the police station. Tomorrow, they might have nowhere to live. People from the grain bureau were also surprised. The director of a grain station holds quite a lot of authority. Leaders, of course, they take this matter seriously. But look at you all. I'm speaking, and you're not listening. At least give the leaders some face, right? Is there any problem that can't be discussed calmly? You brought so many people here. It's clear you're here to seek justice, but it looks more like you're threatening the leaders. Yang Dae pulled his arm back and took a couple of steps away, glancing at his people and the gestures he made. His expression changed again. If you won't cooperate, then go to the police station and calm down before we talk, he said. It turned out that the police had arrived, quite a few of them. The team leader and the village secretary showed no signs of violence or resistance. They raised their hands in surrender. We cooperate with the police. We won't do anything to resist. We just want justice. We, the rural folks, just want a peaceful life. We never imagined it would come to this, failing to pay our grain taxes. We don't even know what we did wrong. Please, give us an explanation. Comrade police officer, look at these people who were beaten. Their whole family is strong and hardworking. Yet, they are now beaten and silenced. Wang Dishing just spoke a word and even locked up their mother in the station. Leaders and police, we are not troublemakers. We simply want a peaceful life to live. Our country has been liberated and the people are in charge. Why is it so hard just to get justice? The team leader's hoarse voice sounded like he was crying out. Yang Dae's forehead veins were bulging with anger. What's going on with the Red Flag Brigade? The team secretary and the team leader are both actors, right? So good at pretending. Yang Dae was furious, but tried to stay calm. He advised them not to let emotions cause irreversible mistakes. It's better to let the villagers disperse peacefully. Even you, a secretary and a team leader, should set an example for them, right? Yang Dae forced a fake smile. If you keep talking like that, I'm afraid the police will have to take you away. The team leader turned to face all the villagers from the Red Flag Brigade who had come with them. It's my fault. I am not capable enough. I haven't done my job well. I quit today. Whether you want to stay or go, it's up to you. The team's secretary sighed deeply. I have betrayed the trust of my leaders. I'm not here as a leader today. I am just a rural person. I resign as secretary. If the police want to arrest me, go ahead. Whether you stay or leave, I can't control it. The villagers following the team leader and secretary were pushed to another emotional high. If the team leader and secretary are taken away for neglecting their duties, what about all the villagers? Do they all have to be arrested? What's the reason? Because they stood at the grain bureau's gate demanding justice? Because they couldn't pay their grain and wanted to do so here? Their methods might not be ideal, but what did they do wrong? After the police took away the team leader and secretary in front of everyone, the entire Red Flag Brigade didn't leave. Instead, they all stood firm at the grain bureau's gate. Under the bright sun, they kept shouting for justice and grain distribution, with nothing else to say. Repeated many times, outside people sweat heavily, their shouts like clouds, while inside the people shivered and broke out in cold sweat. Didn't I say to take everyone away? Yang Dae scolded his subordinates in the corner. The man looked troubled. The police wouldn't dare make such a big fuss. So many people, if we take them all to the police station, there's nowhere to settle them. Could they really be all locked up? These are strong workers from a large team. And there's so much grain stored. At this critical moment, anyone who touches it would be unlucky.
Fool.
If even the police can't drive these people away, then what's the point of calling them? Just going through the motions? At this moment, Yang Dae thought of the director waiting for his reply and Wang Dishing, who caused trouble for him. He felt like killing. Wang Dishing knew Yang Dae's temper. But since things had escalated so much, he couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb anymore. He could only, in his mind, imagine tearing apart everyone in the Red Flag Brigade 100 times, then smile politely and find Yang Dae. Could those outside shout for an hour? Could they really shout all day? Even if they couldn't drive them away, after half a day, these people would be exhausted. When night falls, he would arrange a few people to release a couple of crazy dogs. Whether these people run or not, are they really so tough that not a single bone would break? Old Six, is everyone here? Yes, even the stone team on the far edge has arrived. Good job, Old Six. Your mother really has a way. I trust you to handle this, no failure. Sweating profusely, Zhao Yuanshuang waved his hand. He had never felt that his mother's expectations were such a heavy burden before. Compared to now, he'd rather be back at old Zhao's house, being the not-so-lovable Old Six. Getting his mother's approval was a huge pressure. He just hoped everything would go smoothly this time. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanshuang felt a bit nervous. In the past, smashing doors with a bench in the village didn't seem like a big deal. Now, working with his mother on such a big matter, his heart was pounding in his throat. He used to think he was the best in old Zhao's family, but now he realized how small his plans were. He couldn't compare to his mother at all. Inside the police station, Chi Hongdo unsurprisingly saw the team leader and the brigade secretary. Leaving behind these three disrespectful old men in one house, the police officers also looked worried as they went to the meeting. Old lady, if this doesn't work, we will all be in big trouble. The team leader sat down heavily, saying he wouldn't do it anymore. He had never spoken so frankly in his life. The team leader still had some official pride. Now, thinking about what he said, he felt it didn't quite sound like himself. The captain was both relaxed and nervous. He lowered his voice and asked the team leader and Shi Hongdo, "We can't move here now. Won't something happen outside?" He couldn't shake the worry. Without him watching nearby, he feared things might really get out of control. Chi Hongdo touched her stomach, which was growling loudly. At the police station, it was not good. They wouldn't give her food, so she had to quietly endure her hunger. Hearing the captain's words, she endured her hunger and said, "Are you the only one afraid of losing control?" There were definitely others more worried about losing their temper than the captain. By the time Chi Hongdo was taken home by Zhao Yuanwu and others, the matter was settled. Wang Disheng and Yang Dae were both dismissed from their positions, and because of several charges against them, they were finally arrested. The captain and the team leader saying they refused to do this at the Grain Bureau's entrance really annoyed the local leaders. But they had their reasons, and now that the matter was resolved, in Hongqi Brigade, no one's prestige could compare to theirs. Even if they weren't allowed to be the team leader and secretary anymore and others were appointed, the villagers would still respect them. If the villagers didn't agree, there would be trouble every day. So, in the end, the captain and secretary were each ordered to write 2 self-criticism reports and gave apologies at a group meeting. After that, the matter was considered settled. Besides Hongqi Brigade, other brigades also participated a lot. This was the effect of Zhao Yuanshuang's mobilization. Wang Disheng's oppression wasn't limited to just Hongqi Brigade. Previously, no one led the effort, but now that Hongqi Brigade had taken the lead, others could cheer them on from behind. As for Yang Dae and Wang Disheng's persecution of some families, except for one family that didn't want to make a fuss, everyone else hated these two deeply. Their very existence was proof enough, something Wang Disheng and Yang Dae couldn't hide no matter what. So, that day, before Wang Disheng could let the rabid dog bite someone at night, the victims' families and others from different brigades came to support Hongqi Brigade. Seeing the situation worsen step by step, and finally a legal case involving a person's life emerged, the leaders could no longer wait for their subordinates to calm down on their own. They had to step in and take control of the situation. Then Yang Dae and Wang Disheng no longer had any room to act freely. The leaders decisively dealt with both of them, thoroughly investigating and punishing them. To soothe the villagers, the leader even came out to speak kindly, not blaming them, which helped to temporarily settle the issue. "Mom, you're finally back. Mom, are you okay? Mom,
Dinner is ready.
Please have a bite. Grandma, next time you fight the bad guys, call me. I will definitely help chase them away. Madam. Chi Hongdo felt dizzy and blurry-eyed. Please don't all speak at once. The old lady's ears might get deaf. I'm feeling fine. Nothing is wrong. Although Chi Hongdo said this, everyone in the Zhao family clearly still didn't believe her. Chi Hongdo thought, sometimes, you don't have to be so caring and considerate, children. She took a sip of the millet porridge brought by Wong Xiao. At first, she didn't notice anything, but on the second sip, she realized something was off. They didn't buy this millet from the kitchen. It was probably prepared by themselves. Wong Xiao and Zhao Yuanwen had exchanged fabric for this millet. They didn't dare enter the old lady's room casually, but since they thought she must have been suffering outside, they specially swapped in this millet to make porridge. Jiang Yiyun and Zhao Yuanwu followed behind the couple, and these days, they hadn't dared to sleep well. Chi Hongdo drank most of the millet porridge, then took a breath and saw that Zhao Yuanwu's wound was crudely covered with herbal paste. She could faintly smell blood, which made her frown. Zhao Yuanshuang looked at the old lady calmly drinking her porridge, appearing unharmed, and she was once again deeply impressed by her mother. Mom, why don't you go inside and rest for a while?
No rush.
I'm not sleepy. Have you all seen a doctor? Chi Hongdo waved her hand, and the injured family members were all gathered inside. It's really reckless. In this hot weather, the way they hastily bandaged the wounds might affect healing, and there's a risk of infection leading to more serious problems. All injuries are minor, just stop the bleeding. Besides, these past few days have been so busy that no one has time to see a doctor. Just crush some herbs and apply them, which is enough. When they were at the health clinic, the doctor only stopped the bleeding, and that was good enough. But no one dared to say this openly in front of Chi Hongdo's gaze. Chi Hongdo. He took a group of injured people to the barefoot doctor for a checkup and gave them new herbal medicines. Of course, on the way back before applying the herbs, Chi Hongdo had already mixed in some good medicines for stopping bleeding, reducing swelling, and fighting inflammation that he bought at the convenience hospital. The barefoot doctor didn't have very good medicines. Cheap herbs work, but their effect is weak. After adding the good medicines, the treatment worked almost immediately. This greatly eased the pain of the injured from Lao Zhao's family. In the brigade office, the team leader and the secretary sat smoking. When they saw that the situation was truly settled, they both let out a deep breath of relief. The tough ones are fearless and willing to risk everything. It turns out they can't be beaten. Old Zhao's wife is really a talented person. The secretary shook his head while smoking, full of emotion. In the past, he saw her as a fierce and tough woman, but in this different situation, she's not just fierce, she's brave and clever. Look at how clearly she arranged her son's future. Old 5 and a few grandsons are trusted in the team. Old 6 and Old 7 are running around contacting people, even bringing out those who had conflicts with Wang Disheng and others. Thanks to these efforts, the matter was resolved quickly. Without their involvement, it might not have ended so soon. The team leader nodded slightly. That old lady is quite a character. With her around, the descendants of Lao Zhao's family can't be too bad. But honestly, did you ever think about what would happen if you, the team leader, couldn't do this anymore? After finishing his last cigarette, the secretary started teasing the team leader. The team leader chuckled. Being the team leader, I'm just a farmer after all. What if he doesn't want to do it anymore? He has hands and feet. He's not afraid of starving. The secretary gave him a thumbs up. Good, saying that shows you're a real man. I give in to you this time. He has more worries than the team leader, though. Even though they're doing the same thing, he doesn't feel as calm as the team leader. He normally wouldn't say such things, but after going through such a big event together, the usual camaraderie between colleagues has truly turned into a revolutionary friendship. The review process is holding it up. I don't know when it will be released. I can only give a brief summary of the incident, as I can't go into details. I'm getting old, and I really didn't expect my brother to cause such a big stir. That sounds terrifying. Didn't they say he even injured several people? More than that. The police station was involved too. The district secretary's brother put down the phone and turned to his wife. sighing. His brother, though obsessed with official titles, was also a conservative person who generally avoided radical actions. This time, the situation was completely out of his usual style. They say some young people from the countryside also went. Did the young lady from the Bai family go? His wife felt nervous. Wasn't the local custom supposed to be simple and honest? Such things shouldn't involve young girls casually. They didn't say specifically, but everything's fine now. What if old Master Bai asks about it later? Should he tell the truth, or keep it light? Or should he be more serious? It's hard to judge the right balance. After thinking for a moment, he decided that when he saw old Master Bai, he should mention the matter. Otherwise, if he didn't bring it up and old Master Bai asked later, it might seem like he didn't care about Bai Yun. Those are just troublemakers. Good riddance. They should cause trouble. Old Master Bai was a person who hated evil and injustice. Although Zhao Maosong tried to speak lightly, old Master Bai, who had lived for 70 years and seen many things, caught the main point. He was relieved that Bai Yun was not in danger, but then he thought, was Bai Yun lucky that she wasn't hurt? If Wang Desheng, a troublemaker, had seen Bai Yun going to the granary or shopping in town with a group, what might have happened to her? He kept hoping to settle things peacefully, thinking that if these troublemakers harmed others, they wouldn't come to harm him. But isn't that just like a foolish bird burying its head in the sand when facing danger? Old Master Bai had never learned to sweep the snow in front of his own door. Don't be afraid to speak. Tell me exactly what happened. Seeing that Zhao Maosong hesitated to finish, old Master Bai reassured him again. He didn't dare say more. Zhao Maosong didn't want old Master Bai to get even angrier, especially since he was already quite old. Lying outside the living room, Bai Lily listened eagerly. I know some good places to go when visiting the countryside. As expected, poor mountains and bad waters produce troublemakers. Bai Yun always faces hardships whenever she goes to the countryside. Grandma Bai is currently sleeping because she is weak. Since there is no one else at home, Bai Lily is eavesdropping without worry of being caught. Just like Zhao Maosong worries, after hearing that Yang Dai and Wang Desheng caused 2 deaths, old Master Bai is so angry that his beard almost stands up. This is disgusting. Who do these bugs think they are? People like this should be taken out and shot 1,800 times. It's not enough. In the living room, the old man's loud, angry words echo through the house. Outside, Bai Lily scowls. She's just worried about Bai Yun's safety, so why is she pretending to be so righteous? Suddenly, Bai Lily starts thinking in her mind, if Bai Yun really encounters such trouble, how will the 2 old men in the family react? Maybe they'll get so angry they'll pass out, and she'll be free. She wouldn't have to stay here like she's in prison. Bai Xiangrong and his wife have already made it clear, if they don't speak, Bai Lily can't go home and must stay here forever. This makes Bai Lily very unhappy. Although old Master Bai is very angry, he considers that his wife is weak and doesn't want her to know about these things. Before sending anything to Bai Yun again, he plans to ask Zhao Maosong to deliver a package first. It contains some food and daily items, along with a wrapped dagger. If he hadn't thought that using a gun might attract too much attention, he really intended to give Bai Yun a gun. He hopes that no matter when or what danger she faces, Bai Yun can defend herself. Zhao Yuanwu has been feeling anxious. Because, to be honest, this incident might spiral out of control. It all started because he lost his temper and struck first. Later, as things escalated, no one paid attention to the details anymore, but he still feels like a heavy stone is pressing on his heart. If his mother finds out, what will she think of him? She will definitely think he's still causing trouble after all these years. Zhao Yuanwu feels a bit discouraged. He reaches out to scratch his head but accidentally touches the wound on his face. Although he applied some medicine and the wound looks to be healing quickly, it's the most serious and obvious injury he has. Any slight touch makes the healing flesh send sharp pain through his body. Jia Yiyun believes that eating certain foods can help improve health. Recently, she's been asking around about where to buy pig faces, planning to buy some for him to eat. Zhao Baojia and the others mostly have bruises and bumps, with few cuts, and since they are young, they heal quickly. Later, Zhao Yuanwu still needs to apply medicine, but the others no longer need treatment, just some daily care. Qi Hongdo isn't confident in her mind-reading abilities, so she naturally doesn't know what Zhao Yuanwu is thinking. However, when she saw Zhao Yuanwu casually remove the herbal patch from his face and reveal the healing flesh underneath, she still felt a shiver down her spine. "Come here." Zhao Yuanwu, who had just finished work, heard Qi Hongdo's voice and quickly snapped out of his thoughts. He looked at her with a stiff expression. Despite being tall, his stance now looked awkward, like a clumsy person. Qi Hongdo couldn't stand to watch. Although the old lady's way of caring for the children was rough, the flesh was growing on his body. Did Zhao Yuanwu have no sense of pain? It seemed a bit too rough. "Squat down." He was big and strong, but talking with his neck tilted was hard. Zhao Yuanwu obediently followed her instructions. Qi Hongdo checked the herbal patch on his face and saw that, due to his rough handling, the healing wound had started to bleed slightly. Sitting on a small stool, she looked at Zhao Yuanwu's stiff posture and suddenly understood something.
She didn't speak.
Instead, she went to the kitchen, prepared a new herbal patch, and carefully replaced the old one on Zhao Yuanwu. After changing the medicine, she thought for a moment and then took a small packet of dried apricots wrapped in a handkerchief from her pocket. "Here, take this and go about your business." Zhao Yuanwu didn't expect the thing in Qi Hongdo's hand was for him. He turned to leave without even noticing her words, "Take this." It wasn't until she called him again that he paused. "Why are you leaving so quickly? You haven't taken your stuff. I noticed you haven't been eating well these days. Are you in pain? Eat some dried apricots. They're sweet and will soothe your mouth. I remember when you were young, you loved sweets more than your brothers combined. Here, take it." The small packet of dried apricots was only as big as his palm, but Zhao Yuanwu hesitated for a long time. "Mother, do you blame me?" Finally, he asked the question he'd been holding inside for a long time. After asking this question, Zhao Yuanwu's expression looked as if he was waiting for Qi Hongdo to sentence him to death, with a kind of fearless acceptance of death. For many days, because of the pain from the wound on his face and his own worries, he hardly slept peacefully. Every time he saw Qi Hongdo, he wondered if his mother was going to scold him. But every time she didn't. It was as if she had completely forgotten about this matter. She showed no intention of blaming him at all. Yet, even so, Zhao Yuanwu still didn't believe that this was the end of it. He remembered the days after his twin brother drowned. Whenever his mother saw his face, she would curse him as a troublemaker. Sometimes, while he was eating happily, she would suddenly pick up chopsticks and hit his hand. Even at midnight, when he was sleeping, she would suddenly lift the blanket and hit him with her shoe. From then on, Zhao Yuanwu believed that whenever he made a mistake, he would be punished forever, and there was no such thing as it ends here. Instead of waiting anxiously every day, he thought it would be better to face it directly. That was what Zhao Yuanwu was thinking at this moment. Qi Hongdo finally understood where Zhao Yuanwu's despondent aura was coming from. For Zhao Yuanwu, because he lost his twin brother, every time he endured his mother's anger and beatings, it was for a reason he couldn't oppose. But from Qi Hongdo's perspective, at that time, Zhang Daihe was actually out of control. In that state, if Zhao Yuanwu wanted to run away or resist, he could have. But as a child, Zhao Yuanwu's guilt and shame made him believe he deserved punishment. So, he habitually accepted everything the old lady gave him. Qi Hongdo asked him, "What do I have to blame you for? Blame you for protecting our team's grain and fighting with Wang Disheng? Or blame you for losing your temper and not hitting hard enough?" Zhao Yuanwu looked at Qi Hongdo. "Yes. Aren't these enough?" If he hadn't lost his temper and fought back, his mother wouldn't have gone to the police station later. Qi Hongdo smiled softly, her eyes gentle. She didn't know what the old lady was saying to Zhao Yuanwu right now, but she wanted to say, "Mother doesn't blame you. You did very well. My daughter understands why you acted. You wanted to protect the grain from being wasted and to keep your brothers and nephews from being wronged. Otherwise, how could Wang Disheng have fought you?" Qi Hongdo doesn't need to ask. She can guess why Zhao Yuanwu, the strongest in strength, was the most seriously injured at home. "Mother, all right. You rest well and take care of your injury. Don't peel off the herbal paste carelessly, or it might lose its effect. Since you're hurt now, you should avoid certain foods. When you're better, I'll cook a chicken for you. Chi Hongdo waves her hand. She knows she can't erase decades of pain and shadows with just a few words, but this time, since the blame isn't really on him, she can at least comfort Zhao Yuanwu. From her point of view, she can only do so much, offering a chicken as a small apology. But for Zhao Yuanwu, being affirmed by his mother like this might be something he only dreamed of as a child. Parents have their joys and sorrows about their children. Maybe no one loves their children more than parents do, but children love their parents just as much. It feels like a long time ago. The family rarely had a good meal. Zhao Yuanwu remembers it was probably just some steamed bread made from mixed flour, but it tasted very good. His brothers and sisters ate greedily, and he took a bite too. It was delicious. But when he looked up, he saw his mother coming out of the kitchen with a bowl of soup that he couldn't see clearly, and she just drank it. His father still had a steamed bread in his hand and was eating, but his mother only had an empty bowl. Everything else was gone. How old was Zhao Yuanwu then? 7?
8?
He doesn't remember, but he knows it was a few years after losing his twin brother.
He watched the scene.
The steamed bread in his hand still smelled good, but he didn't eat anymore. He followed his mother into the kitchen. While she was washing dishes, he took out the half-eaten steamed bread and said, "Mother, I can't eat this anymore." The steamed bread ended up in Zhang Daiha's hands. Maybe children just stuff all sorts of messy things into their mouths, or perhaps he took an extra piece of steamed bread to eat. Anyway, when a child says they are full, they are full. Zhang Daiha, who was hungry herself, picked up the steamed bread and started eating. Zhao Yuanwu originally felt satisfied, but after finishing the steamed bread, Zhang Daiha scolded him harshly. He was called a lazy person for eating plain rice, scolded for eating too much good food, and told he couldn't even finish his steamed cornbread. People also said he didn't understand how precious grain was. 7- or 8-year-old Zhao Yuanwu couldn't understand why he was being scolded with a serious face. His nose felt sore, and tears suddenly welled up and fell. This only brought more curses from Zhang Daiha. Over the years, Zhang Daiha had forgotten about this small incident and many similar ones. She had become used to being especially strict with the 5th child, not because of right or wrong, but out of habit. But Zhao Yuanwu, who was hungry and whose stomach was growling at age 7 or 8, could never explain clearly why he was crying. Was it because he was scolded?
No.
In the night, fireflies flickered in the grass, shining intermittently. The frogs croaked loudly in the pond, creating a noisy chorus. Debeo threw a stone into the pond, and the frog calls immediately quieted. You could still faintly hear the frogs hopping away. Erbao giggled and imitated his older brother. Sangbao was catching fireflies, while Xiaoniu and little Nuno reached out their small paws, trying to catch a glowing firefly. They probably realized their little hands couldn't do much, so they started trying to open their mouths to catch the shimmering creatures flying before them. Of course, none of the fireflies were caught, and their mothers soon noticed this unhygienic behavior. Each of them smacked the children on the bottom. Sangbao cried loudly and Xiaoniu blinked, looking at her mother by the moonlight and then at Sangbao, who was crying on the ground. They didn't quite understand what was happening. Because it was too hot, the family moved their cool beds outside since sleeping indoors was too stuffy. Outside, there was a gentle breeze at night. The adults and children either sat on the cool beds chatting or stood in groups, fanning themselves with palm fans to avoid mosquitoes and insect repellent sprays, while also chatting about gossip. Zhao Yuanwu lay on his family's cool bed, listening to the scattered, noisy sounds around him. Jiang Yiyun, who was talking to him earlier, paused when she noticed he didn't respond to her and realized he had fallen asleep. Finally asleep. What happened today? Why did he sleep so early? And so peacefully? Jiang Yiyun thought to herself. Since they were close, she knew Zhao Yuanwu's thoughts without him saying a word. But Zhao Yuanwu was stubborn. If he didn't speak up himself, no matter how much she asked, she wouldn't get a single word out of him. Jia Yuyun initially thought about comforting him, talking about other things to distract him, but she didn't expect Zhao Yuanwu to fall asleep so quickly and deeply tonight. Really, stewed chicken? Yes, Brother Wu, this time it's really thanks to you. Zhao Aimin looked at the fat old hen that Wong Xiao caught from the chicken coop, and he was almost drooling. Even though he knew this chicken was for nourishing the injured, he didn't mind. They would make a stew, and whether it's the broth or the meat, he could probably get some to eat. After all, killing chickens isn't common, so they should cherish each one. Zhao Yuanwu didn't expect to hear such words from his youngest sibling one day. It felt strange, but he wouldn't admit it. He had already forgotten what his mother said about killing chickens, but after his injury healed, his mother actually let the eldest sister-in-law catch a chicken. Today, when they heard about killing a chicken, the children in the family were so happy they almost went crazy. It's meat. They're so happy. Zhao Aimin, rarely diligent, was eager to help pluck the chicken's feathers. Dabao and Bao sat nearby, watching intently. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Yuanwu's face. Madam, smile suddenly. The little girl pointed at Qi Hongdo's face, showing her a cute, drooling-looking smile. While Lin Qiyu was lowering her head to wipe the girl's saliva, Qi Hongdo reached out and touched her own face. At this moment, the noisy scene outside Zhao's house, clucking chickens during slaughter, Zhao Aimin shouting loudly to help, the sharp, childish laughter of Dabao and Bao, the innocent voice of the little girl talking to Lin Qiyu, each sound clearly entered her ears. Before the girl pointed it out, Qi Hongdo didn't realize she was smiling. She didn't even know she was smiling, let alone why. It seemed she hadn't been sleeping much in the small villa lately. She sprayed insect repellent in her room, lying on the old-fashioned wooden bed at night. Sometimes she would open her eyes and see the moonlight coming through the window, listening to the outside sounds, crickets, frogs, even the wind. Though it was supposed to be silent, she could fall asleep quickly. At this moment, Qi Hongdo suddenly realized that she had unknowingly grown accustomed to all of this, even feeling like she wanted to become part of it. Yes, Qi Hongdo never thought of herself as a particularly kind or warm person. When she first arrived, she looked at everyone in the Zhao family and didn't see them as truly human. For her, as a time traveler, although these people seemed real, they were just like paper figures below her level. No one is born with the ability to love infinitely. All relationships and feelings need to be built from nothing. At first, Qi Hongdo thought she could survive here for 20 years just to stay alive. But now, for survival, she feels maybe she doesn't need to think of it as enduring. Because everything in front of her is alive and real. They are all living people. Zhao Youtian sat on the train for 4 days. Although her mother gave her a vaccination before she left, sitting on the train for 4 days still made Zhao Youtian feel unwell. It was her first long trip. After getting off the train, Zhao Youtian struggled to carry several big bags through the crowded crowd. A girl with braids, wearing a red floral shirt, was holding a delicate wicker suitcase, walking in small leather shoes, making a clicking sound. Because she wasn't paying attention, she almost bumped into Zhao Youtian's bundle. Are you blind? The girl immediately blamed Zhao Youtian. Zhao Youtian had been bumped and stepped on by many people in the crowd. Everyone hurried past without stopping, and she hadn't stopped either. If she hadn't heard the girl shout, she wouldn't have known someone was behind her. Comrade, sorry, I have a lot of luggage. Not bothering to argue, Zhao Youtian saw that the girl was probably a few years younger than her. She didn't want to waste time arguing, and just smiled slightly. The girl was suddenly annoyed when she saw this woman, dressed in dull gray, turn around and still look quite pretty. What's this? She looked like a country bumpkin. It was hilarious. She didn't even look at herself, who would be her comrade. Just as the girl was about to say more, she glanced at her watch and saw the time. She stomped her foot, snorted at Zhao Youtian, and quickly walked away. There are really strange people outside. Mom was right. Zhao Youtian had been on the train for a few days and was a bit disheveled. Her appearance was not good right now, which was unavoidable. She was a little worried. If Guanjun didn't recognize her, she would feel nervous and anxious, which was hard to avoid. Guanjun kept his eyes wide open because there were so many people. He was afraid he might miss his wife. Usually, he could stay calm during training and missions, but now, in the crowded place, his palms were sweating as he looked for his wife. Fortunately, they didn't miss each other. Guanjun's voice suddenly called out. Zhao Youtian looked up and realized that the person she had been searching for had already appeared in front of her. The newly reunited young couple couldn't help but smile foolishly and happily. They didn't hug or kiss. After confirming they were each other's, they just laughed silly. Maybe just seeing you makes me really happy. Each of them was carrying a big bag. Zhao Youtian struggled to carry her luggage, while Guanjun easily lifted her bag with one hand. His other hand reached out to her. Suddenly feeling relaxed, Zhao Youtian looked at his rough, scarred hand and gently held it. She didn't know what kind of new beginning awaited her in this unfamiliar place, but she was willing to trust this person in front of her. After registering, they entered the single dormitory that Guanjun had finally managed to get. Before they even stepped inside, their neighbor, the military wife, came over to watch them. "Oh, is this my sister-in-law? Guanjun has been waiting for you. You've had a long journey. Come in and rest. I have hot water at home. Let me pour some for you." "No need, sister-in-law. We have everything at home."
Thank you.
Guanjun greeted her politely, always with a smile on his face. Sister-in-law Zhou looked at Guanjun and then at Zhao Youtian, smiling even more warmly. Guanjun is very careful. He probably prepared a lot for your arrival. By the way, are you hungry, sister-in-law? I have 2 steamed buns. You can have them first. Sister-in-law Zhou was very kind-hearted. Seeing her like this, Guanjun didn't mind at all. However, he thought that Zhao Youtian had only arrived today and was unfamiliar with everything here.
He was worried she might feel shy.
Just as he was about to answer Sister Zhou on Zhao Youtian's behalf, he saw Zhao Youtian smile at Sister Zhou. "Just call me Youtian. My family name is Zhao. This is my first time here, so I don't know much. I might trouble you a lot in the future, Sister Zhou. Please don't mind me." Then Zhao Youtian pointed to a small bundle in Guanjun's hand. "I still haven't finished the dry food I brought. Thanks for the steamed bun, Sister Zhou. Once I settle things at home, I'll invite you over to eat." Sister Zhou was a kind and open person. Seeing Zhao Youtian act so confidently, she didn't mind at all and instead smiled warmly. "I think Sister Youtian is a straightforward person. Guanjun, you're so lucky." Guanjun happily accepted the compliment and chuckled. After chatting briefly at the door with Sister Zhou, the young couple finally arrived at their new home. The single dormitory Guanjun applied for wasn't very big. It was mainly a row house, with only the higher-grade ones having special layouts. Others were quite similar. There was a bedroom, a main hall, and a kitchen. 2 people living here had plenty of space. Of course, the furniture inside was sparse. When Zhao Youtian entered, she could see everything clearly at a glance. The bed in the bedroom was neatly made, and there was a relatively new-looking table. On the empty table, there was a box of new snow cream. Guanjun put down his luggage. When he saw Zhao Youtian notice the snow cream, he eagerly handed it to her as if showing off. He had overheard Sister Zhou and others talking about how much they wanted snow cream. Since they all thought it was good, Guanjun wanted to buy one for Zhao Youtian too. Now that he finally had a wife who agreed to come so far to join the army, Guanjun wanted to fill their home with good things. But reality didn't allow it. The snow cream was bought through someone else, and he couldn't afford much else. After looking around the new home, Zhao Youtian found it hard to imagine how Guanjun managed to live here. The kitchen was empty, no rice, oil, salt, or anything. The main hall had only 2 small stools, with newspapers pasted on the walls. The room was empty, except for a bed, a table, and a cabinet in the bedroom. When she opened the cabinet, she saw only a few pieces of clothing, probably only 2 or 3. She knew soldiers were rough, but she didn't expect Guanjun to live even more simply. A box of snow cream is not cheap. Zhao Youtian thought about saying no to wastefulness. With that money, she could buy herself more food, since it would actually go into her stomach. But when she was about to speak, she remembered the words her mother had taught her. If he wants to give you something, no matter what it is, Don't think about saving money or being frugal. Doing that is not only silly, but also not good for your relationship. Who doesn't want to see a happy face when giving a gift? No matter if it's expensive or not, just happily accept it. If you really can't stand it, wait until after you receive the gift, then gently let him know what you want. As long as it's not a matter of principle, there's nothing wrong with discussing things together. Since you're married, caring for each other's feelings is normal. Thinking of this, Zhao Youtian put away the snow cream and smiled at Guanjun. It's getting late. I'll go cook for you. Luckily, there was enough food in the bag, so making a simple meal was easy. Guanjun saw his wife's happy face and felt very satisfied. He would work hard to save more money and buy her more nice things. But, wife, I think I should go to the cafeteria to get food. Guanjun suddenly remembered something as he watched Zhao Youtian take the food to the kitchen. And when Zhao Youtian reached the kitchen, she also remembered something. Firewood. There was no firewood in the kitchen. Well, a single man cooking by himself, it's not easy. Of course, if he can eat at the cafeteria, he would. Not having firewood is pretty normal, right? Guanjun suddenly slapped his forehead. Recently, he had been so excited about his wife coming that he cleaned the bedroom several times, but he completely forgot about the kitchen. In the glow of the sunset, the little couple standing inside and outside the kitchen looked at each other for a moment, then both smiled at the same time. Although they are now married, they still need a long time to get to know each other better. On the first day in their new home, the young couple ate at the cafeteria. Because they had training the next day, Zhao Youtian took a shower and was very tired and sleepy, so they went to bed early. At first, Guanjun was worried about Zhao Youtian, who was at home while he was training. He had bought breakfast early and left it at home, but after last night, he realized he still had a lot to prepare. And his wife was unfamiliar with the area, so she probably wouldn't even leave the house today. But after the evening training was over and he returned home, Guanjun saw that his once empty house had changed a lot. He also noticed Zhao Youtian happily talking with Sister Zhao. He realized he might have underestimated his wife. Sister-in-law, dinner is ready. Come and eat with us. Zhao Youtian linked arms with Sister Zhao and warmly invited her. Sister Zhao looked at Guanjun, who was standing at the door with a rare look of confusion, and chuckled. Sister-in-law has children at home and is busy. Next time, okay? Guanjun is back. Oh, I knew it yesterday. Our Youtian is really capable. Just look at how tidy she keeps the house. Guanjun, you are truly lucky. Sister Zhao spoke sincerely. Although she was a kind-hearted person who liked to help others, she didn't usually praise everyone so genuinely. After Sister Zhao left, Guanjun, still stunned, finally had a chance to ask Zhao Youtian what had happened at home in just one day. The kitchen was piled with firewood, the pot of food was steaming hot, a small table was added in the main room, a new curtain hung by the window in the bedroom, and clean clothes were hanging on the newly added clothesline outside the door. It all seemed to transform the house into a warm, lively home. Zhao Youtian brought a basin of water for Guanjun to wash his face and hands. Time to eat. Wash your face first. I'll take this dish to Sister Zhao. Zhao Youtian said that inviting Sister Zhao to eat was not just for show. She had helped her a lot today. Guanjun saw his wife efficiently carrying a dish to the neighbor. The dish looked unfamiliar, and his curiosity grew like a cat's claws. He took a towel to wash his face. After rubbing it a bit and feeling the soft touch on his face, Guanjun opened his eyes. Could it be that the towel was also brought by his wife? Could it be that all the 200 yuan he sent home was used to buy things for his wife? Guanjun was very surprised. After giving away that money, he never thought he could get it back. He wanted to earn more money, but he wasn't a miser who valued every penny. He didn't mind spending what needed to be spent. But after being used as a bloodsucker by the Gua family for so many years and giving things without any expectation of return, he was unexpectedly touched by the results he saw now. Thinking about the 2 packages that my wife sent me before, each time they were full and packed carefully, Guanjun felt warm inside. Chi Hongdo indeed prepared many things for Zhao Youtian. She made sure everything for eating, dressing, and daily needs was included. If Guanjun hadn't sent money back, she might have helped organize the luggage, but she definitely wouldn't have prepared so many items. Since Guanjun showed sincerity by sending these things, Chi Hongdo thought it was okay to be generous. Both the money Guanjun sent and the rare military tickets were very useful. Guanjun's intention was not just for Zhao Youtian, but for the whole Zhao family. With this thought, Chi Hongdo wanted to consider their little family more. Besides supplies, she also gave Zhao Youtian 50 yuan and some receipts, so she wouldn't be empty-handed if something happened. It was also to give Zhao Youtian more confidence. Chi Hongdo's arrangements really made sure Zhao Youtian had enough food and didn't feel worried. Even though Guanjun was away all day, she didn't stay at home feeling lonely. Instead, she took a handful of roasted peanuts to her neighbor, Sister Zhou, and then asked her where the local supply store was and where she could find firewood. Zhao Youtian was a hardworking person. Once she knew what to do, she didn't delay and started working tirelessly. Of course, she couldn't do all this alone while also tidying up the house and collecting so much firewood at once. Sister Zhou saw how busy and tired she was and helped her find someone to buy the firewood. Even the small table in the main room was arranged with Sister Zhou's help. Zhao Youtian sincerely wanted to thank Sister Zhou. Who is that person? That's the family of Deputy Battalion Commander Gua. Oh, probably from the countryside. I remember someone once wanted to introduce a match for Deputy Battalion Commander Gua, but he said he was already engaged back home. It's a pity for Deputy Battalion Commander Gua. He's doing so well now, gaining the leader's attention. If he married someone from the countryside who's not suitable, it would be a problem. We don't want him to have a wife who causes trouble or embarrasses him, like the family of Commander Deng. That would be a real mess.
Exactly.
That girl from the countryside doesn't know much, and she's stubborn and doesn't listen. She's from some mountain village, never seen a tap before. When you try to teach her, she doesn't appreciate it and even scolds people, saying we look down on her and are deliberately bullying her. She curses and swears all the time.
I've never seen anyone like that.
Some people say that a good wife brings less trouble to her husband. Have you noticed that since Deputy Commander Deng's wife came, he's been called in for talks many times, which has made him look tired and worried. Deputy Commander Deng is also feeling upset inside. His wife from the countryside is not very presentable, and she insists on moving with him to the army. If they come here, it's not peaceful, and it's really sad for Deputy Commander Deng. A few people looked at Zhao Yuji's figure as she left Sister Zhou's house, shaking their heads and sighing while talking. It seemed like they already saw Guanjun becoming the next Deputy Commander Deng. Guanjun didn't realize he had already become an unlucky person in some people's eyes. He felt very happy right now. When he got home, everything was busy but warm, clean clothes and bedding with a nice soap scent, tasty food, and his beautiful wife sitting beside him with gentle eyes. It was more beautiful than any dream. Wife, here is this month's allowance, just received today. While eating, Guanjun suddenly reached into his pocket. He took out a stack of money and placed it in front of Zhao Youtian. After pulling out the money, Guanjun didn't say anything else. He picked up his big bowl and started eating quickly. Zhao Youtian brought 2 sausages from home. That evening, she cut half of one, and the sizzling, salty sausage made Guanjun's appetite grow. With those few slices of sausage, Guanjun finished his big bowl of rice and also ate a large bowl of stir-fried vegetables. Zhao Youtian, who was used to her brothers and father eating fiercely at home, was surprised by Guanjun's large appetite. Eat slowly. Zhao Youtian poured him some water. She usually eats a normal amount, unlike Guanjun. When he's full, he still manages to finish all the leftovers. Thanks to his daily intense training, he wouldn't get a big belly just from eating like this. His wife laughed, but Guanjun didn't mind. In the army, it's normal to eat slowly. The more you can eat, the better. Wife, is there anything we still need at home? Tell me if there's anything. The tables and chairs that are too heavy for you, I can handle them. After learning about what Zhao Youtian did that day, Guanjun felt both admiration and pity. He thought he was already prepared, but he didn't expect Zhao Youtian to be so busy and hardworking. Our small table is enough for now. When we need more, I'll tell you. Zhao Youtian did not directly refuse by saying she didn't need it, but thought carefully before answering Guanjun. Guanjun nodded. Okay. His chest felt full and happy, his stomach was full, and his heart was about to overflow. Although things weren't perfect in every way, now that the two of them could discuss and agree, he felt so happy he couldn't find the words. Such big peaches. Weigua, where did you pick these? That evening, Zhao Weigua and Zhao Xiangnan, shirtless, each carried a large bag of peaches and pears. Mostly peaches, with only a few crooked-looking pears, but they were also very big. De Bao and Air Bao gathered around the piles of peaches and pears, excited and unsure where to start. The peaches were pointed, bright red, and about the size of a man's fist. I found them in a valley with my second brother. They are wild trees, probably nobody knows about them, so the fruit grew in clusters and no one has eaten them. Wild peaches from the mountain were big and red. After eating, they needed to be washed or the fuzzy layer on the surface should be rubbed off, or else it could cause itching or skin irritation. Adults might be okay, but children would definitely get itchy from touching them. Adults would remove the fuzzy layer from the children's hands, then wash the peaches in a bucket of water before letting De Bao and Air Bao eat them. Mother said, illness comes from the mouth. Food must be washed properly to keep hygiene. Zhao Aimin wasn't polite to his young cousins either. He picked up a big peach, washed it, and then took a bite. Delicious. Crispy and sweet. This peach tastes really good. Is the place where you picked them far away? After finishing a peach, Zhao Aimin's foodie instinct kicked in automatically. Xiangnan shook his head. Not far, but it's hard to walk there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought back only these. Aimin, who loved to eat, was never afraid of hardship. He turned to Chi Hongdo and said, Mom, I want to bring back some peaches. Can you make sugar syrup preserves like the ones from the supply and marketing cooperative? At his age, acting spoiled for food was normal. Only Zhao Aimin in the Zhao family was likely to do that. Chi Hongdo chuckled. She told Zhao Weigua and Xiangnan that the road was difficult and far, so if Zhao Aimin wanted to go, let him. Okay, then pick more peaches. Mom will make sugar syrup preserves for you. Mom, do you think the peaches we pick can be sent to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell? Encouraged and permitted by Chi Hongdo, Zhao Aimin's mind started racing faster. Mostly because these peaches looked really good, big and sweet. If they sold them, they would definitely sell well. Chi Hongtu glanced at Zhao Aimin, who looked full of hope. In some ways, Zhao Aimin was quite clever. He was a bit like his older sister, but not as much. She was sure that after developing the land, Zhao Aimin would be the first to put down his tools and go out to earn money. As for how much, he probably wouldn't make a lot, but he could earn a little from small sales. Hearing that he might make some money selling peaches, Zhao Aimin was excited, and the rest of the Zhao family also felt motivated. They quickly got to work. A few strong men, before it got completely dark, carried baskets and went into the mountains to pick peaches. Take this with you. Before leaving, Chi Hongdo took the flashlights the brothers Du Wanli had sent her from the bedroom. As the only electrical device in the Zhao family, the flashlight hadn't been used much before, but now it was very useful. People were really energetic now. On such a dark night, a group of them walked carefully on the small path, using the flashlight to see, and picked several baskets of peaches. They basically stripped the few peach trees Zhao Weigua had found, even not leaving the ugly pear trees nearby. After working hard, they returned close to dawn. Early in the morning, Chi Hongdo opened the door and saw several baskets piled inside the main room, full of peaches, like a mountain of peaches. It's probably all the peaches from the trees, not even a peach hair left. Chi Hongdo sighed, amazed at their perseverance. Wow, so many peaches. A few kids rubbed their eyes, thinking they were dreaming. Chi Hongdo thought they would only pick a couple of baskets, but to her surprise, there were so many. It looked like they really needed to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Nai, here's a letter from Yuju. Before heading to the supply and marketing cooperative, Chi Hongdo received a package and letter from Zhao Youtian and Guanjun. When she heard Zhao Youtian's name, Wong Xiao, who had just finished work, immediately turned to look. Zhao Yuanwen also looked over. Chi Hongdo opened the envelope and read the letter aloud to the couple. Knowing her family was worried about her, Zhao Youtian wrote the letter the day after she settled down, and she also packed some canned food that Guanjun had given her to send back. She said she wanted her family to taste the food, but it was just canned meat. Of course, Wong Xiao was not interested in that. Zhao Youtian thoughtfully told her that she and Guanjun were doing very well now. She was happy. Guanjun was also very good to her, and their little home was better than she had imagined. As for the neighbors next door, they were all kind-hearted people. Although sometimes there were communication issues because she spoke in dialect, it didn't stop Zhao Youtian from quickly blending into the military community. Wong Xiao could finally put down her hand over her heart. Everything was fine, everything was good. However, Chi Hongdo secretly frowned in her mind. Was Zhao Youtian only sharing good news and hiding worries? She didn't doubt that Guanjun was unkind to her. She just wondered if she could adapt so quickly to the new environment. Where there are people, there will be conflicts no matter the setting. She decided to write a letter to Zhao Youtian. If possible, she would look for a job there, any kind of work, to try her hand. Building her social circle in the new environment was the real way to fit in. That way, if something happened and Guanjun wasn't around, she could still find others to help. Chi Hongdo's reply made Zhao Youtian read it several times. She knew in her heart that everything in the letter was true and could happen. The level of knowledge and quality among military family members varied. There were high-ranking family members, educated ones, those from the countryside, mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, sisters-in-law, and so on. All kinds of factors mixed together, making the social environment far from simple. In fact, Zhao Youtian found that many places here were not much different from the village. There were people throwing tantrums, arguing, insulting each other, fighting with their spouses, and hitting children. All common sights. For example, she herself had noticed more than once that when she went to wash clothes or leave the house, some people were always pointing and whispering behind her back. She had no idea why. But it was clear those people were not coming with good intentions. Guanjun was busy with his own work every day. To stop her from overthinking, Zhao Youtian tidied up the house and then sat still. She borrowed tools from her neighbor, Sister Zhou, and started working in the vegetable garden behind the house. By the end of the day, the garden was neatly organized and well kept. When Sister Zhou came to visit, she gave Zhao Youtian a thumbs up. "Young Sister Youtian, you really are something." It had only been a few days, but her little home was well arranged, and the vegetable garden was already in order. Zhao Youtian wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Sister-in-law is here. Come inside and have some water." Her face was flushed, and sweat could clearly be seen dripping from her collar and neck.
No rush, no rush. Take a break first.
The work can't be finished in a day. Sister-in-law Zhou pulled Zhao Youtian to rest under the shade of a tree. "Sister-in-law, can I ask you something?" Seeing sister-in-law Zhou fanning her with a fan to help cool her down, Zhao Youtian couldn't help but speak up. "Ask whatever you want. No need to be polite." Zhao Youtian then told sister-in-law Zhou about what she had experienced these past few days. Hearing this, sister-in-law Zhou immediately understood who was talking behind Zhao Youtian's back. Those people just like to criticize others. They usually love pointing fingers. It has nothing to do with you. That's just how they are. Actually, among us folks from the countryside, no matter what we do, those people see us as simple and uneducated. I don't understand. If they're so cultured, why do they always act so petty? Sister-in-law Zhou said this with a smile, making Zhao Youtian laugh. Seeing her smile, sister-in-law Zhou continued, "Take Deng Yingzhang's daughter-in-law, for example. She's not very worldly, but doesn't she understand basic manners?" They told Deng Yingzhang's wife, Gui Feng, to use the faucet, but she deliberately got soaked and was talking behind people's backs. If she hadn't done that, would she have yelled at others? Things don't happen without reason. Although nowadays Gui Fong has become a symbol of rudeness and vulgarity, sister-in-law Zhou didn't think it was entirely her fault from the start. Besides, some people are just naturally mean. Before Gui Fong came, she pretended not to know anything and even tried to introduce her husband to others. If her own man was about to be taken away, what's wrong with Gui Fong rushing over to guard him? People say she should be sensible, but what good is that if she ends up losing everything? Who will cry for Gui Fong then? In any case, those people are just gossiping idly. We shouldn't bother with them. Sister-in-law Zhou comforted Zhao Youtian. But you and Gui Fong are different, and Guanjun and Deng Yingzhang are different too. Maybe once everyone realizes who you really are, they'll want to be friends with you. Although sister-in-law Zhou's words were meant to comfort, Zhao Youtian didn't find them very reassuring. She had only seen Gui Fong once before. She was dressed very poorly, avoided eye contact when she saw people, and her face and nails were dirty. Sometimes, if she accidentally bumped into someone, she would immediately raise her voice and argue. Zhao Youtian doesn't think she's much better than Gui Fong. If she claims to be, maybe it's just because she's been luckier. After listening to Sister Zhou, she probably understands why Gui Fong has that reputation among the family members. It's because she lacks confidence. Whether facing educated military relatives who take care of themselves or dealing with a husband whose feelings may not be deep, Gui Fong, unable to support herself, strangely becomes a prickly person who stabs at everyone. Sister-in-law, do you think I can find a job here? Thinking about these things makes Zhao Youtian feel heavy inside. She knows she should do something, at least not spend all day just cooking. She's not afraid of hard work or tiring herself. Sister Zhou sighs and says, "Isn't life at home pretty good? Doesn't Guanjun give you a stipend?" She widens her eyes, implying, it can't be that Guanjun is hiding a secret stash? Zhao Youtian shakes her head.
It's my own choice to take this job.
I don't have children now, and I can handle the household stuff. That's true. Without children, there's less burden. Sister Zhou doesn't understand Zhao Youtian's thoughts, but nods enthusiastically. Okay, I'll ask around for you. Calm down. Your brother-in-law only helped you get a job because of me. If you're not willing to work, go back. A woman with short hair, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, looks impatient at the girl in front of her, who has 2 braids and a delicate watch on her wrist. I'm supposed to find a match for you, because I promised our parents. But only if you stop causing trouble. If you don't, I'll give your brother-in-law a train ticket and you can go wherever you came from. Lu Sitian pouts, annoyed by her sister's scolding. You're mean to me. Your brother-in-law doesn't dislike me. Why would I dislike you? The woman sneers. Such a fool is only valued by her parents. When she married her husband, her younger sister, relying on her age, openly mocked her, saying her brother-in-law, who didn't dislike her, was useless. The family laughed at her for marrying a poor soldier. Now that the poor soldier has made something of himself, she's asking for help and acting so proud. Because your brother-in-law is my man. Whatever I say goes. If you keep talking back, I'll have him send you on a train tomorrow. Lu Sitian finally shuts up. Things are not like they used to be. Marrying someone in uniform gives a hidden layer of protection. If it weren't for that, my parents wouldn't have sent her here. Her older sister just had a baby recently, and her reason for coming here was still to help take care of her sister. But she is not the type to do chores. Her sister didn't plan to rely on her either, so she simply arranged a job for her. However, Lu Sitian was still very unhappy about it. Unfortunately, her older sister Lu Yiquang didn't pay attention to her feelings at all. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head, so Lu Sitian could only endure it. But being a nanny, who likes taking care of a bunch of little kids? In the place where military families gather, there are many children. Usually, each family has more than one child. Since the father is busy in the army, the mother is overwhelmed with many tasks. To keep things peaceful and stable, the family compound set up a nursery. Lu Sitian was assigned to be a kindergarten teacher. Thinking about starting tomorrow, she would be stuck with a bunch of kids who don't understand words, their noses everywhere, and go to the bathroom wherever they want. She felt frustrated inside. Once she found a partner, she would definitely quit this job immediately. The next day, Sister Zhou found Zhao Youtian. There's a job that needs someone. We set up a nursery here, a place to watch the kids. It's not very fancy, but we get paid every month. Of course, the pay isn't much. What do you think? Zhao Youtian gratefully nodded. Of course, that's good. But can I go? Sister Zhou replied, of course. Taking care of children is also hard work. We looked for few people before, but none stayed long. They are older and don't have enough energy. So this time, we want to find a younger person. I think you're just right. Tomorrow I'll take you there. Don't worry, it'll be fine. When Chi Hongdo received Zhao Yujia's letter again, she learned that Zhao Youtian was already working at the military nursery. The work was messy, and children were hard to manage, but having a proper job was already considered a great thing in Wong Xiao's eyes. Chi Hongdo agreed with their thoughts. Now, Youtian has her own work there. Even if Guanjun is busy with missions and can't come back, she doesn't have to stay at home worrying. Wong Xiao nodded repeatedly, thinking that taking care of children was better than working hard in the fields like others. She didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Zhao Yuanwen was surprised to hear that taking care of children also earned a salary. It really is better to go outside. What's on your mind? Yuju is at least able to recognize a few characters. People who have read books can read big characters, but others who can't recognize any can't do this kind of work. Chi Hongdo reminded Zhao Yuanwen. Yes, you're right, Mother said so too. Still, reading books is important. The old peaches at the supply and marketing cooperative have all been collected. If we could find some peaches or pears, we could sell them again. Since the peaches were successfully sold to the cooperative, Zhao Aimin's desire to make money revived. Other members of the Zhao family also felt tempted. But even if fruit trees are hidden deep in the mountains, harvesting them isn't easy, especially when carrying baskets back and forth. And this time, they forced people to pick the peaches at night, because making too much noise would attract attention and be hard to hide. Zhao Xiangnan and Zhao Weigua both thought this idea was unrealistic. Most easy-to-find fruit trees are already picked before they ripen, and for the remaining ones that haven't been discovered, finding them depends on luck. Jiang Huifang was eating peaches left at home and was trying to persuade Zhao Baojia, if Grandma can send peaches to the supply and marketing cooperative to exchange for money, we definitely can too. Can't you be a bit more diligent? We could also save some family savings. Grandma seems to be more relaxed now, but anything related to money is tightly controlled. Clearly, you guys worked hard to get the peaches, but in the end, you didn't even get a penny. Jiang Huifang was quite dissatisfied. As her belly grew bigger, her temper also flared. Zhao Baojia sighed. It's not just me who brought back the peaches, and Grandma didn't share the money with everyone, did she? Jiang Huifang said, she didn't share with you guys, but that doesn't mean she didn't share with my little uncle. Only her husband was naive enough to think that since it wasn't obvious, everyone else must have been left out. Anyone can be left out, but the youngest grandson Grandma loves most. Could he be left out too? Since it wasn't truly fair and equal, they could secretly make some money on their own. Anyway, it wasn't taken from Grandma's hand, just earned and not handed over. Jiang Huifang pulled Zhao Baojia to touch her belly. Your son is waiting for you to buy him some egg cakes. She had money now. Why couldn't she buy whatever she wanted? Zhao Baojia hesitated. Tomorrow, no more boiled eggs. Maybe Mother can make you some steamed egg custard? Jiang Huifang. Are you intentionally trying to upset me? Oh, my stomach. I'm about to have my second child, and it turns out that Lin Qiyu, who is only the daughter of the main wife, is better off, right? This is all confusing. Zhao Baojia's mind is starting to lag behind. Why is his wife talking about the eldest uncle's family again?
Why?
Ultimately, Jiang Huifang is still unhappy inside. It's all about the money. Little Nyonyo, are you eating peaches? Early in the morning, Jiang Huifang said she had a stomach ache. As a pregnant woman, it's too harsh to still have to work outside in this condition. So she stayed behind to help Zhao Yuya with cooking. Chi Hongdo had to go to the brigade office in the morning, so only the little ones, Sibao and little Nyonyo, and Zhao Yuya and Jiang Huifang were at home. Auntie, little Nyonyo was holding a big peach, trying hard to bite it, but only left a small tooth mark on top. She didn't eat any of the peach, just drooled quite a bit. Jiang Huifang pinched little Nuno's chubby face. Little girl, you're so lucky. She didn't know why she suddenly liked the old lady so much. Her own 3 treasures weren't even as favored by the old lady. Nuno didn't understand Jiang Huifang's jealousy. Knowing she was family, she just smiled at her. Children's smiles are so pure, it's like you can see through their eyes into their hearts. Jiang Huifang released her hold on Nuno's face, a little unhappy, and went into the kitchen. If only the father of her child had a job, her child would be the lucky one. After Jiang Huifang left, little Nuno touched her own face with her small hand. The flesh her aunt pinched was a little sore. Later that evening, while giving little Nuno a bath, Lin Qiyu noticed a bloodstain on her daughter's forehead, hidden by her hair. Nuno, what happened? Xiangnan, come look, little Nuno's head. After asking Nuno, Lin Qiyu remembered that her daughter was very lazy when talking and rarely spoke full sentences. She turned to call Xiangnan. Fortunately, Xiangnan was home today, so she had someone to discuss with. At this moment, Lin Qiyu felt like her heart was being bitten by ants, full of pain and worry. Did she bump it somewhere?
Who is home today?
Never mind.
I'll ask.
Since the children are at home, the adults should help take care of them. This is common sense. After all, they are family. If she was injured by accident, no matter what, she should have been told. Zhao Xiangnan quickly learned that this morning, his mother was not at home, and only his cousin Zhao Yue and his sister-in-law Jiang Huifang were there. In the afternoon, when his mother was back, he was sure she would be upset if she knew Xiao Nuno was hurt. The blood on Xiao Nuno's forehead looked wiped away, or else it would have been obvious when they returned. As parents, they must feel very upset that their daughter was hurt so badly. But he wondered whether it was an accident or something else. Zhao Yue was completely unaware. She was busy feeding chickens and pigs, doing laundry, cooking, and early in the morning, she even had to cut pig grass. She was so busy she felt like a spinning top. When she saw Xiao Nuno, she was fine and didn't notice anything unusual. Zhao Xiangnan could only ask Jiang Huifang. Did Xiao Nuno bump her head? Is she okay? Wait, I'll ask her mother. Zhao Baojia heard about Xiao Nuno's injury and was very worried. He turned around and went inside to ask Jiang Huifang. Kids get bumps and bruises all the time, isn't that normal? After hearing Zhao Baojia's question, Jiang Huifang felt guilty, but also a little annoyed. Why are children so precious? Why come at night to ask about it? Does he think she caused it? No, Jiang Huifang thought. She felt uncomfortable. Of course, she thought she caused it. Otherwise, why would Zhao Xiangnan specifically ask her? Whose child is responsible for watching them? I don't know if my daughter bumped her head. Jiang Huifang threw a pillow and glared at Zhao Baojia. Second brother is worried too.
Don't be angry.
No one said you caused it. Zhao Baojia still trusted his wife. Do you really think that? After getting angry, Jiang Huifang quickly realized she might have overreacted. She felt embarrassed and uncomfortable, but then Zhao Baojia's comforting words made her feel a little better. Of course, Zhao Baojia nodded confidently. Xiao Nuno was usually well-behaved and rarely caused trouble, mostly just clingy. When Qi Hongdo was at home, Xiao Nuno liked to follow her around like a little tail. Other people might not need to follow so closely, but Xiao Nuno was used to having someone nearby. If she was left alone somewhere, she would cry. Jiang Huifang was at the river washing clothes when she found Xiao Nuno following her halfway there. She didn't think much of it. Kids are tough. They can walk, talk, and recognize people. So she just let her follow. Anyway, she wasn't paying much attention because her belly was getting bigger. She focused more on herself and didn't notice the little girl following behind. When she finally remembered, she saw that the little girl had bumped into something and blood was staining her forehead, spreading across her face and almost frightening her to death. Coming back to her senses, Jiang Huifang scolded the little girl. You don't even cry loudly when you're hurt. You're just whimpering softly.
Who can hear you?
She didn't know how long the blood had been flowing, but it had dried on her chin. Fortunately, after Jiang Huifang cleaned the little girl, she saw that the bleeding looked worse than it was, but the wound wasn't serious. Although she didn't think the blame was entirely hers, Zhang Huifang still felt guilty and kept this incident to herself. She thought she could get away with it, but unexpectedly, she couldn't hold on even for a night. The child's father came looking for her. She didn't want to go out and confront Zhao Xiangnan, so Zhao Baojia was the one who responded to Zhao Xiangnan. Actually, the room wasn't soundproof, and Zhang Huifang's voice was loud when she was upset, so Zhao Xiangnan had already heard some of it before Zhao Baojia came out. After becoming parents, they finally understood what it meant to be hurt by their own children and feel pain in their hearts. Moreover, the little girl was so young. Even if she was upset, she wouldn't tell on herself, which made Zhao Xiangnan's expression hard to improve. If Zhang Huifang had told them when they returned, maybe his mood wouldn't have been so bad. As the child's aunt, she should at least take care of the children, right? There were so many children at home. If they didn't help each other, who could manage? There's nothing more I want to say. Since the little girl fell herself, I can't really blame my sister-in-law. But a bump on the head isn't a small matter. Can't we just tell us if something happens? Zhao Xiangnan shouted loudly into the room. When his wife called him over to look at the little girl's wound, her eyes were red. This child was hard to raise, and seeing such a wound must have hurt like a cut. Zhao Baojia looked awkward. Second brother, I'm sorry. He apologized to Zhao Xiangnan but couldn't bring himself to say he would scold his wife. Seeing his younger brother like this, Zhang Huifang remained indifferent inside the house, and Zhao Xiangnan could only leave with a serious face. Otherwise, they would end up arguing loudly inside the house through just a wall. Qi Hongdo, after learning about the little girl's injury, checked the child back and forth several times. Kid, are you stupid? Nyo was tickled by Qi Hongdo and giggled, softly saying, Nyo is not silly. It's confirmed. She's a little fool. Qi Hongdo gently poked the little one's belly, looking a bit worried. Nyo pointed at Qi Hongdo's pocket with her finger, saying, Mama, tasty. As the youngest in the Zhao family who spends the most time with the elderly lady, she should get special treats. Qi Hongdo thought to herself, all her cleverness points are here. She decided to give her less candy and washed a peach to give to Nyo for her to chew on. That evening, the family held their monthly review meeting. Lin Chuyu, the daughter-in-law, was far away from Zhang Huifang. Lin Chuyu was as kind as her mother-in-law and rarely blushed in front of others. This time, she was truly upset with Zhang Huifang. I originally planned to keep this bag of milk powder for Huifang, since she's pregnant and needs to strengthen her body. But Nyo bled so much yesterday, she needs to recover. Chuyu, here, take this milk powder. That bag of milk powder was brought back by Zhao Darang last time, given to Qi Hongdo. She almost forgot about it, but it was stored well in the small villa and hadn't gone bad. The quality of the milk powder was quite good, whether for the elderly or children. Before officially giving out the items, she saw Lin Chuyu take a bag of milk powder from the old lady's hands, originally meant for herself. Zhang Huifang's eyes turned green with envy. They didn't have many good things, and now they were giving to the main household. Seeing Zhang Huifang still holding back from complaining, Qi Hongdo knew her rationality was still intact. Since she wasn't causing trouble, Qi Hongdo chose not to push her. She didn't want to upset a pregnant woman. Just that one bag of milk powder was enough to make Zhang Huifang feel distressed. It was a rare and valuable item, hard to buy even with money, and it required a ticket. Zhang Huifang even went back to her room to try to get her husband to get some too. This month, I bought some towels from the supply store. I'll give a few to each of you, Qi Hongdo said after handing out the milk powder. Recently, old Zhao has been busy, so these 4 towels are for the eldest. The 5th household also gets 4 towels. But old Wu and Xiangdong were injured. They protected our grain and our team. We also cooked a chicken last time, and tomorrow, we'll cook another to nourish ourselves. Eating everything we cook isn't wasteful. Only when our bodies are strong can we truly benefit. Last time, 6th performed well. Although he tends to hide when things get tough, he completed all the tasks I gave him. This time, my mother was truly impressed with him. You see, when he's clever, he's really useful. Of course, That's only true if he doesn't try to make me angry. Here, what are you standing there for? This time, I give you 4 towels all the same. Wow, even the 6th household can have a day equal to the big brothers. Li Xiao couldn't believe it, but the towels in her hand were real, and they felt quite soft. Although 7th didn't help much last time, he didn't hold us back either. I give you 2 towels and an extra handkerchief this time. When Kai Wenli heard Qi Hongdo praise 6th and his wife, she thought that next time, it might be a bit harsh for them. After all, the main household had a son, and the 5th uncle from the 5th household was really hurt from working hard. 6th also helped a lot with words this time. But when it was their turn, since their children were still young and they couldn't help much, they didn't do much either. What if the mother-in-law thought their household was too useless and decided to split them up out of boredom? Given the current atmosphere and progress of the Zhao family, Kai Wenli really didn't want to split up. If they split, the old lady definitely wouldn't live with them, and then they would have nowhere to relax. Unexpectedly, the old lady didn't scold them. Although there were only 2 towels, she also gave her a bright pink handkerchief, so pretty. Kai Wenli loved these fancy things and was very grateful to Qi Hongdo. She looked at her with affection, almost wanting to start massaging her shoulders and legs right now. When it came to Zhao Xuehua, the men in the family had been out working those days, and the women were busy too. The house was messy, and she was busy taking care of the children and logistics. Qi Hongdo, like 6th and his wife, gave Zhao Xuehua 2 towels and a handkerchief. She thought that was all they would get this time, but then Qi Hongdo dropped a big surprise. She took half of the money from selling peaches at the supply and marketing cooperative last time to share with everyone who contributed. The peaches, about 300 jin in total, sold for 15 cents per jin, earning about 45 yuan. Once she got the money, she basically put it directly into her pocket, and others didn't see a single cent. Qi Hongdo took out 22 yuan, a thick stack of bills, which made Jiang Huifang feel very excited. Regarding selling peaches, her husband was involved too. Money is a person's courage. When you have money, your voice sounds different. Similarly, the less money a person has, the harder it is to understand them. Some young workers are already earning honest money. Even though they all contribute to the public, the amount varies, which can cause unrest. This time, when Qi Hongdo distributed the money, she acknowledged their efforts and also gave them some small rewards. Otherwise, over time, they would lose motivation to earn money. Besides the 7th house, which couldn't share in the profits because of well-known reasons, the 1st houses Zhao Xiangdong and Zhao Xiangnan, the 5th houses Zhao Baojia and Zhao Weigua, along with Zhao Yuanwu, who helped carry baskets to the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhao Yuanshuang, who negotiated prices with the cooperative, and Zhao Aimin, who encouraged everyone to pick peaches for money, all participated. Each person received 3 yuan and 10 cents, which was quite a sum in their hands. Now, since they use a lot of small bills, even a small amount feels significant when held. A huge amount. Definitely a huge sum. Zhao Aimin held the money and felt like he could float. The fruits of labor really smell extra sweet. He thought to himself, at home, his mother cares about him the most. If he hadn't taken the lead, his mother wouldn't have shared the money. Confident and proud, Zhao Aimin believed he was his mother's favorite son, and this money sharing made him feel even more certain he had a talent for earning money. Mother, wait for me. When I earn lots of money in the future, I will definitely take good care of you in your old age. Although now everyone looks at Qi Hongdo as if she's a fairy come down from heaven, when she turned her head and saw Zhao Aimin's affectionate gaze, she hesitated. What did this kid eat? No matter if it's money or things, as long as mother has it, she won't hesitate to use it for you all. But if brothers and sisters only think about themselves and don't care about the family, then it's better to split up early. What do you think? Mother. Wow, when old 6 wanted to split the family before, that scene was already very shocking. We thought the old lady's anger about not splitting the family was enough to be frightening, but what was even more intimidating was that after she scolded them and refused to split, she suddenly said maybe they should just split up. That scene was truly terrifying. It scared everyone in the old Zhao family quite a bit. Even old Six started to feel that the money he held in his hand was getting hot. The elderly lady probably isn't intentionally testing herself with the money. Although he had thoughts of taking money from his mother, his current life isn't bad, and splitting the family might not make life any better. Zhao Aimin is worried he has no chance to show himself. When he sees the little girl Niunyo being held by Lin Chuyu, he suddenly remembers something. Mother, as long as you're here, our family will never fall apart. But everyone shouldn't be too narrow-minded. These are family children. Just because they weren't born to us doesn't mean we shouldn't care. Isn't that wrong? Mother, you must be upset about this. Baojia, how can you not care for your wife? Niunyo has such a scary wound on her head. How can she just faint without saying a word? It seems this time it's not about blaming himself. Based on Zhao Aimin's words, Zhao Yuanshuang quickly judges that he's not at fault. He pockets the money and clears his throat twice. Youngest, you're right. They are all our children. If we didn't see it, that would be fine, but since we did, it's always good to say something. If outsiders see it, they'll laugh at us. Our family can't even speak openly. Jiang Ian looks along the two younger uncles' gazes toward Jiang Huifang. She has been busy all month, so when she gets home, she doesn't even have the energy to gossip with her sisters-in-law, and she doesn't know what Jiang Huifang has done. But when it comes to children, Jiang Huifang's actions are definitely problematic.
Exactly.
I see that daughter-in-law, Nen, also helps take care of Sanbao a lot. She does a lot, but just because she doesn't say anything doesn't mean we can ignore her, right? Jiang Huifang feels unlucky. She's not the malicious sister-in-law. If the child bumps into something, she can't blame herself entirely, right? But with everyone in the Zhao family watching her, she starts to feel guilty. She notices that when Niunyo was behind her, she seemed to walk quite quickly and didn't wait for her. Maybe Niunyo fell because she was chasing her and got hurt. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Tomorrow, I'll give Niunyo my egg to eat. She can't keep being watched all the time. Jiang Huifang stops worrying about where she went wrong and just wants to get past this matter quickly. You're too stingy, niece-in-law. Mother already took out the milk powder, and you only give one egg. Zhao Aimin, relying on his seniority, doesn't mind if Jiang Huifang feels embarrassed. Zhao Baojia feels caught in the middle. He knows his wife's temper. If she can step back, that's already good. But if he steps back again, she might get angry again. Qi Hongdo, I'm still here, and you all are like this. I think it's better to split up now and let you be happy with what you want. Mother, don't say that. Mother, Sanbao's mother was wrong this time. I'll go back and teach her properly. Don't argue with her. Zhao Yuanwu and Jiang Ian quickly spoke up. If they let their daughter-in-law cause trouble and make the elderly lady split the family, they truly would be bad people. Jiang Iyun, who usually had nothing to say about her daughter-in-law, turned to scold her now. Niunyo is so young. You're the elder. You should care more about her, but after Niunyo got hurt, you act like nothing happened. Isn't that wrong? Zhao Yuanwu's iron palm was already about to hit Zhao Baojia's back. Your wife is confused, and you're confused too? In married life, one should think carefully and consider everything. But Zhao Baojia was used to being controlled by Jiang Huifang and couldn't tell the difference between big and small matters, lacking basic judgment. Now, the cousins from the Zhao family still get along well, but Niunyo, as Zhao Xiangnan's only daughter, if something serious happened, wouldn't Zhao Xiangnan blame their couple? Preventing small problems from turning into big ones starts with paying attention to the little things. Seeing that the fifth couple still had some sense, Qi Hongdo asked Jiang Huifang if she knew where she went wrong. Jiang Huifang first was hit with a mental by Qi Hongdo, then faced a combo punch from her brother-in-law Zhao Aimin and her parents-in-law. Now, she finally woke up. That it was my carelessness. I was wrong. I shouldn't have only thought about myself. When she said this, everyone else looked a bit better. Qi Hongdo nodded and said, just remember what you said in the future. Then she looked at the others and said, today it's about Niunyo. Tomorrow there might be other things. Mother said, a family should work together, with hearts united. Only then can we truly have a happy life. If any of you feel you can live well alone now, I won't stop you. Mother, we absolutely don't mean that. Mother, I want to stay with you. I don't want to go alone. Zhao Aimin shamelessly hugged her leg in front of everyone. He wanted to be the #1 beloved son in his mother's heart. Seeing everyone look so scared, Chi Hongdo coughed twice and said, if you all really think that way, then when problems come up in the future, you need to work together like we did last time when we took down that bad guy Wong Xiao. Only by working as a team can we succeed. We all live under the same roof. Mother not only hopes for your good, but also for your children's future. Don't you want your children to grow up with someone to support them? Compared to fighting alone, it's better to have someone to support each other. Mother, you're right. We will definitely listen to you. Exactly, Mother. I don't have children now, but when I do, I will love my family just like you. Chi Hongdo thought. Has Zhao Aimin really learned his lessons? With his boldness, even if he doesn't do business, he won't go hungry just by begging. All right, since you won't change your words, let's just forget about this page and not mention it anymore. Mother has one last thing to tell you. What is it?
Huh?
What else is there? The big and small members of the Zhao family looked at Chi Hongdo with curiosity. Grandma says she is now the women's director of our team. Life has settled down, and Zhao Youtian looked at the letter at home. After reading it several times and not wanting to put it down, he finally attracted the curiosity of Guanjun. Wow, our grandma is really impressive. Guanjun admired the energetic spirit of the little old lady. Zhao Youtian also smiled. The longer he's away from home, the more he misses his family and loved ones. Grandma said she was tired of the job, but the team leader and the secretary recommended her specially. She couldn't refuse, and it was quite troublesome. Guanjun chuckled. Others might not be able to say, but our grandma is definitely qualified to be the women's director. Although she is older, the old lady still has a lively spirit. Her thoughts are even more progressive than some young people. Moreover, in the whole team, there are probably not many women who are more literate than her. Zhao Youtian nodded, clearly agreeing with Guanjun. He also thought his grandma was very suitable for the role. Perhaps noticing that his wife was feeling homesick, Guanjun quickly changed the subject. How is it? Are you used to working at the nursery? The children in the army are very lively, and some are quite wild, no less unruly than troublemakers in the countryside. A few female teachers had been chased away by the kids before. Zhao Youtian thought for a moment. There are a few naughty ones who don't listen, but I can handle them for now. The children also watch their faces. When I get angry, they get scared. Guanjun raised an eyebrow. Oh, you can get angry too? Honestly, Guanjun had never seen his wife get angry before. He imagined her with her eyebrows raised and bright eyes, looking quite striking, though it was just a thought. It suddenly stirred a fire in his stomach. A small flame flickered and burned fiercely, without any reason. Under the light, Zhao Youtian, who looked up and met Guanjun's passionate gaze, suddenly blushed. How can I not get angry? She scolded him. Guanjun held her slender wrist. Then, show me.
Wife.
Stop messing around. Let go quickly. The door outside hadn't closed yet. Guanjun's large hand was as firm as cast iron, unable to be pried open. Zhao Youtian was worried he might really do something reckless and was a bit anxious. What if someone saw? Not wanting to tease his wife too much, Guanjun leaned in close to her ear. His warm breath fell, but he whispered some inappropriate words. Finally, Guanjun, just before Zhao Youtian truly got angry, did a quick move and slipped out of the room. Inside, Zhao Youtian's face was flushed from her cheeks to her ears. Earlier, Guanjun had said, "Wife, I saw that red dress. It's new, and I've never seen you wear it. When will you wear it for me?" The first part was fine, but the second part made Zhao Youtian almost lose her composure. Of course, a red wedding dress looked beautiful on her, but even more beautiful than her wearing it was him taking it off himself.
Uffed.
She spat, annoyed. Earlier, Sister Zhou had joked that even the most refined men in the army were beasts in bed. Zhao Youtian had been too embarrassed to listen fully. Now that it was her turn, she realized Sister Zhou's words weren't just jokes, they were facts. Guanjun was determined to marry Zhao Youtian because he thought she was a very good person. But before they officially became a couple, he only imagined how good she was. Once they started their life together, married, apart, then reunited, and began living a simple life filled with the sounds of daily chores, the feeling was different. He felt that his wife was even better than he had thought. Especially when Zhao Youtian started reading books to tell stories to children after finding a job, her gentle and firm appearance made Guanjun feel somewhat ashamed of himself. His handwriting was poor and his knowledge was scattered, but he never took it to heart. However, since his wife was so dedicated to learning to teach children, he couldn't let himself fall behind her. Guanjun crossed his arms, realizing he needed to study more. Otherwise, his reports would keep getting longer, and his vocabulary wouldn't be enough. Some people say that instead of busying themselves with work, the young couple should have a child early to make their life complete. But Guanjun and Zhao Youtian, busy with their own things, still find time to learn and improve themselves. They rarely argue or get angry, and their days are happy and fulfilling. Those who thought that after Guanjun married a rural wife, their life would become chaotic, were surprised. Although she came from the countryside, her progressive ideas were just as good as theirs. As for Deputy Commander Gua, he looked lively every day, showing that his marriage was harmonious. Although they didn't have children yet, their sweet relationship made many people envy them. When the leaders heard that Guanjun was studying cultural knowledge, they nodded secretly. Young people should be ambitious, which is a good thing. Even soldiers care about improving their overall qualities. Big sister, you're amazing. You've become a leader now. Chi Hongdo became the women's director of the brigade, and Granny Matsi was the first to come see the novelty. Who would have thought that the first woman director from Hongqi Brigade was an elderly woman? Actually, this position should have existed earlier, but no suitable person was found for a long time. Most of the work was handled by the brigade leader and secretary, so the position remained vacant. However, after the incident with the grain delivery, the Zhao family left a deep impression on the local officials. When officials visited, they even mentioned the Zhao family and the elderly woman who had stayed at the police station for a day. After the incident involving Wang Disheng and Yang Dai was officially judged, the impact was very bad. To calm the public, the leaders decided to praise someone publicly as a way to summarize the incident. Praising is better than criticizing, and everyone is happy. No one wants to be the next person blocked at the door by angry villagers. Actually, it's not just the leaders praising him. One of the families of the girl who was harmed by Yang Dai and Wang Disheng also came to thank Zhao Yuanshuang. If he hadn't persuaded them with his words, his mother might have missed this chance. Not every bad person gets the punishment they deserve, especially ordinary people facing powerful and influential individuals. They usually have no chance. Zhao Yuanshuang, so clever and sharp, felt a bit overwhelmed when he saw the exhausted and tearful parents of the girl. He was just following the old lady's instructions and managed to do it. He doesn't consider himself very kind-hearted, but helping someone so much for the first time and receiving such gratitude made him feel very different inside. Still, even with these feelings, when he saw the thank you gift they brought, he was very tempted to accept it. However, with Chi Hongdo watching him, he finally forced a smile and pushed the gift back. I didn't do much. I just feel sorry for the child. You must take care of yourselves. Since his mother didn't agree to accept it, he wanted to say something nice when returning it. Zhao Yuanshuang is quite good at talking his way out of things. The couple kept praising him as a good person and kept saying heaven has eyes because they heard Wang Disheng and Yang Dai might not even get the chance to reform at the farm. They might just be sent away. Nothing could comfort them more as parents than this decision. From the moment the incident happened, and since they lost their daughter, they only hoped that the evil people would die immediately. Anything that kept them alive longer was a form of torture. Zhao Youtian, as usual, was busy with chores after returning from school. As she passed by the house, the woman talking to Zhao Yuanshuang turned her head to look at her. Then she said sincerely, "Is this your daughter? She looks just like you. Such good character." Zhao Yuanshuang, who had been talking animatedly earlier, paused for a moment.
Kids are kids.
You can't tell how good-looking they are. But she's good at studying, top of her class, always praised by her teachers. Oh, brother, you're so lucky. Didn't expect your daughter to be so capable. Yes, now people say women can hold up half the sky. Even if we do hard farm work, someone like your daughter who's educated, cultured, sitting in an office reading newspapers and drinking tea, that's real talent. In rural areas, parents can only imagine their child's best future as simply that. Although it wasn't Zhao Yuanshuang who brought up the topic, this expectation truly struck a chord with him. If someday Zhao Youtian could sit in an office, drinking tea and reading newspapers, how proud he would feel. After seeing off the couple, Zhao Yuanshuang looked at his daughter, who had short hair, was thin, and had a cold look in her eyes. He didn't think she was naturally cold or unlikable. Zhao Xuanong's grades were only average, but he was diligent. Zhao Yuanshuang always had high hopes for his son. However, after hearing praise from teachers, compliments from his mother about his daughter's good grades, and envy from outsiders, Zhao Yuanshuang began to think that maybe, just maybe, his daughter might be the most outstanding among the grandchildren of the Zhao family someday. Thinking about that scene, the brothers at home would surely be jealous and envious. Qi Hongdo watched coldly from the side, clearly seeing through Zhao Yuanshuang's thoughts. If Zhao Youtian were only 3 years old, he might have enjoyed the idea of benefiting from her success. But now, at 15, he realized that relying solely on being her father wouldn't make his dreams come true. It would be better to give up and go to sleep.
Wait.
Zhao Youtian is 15. In stories from that era, when the male and female leads go to the countryside, how old is the female supporting character Zhao Youtian? Is she 15 or 16? Suddenly thinking about this, Qi Hongdo felt a headache coming on. Based on her current understanding of Zhao Youtian, she couldn't imagine that the dark female supporting character in the story, who loved the male lead so much that she was mentally twisted and wanted to hurt the female lead, was the same fragile, quiet girl in front of her. Although her dark traits seemed to come from her father, she couldn't see how Zhao Youtian could ever have a romantic mind again. This girl spent her days either going to school, coming home, or doing chores. Occasionally, she would be heard reciting something, probably memorizing lessons. She hardly spoke to anyone except her sisters. But she studied diligently, reciting while cutting pig grass, by the river washing clothes, or in the vegetable fields weeding. People used to say that reading means understanding the book thoroughly, even to the point of being obsessed. Qi Hongdo thought that Zhao Youtian's diligence went beyond just understanding. She was practically swallowing words, to the point of turning them into dust and water. The character she showed was ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. With someone like Zhao Youtian, you tell her she would suddenly follow the female lead to the black market just for a man, to get close to the female lead, and then monopolize the male lead. There must be something wrong with that. Qi Hongdo feels she needs to think carefully. She calls Zhao Youtian over, organizes her words, and asks if her current underwear is too small, if her period still hurts, and if she drinks peace tea every day. Zhao Youtian, who is cared for by her grandmother, no longer appears as proud as she did the first time Qi Hongdo made her a small vest. She can answer Qi Hongdo's questions calmly and normally. Not small, not painful, I drink it, everything is fine. Although she still feels a bit shy, Zhao Youtian remains very calm before understanding the purpose of the questions. Can her mind, at her age, be as easily stirred as that of a typical 15 or 16-year-old girl? Qi Hongdo really can't imagine this scene. Anyway, she hasn't heard the squad leader say he's coming to the new youth, so she temporarily puts this matter aside. She has a meeting at the squad office this afternoon. You're saying she's already quite old, being made a women's director, and still has to cooperate with her work by attending meetings. Does that make sense? Well, being a women's director isn't for nothing. Although she doesn't get paid, she earns work points. It's good to contribute a little more. So, in response to Grandma Ma's teasing and envy, Qi Hongdo takes it all in stride. It's just about making a contribution, which she's good at. Today's meeting doesn't have much else to say, just one thing to promote later. At the squad office, the squad leader begins his speech seriously. It's indeed an important matter. Recently, there have been cases of children missing in the neighboring squad and the town. Although rural children are wild, They still know to go home when it gets dark, no matter how crazy they play outside. And their parents generally know where they can play. If they get too playful and don't come back by dark, they go looking with sticks, and soon they're crying and calling for their parents as they head home. But now, the situation outside is different. It's not just children lost. It's more like children being kidnapped. But no one has seen what the kidnappers look like, and it seems like these children just disappear into thin air. Many parents cry so much over their lost children that their eyes seem about to go blind. The police are taking the matter seriously and investigating, but they have no clues. The squad leader finds the situation disturbing because, besides human traffickers, some places are now spreading rumors about monsters coming out to eat children. Once this idea was out, many people believed it. Fear spreads quickly once it starts, and can become much worse. Some people secretly do forbidden superstitious activities, which only adds to their workload. They only need to watch out for human traffickers and keep children safe, but now they also have to worry about someone at home performing strange rituals. If caught, it could cause big trouble for the entire team. Elderly people are especially involved in superstitions. The team leader assigned Shi Hongdo the task of educating the elderly about these beliefs, while he and the team's secretary handled other responsibilities. Shi Hongdo asked, "Have we lost any children?" The team leader, worried, said, "When I found out, 3 children were already gone. There might be more that haven't been counted yet, and the number could increase later. Those terrible human traffickers, if caught, should be punished severely. They deserve no mercy. 3 children lost are too many." Shi Hongdo accepted her first task from the team leader seriously to prevent such incidents. This issue must be taken seriously. Otherwise, even if the traffickers are caught after children go missing, it won't fix the trauma in the children's hearts. The meeting was scheduled for the next day, but that evening, Shi Hongdo gathered everyone from Lao Zhao's family for a meeting. The main focus was on the traffickers. Everyone must watch their children carefully. The kids are not allowed to play far away. They can only play near the house. Jiang Huifang listened casually, holding Sanbao's small hand. Who dares to steal children in their village? Most villages are made up of just a few family names. In the red flag team, Luo and Zhao families are the most common, and everyone is related in some way. If someone dares to take a child right in front of them, they would never forgive it. Lin Qi looked very worried. Last time, little Nuno got a face full of blood after falling by the river, which scared her a lot. For days, Lin Qiyu applied medicine to Nuno's forehead wound and felt heartbroken, even crying. The barefoot doctor said the wound might leave a permanent scar. She was upset that her child was hurt and might be scarred forever. Lin Qiyu, who cares deeply for her children, has been watching Nuno very closely, like a protective mother hen. Hearing Shi Hongdo mention human traffickers, I instinctively hugged little Nuno tighter. After the meeting, when we returned to the house, Lin Qiyu started to comfort Nuno. From today on, Nuno is not allowed to go outside, preferably stay at home, inside the house. She didn't dare to guess whether the traffickers were bold enough, because she simply couldn't imagine what she would do if her daughter was lost. Noticing her mother's worry, Nuno obediently nodded, then tiptoed to press her small face against Lin Qiyu's cheek and nuzzle. "Nuno, be good. Mom won't cry." "Captain, what's the matter? Why did you call us all here?" On the threshing ground, members of the Red Flag Brigade each carried a small bench, filling the area. The brigade leader, standing on a bench, looked out over the crowd, dark and dense, full of heads. Those in the front sat better, able to keep their posture, but those in the back were a mess, noisy and chaotic. Hey, everyone sit quietly. We're having a meeting." No discipline at all. The brigade leader, holding a loudspeaker, spat and waved it around, trying to make the noisy members settle down, as if a single poke could make someone obediently sit. But since he was the leader, he still carried some authority. Gradually, everyone quieted down, waiting for the leader to speak. "Recently, some kidnappers have been near our town. 3 children have already been taken, and the police are investigating. Before they catch the kidnappers, anyone new passing through here should be cautious. Except for those just passing by, and those running from our brigade, be especially careful. Those sneaky-looking people, Better to catch them and punish them than let them go. Understand? Understood.
Got it.
If those scoundrels dare to come here, we will catch them and deal with them harshly. Hearing that the kidnappers were involved, everyone's emotions instantly flared up. The leader quickly raised the loudspeaker again to remind them, keep an eye on the children at home. No running around. Don't talk to strangers. If you see someone unfamiliar, remember to run straight home. Children's judgment isn't as good as adults, so even a second of hesitation can be dangerous. The best way is to leave quickly. Run as fast as you can. This strict stance from the leader made some people who hadn't taken it seriously start to pay attention. It seems I need to be more careful. I heard that something has come out to cause trouble, specifically targeting children. After the team leader and the team's secretary finished their meeting, Chi Hongdo went to chat with the women in the group. Since no one had ever been a women's director before, everyone was curious about this new official, but they didn't really know what the role involved. Besides, as a well-known elderly woman in the Red Flag team, the title of women's director didn't carry as much weight as her family's reputation. So, her role as an official was very easy to accept. People were quite receptive because Chi Hongdo didn't shout orders with a loudspeaker like the team leader. Soon, a group of women started talking about what the team leader had emphasized at the meeting yesterday. After hearing about it, some women went to find out more and confirmed that several children had gone missing. However, not everyone believed the children were kidnapped by outsiders. Some, like the team leader, thought it might be caused by supernatural spirits. In the past, when the emperor was still alive, some places would offer sacrifices to spirits during natural disasters. Someone quickly responded, saying that this year's hot weather was strange and might be the reason. The conversation became lively, with everyone sharing their opinions. Some even suggested secretly performing sacrifices, hoping that would stop the spirits from causing trouble and children from disappearing. After listening for a while, Chi Hongdo suddenly said, nowadays, we're in a new society. If these spirits are real, they're just bad luck and evil. If they don't come, that's fine. But you're still thinking about sacrificing to them? Are you afraid they won't find a way to come? This remark made the group of women fall silent. Chi Hongdo stood up, brushed dust off her clothes, and said, if I were you, I'd go home and tell your children to be extra careful, not to talk to strangers or play with them. Until those kidnappers are caught, no going out to play. That's more effective than secretly sacrificing to those spirits. Or, are you trying to invite those bad spirits into your home? TSK, you really have guts. Suddenly, everything became very quiet, dead silent. People who talked about sacrificing to spirits or ghosts were usually those who believed in supernatural forces. Trying to explain science to them was like talking to a wall. But if you are like Chi Hongdo, saying that your sacrifices not only don't work but also bring bad luck, people will believe it instantly.
And
because they believe, after hearing Chi Hongdo's words, the idea of secretly performing sacrifices is immediately abandoned. If they really invite bad luck, wouldn't they have no place to cry? So, instead of sacrificing, it's better to honestly follow Chi Hongdo's advice and first take care of the little ones at home. Seeing the group of people eager to do superstitious things change their expressions, Chi Hongdo happily carries her small stool and leisurely returns to old Zhao's house. Child, I have a question for you. On a small rural path at dusk, a middle-aged man dressed in a military uniform with a pen clipped to his chest pocket suddenly appears like a ghost. On the way home from school, Daba and Erbao, who are running around and swinging sticks in the air, are caught off guard by this stranger blocking their way. Before they can even smile, their faces freeze. Erbao steps quickly behind his brother. Daba grips his stick with one hand and pulls Erbao's hand with the other. He takes a deep breath and, just as the man is about to say a second word, shouts, "Run." Then, the two small children, one tall and one short, dash away like a gust of wind, slipping past the man. This reaction completely surprises the man. When he realizes his plan has failed, he curses fiercely, "You kids are fools for eating meat. Don't you know how to stop them?" The accomplices hiding in the weeds in the ditch peek out, hearing the man's anger. They also want to curse. Who would have thought these two kids would run just like that? And run like rabbits. They didn't say a word more, giving no chance for them to react. Since the small road is very close to the Red Flag Brigade, they can't chase recklessly now. Today's effort was wasted. That person even smiled at us, dressed like a city person, and suddenly appeared on the road. Back home, Daba and Erbao, excited, gestured and told the adults about their experience. Such a strange person. When Erbao and I saw him, we thought of what the lady said about the thief, so we ran away. Daba quickly told everything that happened, and Erbao nodded vigorously behind him. He always listened to his brother. If his brother said he was a bad person, then he definitely was. Sambao looked curious and asked, "Did the bad guys not chase after us?" Erbao replied, "We ran really fast, so they didn't catch us." Debao, "Actually, they didn't really chase us. It seems they didn't chase at all because they went into the village shortly after we ran. Maybe they knew we would run, so they didn't dare to follow." Sibao saw that older brother and second brother were standing together, looking very close, and happily ran over, slipping between the two brothers. He looked around and smiled proudly. "See, I am the closest to Debao." Erbao glared and patted Sibao's head, saying, "Little shorty." He looked dismissive. He and Debao are already school-age kids, not like Sibao, who still wets the bed at night. He completely forgot that not long ago, his own mother, Sun Hongyun, had scolded him for wetting the bed. The kids secretly compared themselves, but the adults had already stopped paying attention. These troublemakers actually managed to reach the house. Although they haven't seen the people yet, everyone in Zhao's family thought the person Debao described was suspicious. First, the way the person dressed as an official didn't look right. Second, whether it's a person or a ghost, anyone who tries to talk to children at this hour is suspicious. If things are as they think, if Debao and the others hadn't been clever today, they might not have seen the two little ones at all. Nowadays, there are no surveillance cameras for tracking from afar. If a child gets lost, they might never be found again. Kahongdu praised Debao and Erbao. "Good job, very clever." Debao is becoming more like a big brother. When faced with danger, he pulls his brother along to run. Erbao is also good, listens to his brother, and doesn't hold him back. "You're all doing well." Sibao and Sibao couldn't stand it anymore and started chattering. "What about me? What about me? Learn from your brothers. There are bad people outside now. Don't run around. If they catch you, we won't be able to find you. Then you won't see your parents or family anymore." Sibao hugged Sibao, and the two little ones looked at Kahongdu with frightened faces. "The bad guys won't give you food, so you'll be hungry." Wow, Sibao, who was praised, comforted his brothers in a big brotherly way. "Mom said as long as you listen and don't run around, the bad guys won't catch you." Yes, just like me and Debao, be clever, and the bad guys won't be able to catch you. Two frightened little kids sniffled and sobbed. "Really? Of course, it's true." Debao was full of confidence and decided to be a good role model for his brothers. He pulled the two younger ones aside and whispered to teach them, sharing his experience. Kids have their own stories, but adults also have things to say. However, the atmosphere was no longer relaxed. Chi Hongdo said, "There are no thieves who only steal once. They always come back. We can't just wait at home. Since the robbers are already at our doorstep, and we didn't catch anything this time, they might still be nearby, waiting for a better chance. We need to think of a plan. But we don't know where these bad guys are hiding. How can we catch them?" Also, Debao's description was very vague and didn't include any specific features. Maybe the clothes he described were just costumes. They could change outfits quickly. "How could we find them?" Chi Hongdo said, "These people kidnapping children are mainly after money. We just need to find a way to lure them out." Zhao Aimin scratched his head and looked at the older brothers with confusion. He asked, "How do we lure them out?" "Luring a snake out of its hole is simple. Just use a tempting bait." Chi Hongdo asked, "Do you remember that jade dragon you found on the mountain before?" Zhao Aimin replied, "Yes, but didn't you already exchange that jade for money to build a house?" Yes. The Zhao family members didn't quite understand Chi Hongdo's idea at first. They wondered, what does this have to do with human traffickers? Qi Hongdo tapped Zhao Aimin's head and said, "If you could exchange that jade dragon for money to build a house, can't you find another jade pig or jade phoenix? If news about the treasures on the mountain spread, those bad guys might get tempted." Of course, this plan required cooperation from the entire team. If someone were to go and pick up something, it wouldn't be the Zhao family, they were just using an analogy. But now, the Zhao family members seemed to understand Qi Hongdo's idea. Could it really work? People are willing to risk everything for money. As long as the profit is big enough, no one would refuse. Compared to the risks of kidnapping a child, collecting items from the mountain was a risk-free business. Then, Qi Hongdo met with the team leader and the team secretary at the team office. Before discussing her plan, she first told them about De Bao and the younger brother's experiences. Those with their wicked hearts are not willing to give up. I'm afraid if they fail once, they'll try again. Who knows if they'll succeed next time? This time it was our two little ones, Dabo and Erbao. Next time, who knows which family's child might be targeted? So this old woman, think we can't keep living in fear. Maybe we should find a way to catch the bad guys first. I don't know if my idea will work, but Captain, please help me think it over. When Qi Hongdo mentioned how Dabo and Erbao were almost kidnapped by the bad guys, the captain and the party secretary looked worried. Every family has children. Usually they don't mind scolding or hitting them, but if a child is taken away by bad people, it would be heartbreaking. So, their mother was also worried about how to catch the villains. After Qi Hongdo shared her plan, the captain and the secretary looked at each other and agreed in their hearts. Compared to their helplessness, Qi Hongdo's idea, even if uncertain, was at least a suggestion. Did I think it's a good idea? If we don't catch these scoundrels, none of us will sleep peacefully. Finally, the captain approved the plan. I think it's okay too, but we need to discuss the details carefully. For example, assigning responsibilities. Who will find good things? Who will spread the news? Who will act as the bait to lure the kidnappers? These need clear division of tasks. Given how everyone worked together during the last public grain incident, the captain thought, if we're going to do this, let's do it big. We should mobilize the whole team, even a youth station, to trap those people. The three of them talked excitedly in the team office, giving a passionate speech for a long time. Finally, the plan started to take shape and become clear. Let's start with this. Let Jianxi go up the mountain and spread the word among the women at the village entrance who like to gossip. And also notify the youth station, ask them to watch out for unfamiliar faces. Who knows if the kidnappers might target older girls besides children? Especially female youth, they should travel in groups.
Plus,
the captain kept talking until he was out of breath. By the time the meeting ended, Qi Hongdo had already walked quite far, while he was still gulping water eagerly. Later, he still needed to gather some people for a meeting, as this task required the power of the community. On her way home, Qi Hongdo saw a young man, shirtless and with a sneaky look, staggering past her. Qi Hongdo didn't pay much attention at first, but soon after the young man turned away from her, he suddenly came back. Auntie? Qi Hongdo thought, but who is this person? Go Sheng, perhaps out of boredom or missing his old friend Zhao Aimin, who hadn't been out causing trouble for a while, saw Zhao Aimin's mother and decided to chat. Aimin is still stuck at home working? Annie, you love Aimin so much. Why do you let him come out and work? Now it's hard to get friends to call Aimin out to play. Why don't you give him a break? There are so many people at home. Why must Aimin work in the fields? Go Sheng felt very lonely. His worn-out leather shoes, bought from the county town, only made him feel proud when showing off in front of Zhao Aimin, because Zhao Aimin, like him, had little experience with good things and shared the same rough background. But ever since Zhao Aimin was controlled by Qi Hongdo and had to work in the fields every day to earn points, Go Sheng found it hard to invite Zhao Aimin to hang out. Before, they used to steal chickens, dig sweet potatoes at night, and do other mischievous things. Now, he was the only one left, with no one to watch over him. Of course, they weren't the only ones hanging out together, but Go Sheng felt his friendship with Zhao Aimin was the closest, while his relationships with others were more distant. For example, the nearby teams Shirtu and others, who were farther away and had less connection, no longer came around much. The other young people in the team looked at Go Sheng with some disdain, but back when Zhao Aimin hadn't been influenced by bad ideas, they had fun together. Now, Zhao Aimin still carried the reputation of being a second-rate worker, but he was now a diligent one, at least helping his family with chores. He seemed to be from a different world now. Go Sheng felt very disappointed and a little angry. He thought Zhao Aimin was a traitor, and the main reason for Zhao Aimin's change was the old lady from Zhao's family. It turned out that Go Sheng, once a close friend of Zhao Aimin, was now considered a troublemaker. Qi Hongdo looked into Go Sheng's sharp green eyes and felt that her parents might have some responsibility. Why couldn't they see even one good quality in him? If it weren't for the narrow slit of sight, she would have thought that Go Sheng was closing his eyes and talking to himself. Although it's a bit unkind, Go Sheng's appearance is quite amusing. As for the sour words Go Sheng is saying, Qi Hongdo raised her hand and patted Go Sheng's arm. Aimin wants to go to the fields, and he did it voluntarily. No one is going to drop food from the sky. Young people shouldn't rely on others and end up starving themselves. Although I am Aimin's mother, I can't protect him forever. He has to do things himself. I'm just trying to teach him what I can now. Look at Aimin working now, that's good, isn't it? If you want to play with him, wait until he's free. Oh, and you can also go to the fields and earn work points. Look at you, so thin, just skin and bones, waiting for a little grain to fill your stomach. That's not right. Young people need to grow strong. If you ruin your health now, it will be hard to recover later. Qi Hongdo, playing the role of a good old lady, nagged on and finally summarized, I just hope our Aimin can get married and settle down. I was very worried about him before, but now that he can work on his own, he's starting to look like a proper person. As long as he's willing to live his life well, he will be able to get through any tough days. Don't you agree, Go Sheng? Go Sheng. Go Sheng's heart was sour enough to bring tears to his eyes. His parents were lazier than he was. Although he's still young, he already feels like he'll never find a wife in this life. Zhao Aimin and he used to be the same. So why did she suddenly change and become diligent and responsible, capable of supporting a family in the future? It's so bitter. So bitter that he wants to curse. He originally planned to say a few harsh words to the old lady, and even if he got scolded, he could shamelessly fight back. Anyway, this lazy guy doesn't care about his reputation. But seeing the old lady's eyes full of love when she mentioned Zhao Aimin, Go Sheng felt really frustrated. Why aren't any of his parents like her? Not necessarily very responsible, but at least somewhat reliable. Lazy people don't have the stomach to go hungry. Does he like being skin and bones just to enjoy the beauty of being thin? Aimin's mother is known for being fierce in the brigade, but she's also very protective. Go Sheng feels that compared to Zhao Aimin, he's like a kid that his parents picked up. The last bit of energy to speak was gone. Go Sheng, feeling down, turned around and went back home. He no longer said anything about Zhao Aimin not working and wanting to go out and have fun. In just a year, Zhao Aimin had already started planning to get married, but Go Sheng was still stuck in a mess. He often went to steal vegetables because he was hungry, only to be chased home and scolded loudly. Life was chaotic every day, with no end in sight and no hope anywhere. Go Sheng reached his door, smelling a sour, unpleasant odor coming from inside. He twitched his toes but ultimately did not go inside. There was no point going back. It was better to run away. He decided he wouldn't come back no matter what. He hoped to make something of himself someday and be better than Zhao Aimin. Go Sheng clenched his fists, then silently left the Red Flag Brigade, walking away with his thin legs like soft noodles. The task of spreading gossip was assigned, and it was completed ahead of schedule. It was a joke. If everyone was asked to do a double trick, it would take effort even if everyone responded enthusiastically. But spreading false rumors? That was easy, just talk, make things up, which was a long-standing tradition. Now, it was just about fooling the gullible with lies, which was very easy. Mom, will those people really fall for it? Zhao Aimin was not very motivated at work. He was very interested in doing all sorts of things. Ever since Qi Hongdo said they should find a way to catch people, Zhao Aimin was the most involved and the most excited. He just couldn't sit still. He was the type who, as soon as the rice was ready, would open the lid to see if it was edible, stubborn, and unchangeable. To get those people into the trap, you need to keep your mouth shut tight, so no one hears you. Chi Hongdo walked past Zhao Aimin, stepping on his foot without looking. Ignoring her son crossing his arms and exchanging glances, Chi Hongdo looked at the others in the old Zhao family. Everyone, stay alert. If those people haven't left yet, they'll probably sneak in these days. Keep an eye on the kids at home too. Don't be lazy. It's only a few days of hard work. Once they caught the people, everyone would be happy, and they could sleep peacefully. Mom, don't worry. As long as those troublemakers dare to come, we won't let those go. There were many traps set up on the mountain. Besides the Red Flag Brigade members, any outsiders who entered the mountain would trigger a mine with every step. It was guaranteed that they could get in, but not get out. Yes, Mother, we have prepared so much. We will definitely catch the person. De Bao and Air Bao have told us many times. They won't run away. All right, everything is going as planned, thought Chi Hongdo. She wasn't worried about people not coming. As long as they arrived, their trap, the heavenly net, would surely bring great results. During the day, the Red Flag team still worked in the fields and went to school. At Old Zhao's house, the pregnant women Jiang Huifang, Zhao Youtian, and Wong Xiao prepared meals. 3 treasure, for treasure and little Nyonyo, along with Zhao Yusai, were kept at home because they were too young. The wooden plank and rope swing at the door were still there. The children took turns playing on it. To keep the little ones from making noise, Chi Hongdo washed the last few peaches left at home and gave one to each small child to chew on and pass the time. She then went to the big tree at the village entrance to gather the latest news. In the kitchen, Jiang Huifang finished washing vegetables and came out to pour water. She saw the children each holding a peach. Nyonyo's peach was the biggest. She couldn't help but think privately that the old lady was showing favoritism. She also glanced at her son, happily gnawing on a peach like a pig, just like his father. Not very clever at all. Finally, a bit annoyed, she carried her basket of vegetables and turned back to the kitchen to continue working. Wang Xiao was in charge of cooking, while Jiang Huifang helped with some chores. As the smoke from the kitchen chimney began to rise, a 12-year-old child ran to old Zhao's door. He immediately saw Nyonyo holding only a small piece of the peach peel. Seeing no adults nearby, he quickly ran over and snatched Nyonyo's peach. Nyonyo, surprised that her peach suddenly disappeared, looked up and saw the older boy smiling proudly at her, then took a big bite. She was so upset. That was her peach. Nyonyo's peach. Nyonyo, a little slower, tried to get her peach back, but was pushed aside. Seeing this, the other children, 3 treasure and 4 treasure, started shouting at the boy who was grabbing things. Their small faces showed clear anger. 4-year-old Zhao Yusai rushed forward and bit the boy's leg. Startled, the boy, who had been so proud, yelped loudly. Hearing the commotion, Wang Xiao and Jiang Huifang in the kitchen heard the noise and quickly ran out. The only thing seen was the back of the boy running away quickly, while the little kids at home were lying scattered and crying loudly. Peaches were also rolling everywhere. Although only a back view, Wang Xiao and Jiang Huifang recognized who that boy was. Lin Wangkai, this little brat. He even dares to bully his own niece like this. The boy was none other than Lin Chuyu's half-brother. Initially, Lin Chuyu's family had little contact with her, but as life at old Zhao's house started to improve, Lin Chuyu's stepmother began to have mixed feelings. She came a few times, trying to get some benefits from Lin Chuyu, even suggesting that Zhao Xiangnan should give a bride price to the Lin family for her older brother's marriage. But without Lin Chuyu needing to intervene, the old lady scolded loudly and drove the visitors away. Later, her stepmother kept coming to take advantage, but Lin Wangkai, the younger brother, disliked and ignored her. Probably because he knew his biological mother was scolded by old Zhao's family, so he held a grudge against them. He dared not bother the adults, so he liked to bully the younger children. This time, he was specifically targeting the little girl, snatching her food. Bah, this grandson of the stepmother is no good. Just look at him. Jiang Huifeng cursed while Wong Xiao gently patted the heads of the crying girls, Nuno and Zhao Yusa, feeling sorry for them. Jiang Huifeng picked up the peaches that had fallen on the ground, washed them, and handed them out to the children. But Nuno's peaches were gone. Seeing the little girl looking so pitiful, Jiang Huifeng said with disdain, "Are you mute? Don't you cry when someone steals your food?" She snatched the peaches from Sanbao's hands, turned to the kitchen, cut a piece, and gave it to Nuno. Now there was something to eat, and Nuno happily looked at Jiang Huifeng. Jiang Huifeng said, Eat up, eat up. Kids have big stomachs, just this piece is enough. It would be a waste to keep the big ones uneaten." Back at the village's intelligence station, the latest news came. Some suspicious figures were spotted at the foot of the mountain, seemingly heading up the mountain. The members of the Red Flag Squad looked sharp, furious. Those really dared to sneak up the mountain. Chi Hongdo immediately sent someone to find the squad leader. It was time to catch them in a trap. Is there really an ancient tomb in these mountains? Why is there no news? Haven't you heard that this team likes to secretly go up the mountain and explore? I don't know which dynasty or era it is from. If they really find something, we will become rich. Hasn't someone already found good things at the foot of the mountain? Maybe they've already collected everything, and we won't find anything if we go now. Are you stupid? Those country folks only think a couple of copper coins are treasures. They wouldn't think of digging up ancient tombs. The things they find are probably just some cheap, broken pieces washed out by rain. If we want to get rich, we need to aim big. At dusk, just before it gets dark, a few people peeked out from the bushes. There were 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, paired up, each from different mountain spots. After reaching the top, one of them barked like a wolf, and they met at a designated place. Among them was the man who had stopped to bow that day to ask for directions. But now, he was not dressed in Lenin-style clothes. He wore a dull gray jacket, his hair was messy, and his face looked fierce rather than refined. People who do their kind of work usually lack kindness. They are not good people. Flower Sister's leg is not convenient. Should she stay behind to keep watch? The only woman among them was in her 30s, with short hair, a long face, and thick bangs. When the wind blew her bangs aside, a faint scar was visible. Even though she was a woman and her leg was inconvenient, the man suggesting this was very respectful. Flower Sister looked around the quiet mountain forest and didn't refuse. She nodded and said, "We don't know much about the mountain environment. This time, we're just going to find our way. We can't rush, whether we find anything or not. Just circle around and come back. Understand?" "Don't worry, Flower Sister. We understand that," said one of the men. Being cautious is important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to keep moving from place to place without getting caught. Flower Sister took out a watch from her pocket and checked the time. "All right, that's it. I'll stay behind to keep watch. If anything changes, I'll bark like a wolf. When you hear it, scatter and don't stay on the mountain. We'll meet at the usual spot. Don't worry, Flower Sister. Even if we run into some locals in this remote place, we can talk our way out," said a man named Huzi, who had a simple, honest face but showed his black teeth when he spoke, looking quite unpleasant. After discussing, the group followed the plan and headed up the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the team leader carefully examined the hidden signs he and Chi Hongdo had set up. He quickly confirmed where this group had come up the mountain from. The mountain area is big. These will probably wander around for a while before coming down. Team leader, let's go up the mountain and catch them directly. Once they knew the people had really gone up the mountain, the villagers couldn't wait any longer. They just wanted to catch the people and give them a good beating. Wait a bit. Didn't we set up so many traps? As long as one of those steps on one, we can follow the clues and catch them all at once. Strictly speaking, the mountains near the Red Flag Brigade aren't really mountains, more like hills. But one hill is connected to another, making it hard to find the right path, even for experienced trackers. Didn't Aimin bring some old stone jade to scatter near the traps? We're not worried that these people won't fall for it. Even if they weren't greedy, just a little curiosity was enough. Relying on her literacy, Chi Hongdo said she remembered what ancient antiques looked like from old books. She led the villagers to craft fake antiques overnight, covering them with mud and placing them around each trap. Beyond here is the deep mountains. They probably won't dare go further. But at the mountain's foot, there are a few easy-to-find paths. Someone needs to guard them. Chi Hongdo and the team leader suggested that if they were going to wait and see, they had to do the job properly, just in case. The team leader nodded and assigned the task to the brigade's secretary to lead the others. After waiting a while, the rest of the villagers started heading up the mountain. The young men and women were more familiar with this mountain than the trackers. When they entered, they moved very quietly. If Sister Hua weren't naturally so perceptive, she might not have noticed anything. Originally, Sister Hua felt uneasy after the group set out, but now, seeing a large number of villagers going up the mountain, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Howl! A sharp wolf howl startled the villagers, following the team leader. Wolves had always been on this mountain. Years ago, they even came down to attack people. Was it the wolves again? Not good. The moment Chi Hongdo heard the wolf's cry, she felt her hair stand on end. It wasn't just because she thought the wolves had come, like the villagers, but because she sensed a much more dangerous threat. The team leader ordered the villagers to hold their sticks and hose tightly, stay close, and not scatter. Tiger, there's something here. Wow, what is that? Is there really something good? 3 men hurriedly rushed toward a piece of mud-covered jade, with a small visible corner that looked very valuable. Boom! A loud explosion followed, and the 3 men fell into the pit, crying out loudly. The red flag team had many people, and the pit they dug was deep and large beyond what they could imagine. At this moment, they also heard Sister Hua's warning wolf howls. They immediately forgot about crying and panicking and focused only on how to escape the pit. 3 grown men formed a human pyramid, sure to help one person climb out, but the problem was they could only get one person out. What about the others? They all knew this method worked, but no one wanted to be the one at the bottom. Huzi touched his swollen ankle, suspecting it was broken. He didn't dare to speak now because if they found out he was useless, he would be the first to be left behind. Useless people didn't need to be considered.
Huzi understood this well.
If he saw the other 2 becoming a burden, he would not hesitate to leave them behind. What is that? Moist raindrops fell from the green leaves, landing with a pat on one person's face. At dusk, the last warm glow was suddenly covered by cold, damp rain. Thunder roared loudly, and after a muffled sound, a lightning bolt suddenly exploded across the sky, illuminating half of the sky. It's raining now. If they don't find a way out of the pit soon, they really won't be able to escape. And there are people coming. They will be in serious trouble if caught, given what they've done. Aimin, you should go back first. It's raining, and it's so dark. Don't fall and hurt yourself. Yes, Aimin, you should lead the women back to the village. We can handle things here. That's right, with so many of us. We won't let those get away today. Among a group of young men and women, the elderly woman Chi Hongdo was leading a team of women. At this moment, she seemed a bit unnecessary. They were just waiting for the others to walk into their trap. Catching people was easy. They didn't need a group of women to help. Chi Hongdo didn't argue at this moment. You stay at the foot of the mountain and guard. I'll take them back to the village to watch over things. She didn't know exactly how many people were in the gang. At this moment, if a desperate person tried to escape, they might rush into the village and attack the elderly, women, and children. Also, after the loud wolf howl earlier, Chi Hongdo kept feeling uneasy inside. Hopefully, she was just overthinking. Rain was pouring heavily, and in the blink of an eye, it became even heavier. The mountain path was already rough, and now it was much harder to walk. But before the heavy rain started, the team leader and others had already identified the trap location where the prey was caught. The group was moving quickly toward that spot. At the foot of the mountain, Sister Hua, who was watching for news, saw that both the mountain and the bottom were full of people. Without hesitation, she ran away. Though her legs weren't strong, her running speed was quite fast. Meanwhile, on the mountain, team leader. It's here. It's them. You little troublemakers coming here to do bad things, huh? Let's see if I don't catch you. The villagers, seeing they had caught the bad guys, became even more excited. Some quickly grabbed stones from the ground and threw them into the trap. The team leader looked down from above and saw two muddy figures trying to pretend they weren't involved. "Hey, friends, it's a misunderstanding. We're just hunting in the mountains. We didn't do anything wrong. Help us out. Give us a hand," they pleaded. Hearing this, some villagers looked confused. A villager holding a torch stepped forward and shone it into the trap. The two muddy figures couldn't be identified clearly, but from their words, it seemed like they might have been accidentally caught. The team leader took the torch, waved it over the trap, and calmly asked, "You say you're hunters from another team? What's your team's name? Who's your team leader?" One of them was silent, while the other, more clever, replied, "We're from a different commune. We're not from around here. Even if you tell the team leader's name, you wouldn't know him." The team leader said slowly, "If you don't recognize him, I'll find out." The villagers behind understood immediately. Even now, these two are still trying to lie. "You're the ones who took the children from our town, aren't you? You scoundrels. How dare you lie?
Catch them.
Break their legs first." Hearing the villagers' words, the team leader didn't stop them. Breaking their legs would prevent them from escaping. They had no hope of running away now, which made things easier for everyone. Tiger Kid struggled to run down the mountain on one leg, exhausted and in pain. He didn't go back the same way to his old place because the rain made the road slippery and his foot hurt terribly. Running now might cause him to die from pain halfway. So, he chose a different path, not returning but instead heading toward the Red Flag Brigade. No matter what, being near places with people meant food. He could quickly find supplies and survive this tough time. That was his lucky chance. A group of villagers had made a big fuss, but it was all a trap for them. Tiger Kid was furious just thinking about it. When he reached the bottom, he didn't see Flower Sister. He guessed she had warned them and then ran away. Tiger Kid wasn't surprised. But right now, he couldn't blame anyone. He was tired, hungry, and his foot hurt. His only plan was to sneak into the village and hide completely. He hoped to find an old, lonely house, deal with the people there, and take it over. He wouldn't stay long. Once they caught someone, they'd go to the police at dawn. He just needed to wait out the rain tonight. It all sounded good, but as Tiger Kid got close to the village, he suddenly saw shadows moving around it. When he looked closer, he saw a group of women. Some held sickles, others sticks. Even in the rain, they stayed alert. One old woman turned her face toward him. Tiger Kid was so scared, he pressed himself into the wet mud, not daring to move. If he wasn't hurt, he wouldn't worry about kidnapping a few women. But now, he was injured, and there were 7 or 8 women facing him. He knew he couldn't fight them all. The team leader and others caught 2 kidnappers on the mountain during the rainy night. When they returned, the news spread quickly through the whole team.
Wow.
They really caught them. Villagers, despite the rain, wanted to see the spectacle. At the team's entrance, people chattered loudly. Some threw stones at the 2 kidnappers, and a few yelled out in pain. The team leader was annoyed by the noise. He waved his hand and chased everyone away. "Stay home in the rain, and don't come out to watch. Everyone go back. Quiet down. Why are you all staring? I didn't say you could look." A few young girls still gathered here. "You educated youth should go back to your own place and stay there." The 2 caught were both beaten until their legs were broken, then thrown to the village office, and with ropes. They posed no real threat now, so the village head was not worried about them running away. But where are your accomplices? The village head felt something was wrong. They had kidnapped so many children, yet only 2 people committed the crime? Although he planned to hand these 2 to the police at dawn, the village head still wanted to cause some trouble and see if he could find any clues. Lin Wangkai was full of energy. After a whole night of rain, he missed the lively scene at the village office, so as soon as the sky cleared in the morning, he couldn't hold back and ran outside. Lin's mother, who was also Lin Chi's stepmother, saw her younger son dash away like a rabbit and not even bother to harvest the pig grass. She called out, but Lin Wangkai ignored her and ran even farther. When he finally reached the village office, the village head had already taken 2 kids and handed them over to the police. How boring. Lin Wangkai shook his stick in boredom and started to walk back. As he passed by old Zhao's house, Zhang Huifeng saw him clearly. Originally planning to steal some food from Xiao Nunyo, Lin Wangkai was scolded harshly by Zhang Huifeng. "You little brat, try coming back to steal from us again? Uneducated kid, if you come again, I'll knock out all your teeth. Are you cursed to die of hunger? Haven't you ever eaten anything? Stealing from a little girl's stuff. I'll go ask your mother how she raised such a little rabbit." Lin Wangkai wanted to argue back with Zhang Huifeng, but when he saw Zhao Xiongdong come home to get something, he immediately ran away. In his hurry, he didn't pay attention to the direction and accidentally fell. It seemed like he stepped on something. He looked up and saw a muddy figure with dark, hollow eyes smiling at him. Kid. Although Lin Wangkai was still young, he had some sense of danger. He knew that his family didn't get along with old Zhao's family. Usually, they only bullied small children like Xiao Nunyo who couldn't fight back, never provoking strong workers like his brother-in-law. He understood he couldn't fight back and would likely get into trouble. At the moment Huzi grabbed him, Lin Wangkai immediately sensed something was wrong. People who have blood on their hands may become dangerous, but they're still enough to scare a little child. Huzi was very pleased to see Lin Wangkai trembling. It seemed he was somewhat lucky. He had found a ready-made target. Lin Wangkai's mouth was already covered. Huzi dragged him into the grass and ditch, then grinned, showing a mouth of black, rotten teeth. "Uncle has something to ask you for help with. Do you understand?" A thin, sharp knife was pressed against Lin Wangkai's neck. Lin Wangkai looked terrified, eyes wide open. In the next moment, a smell of hot appeared. He was so scared, he wet himself. Huzi was even more satisfied. Small courage makes someone easier to control. "Shh, don't be afraid. Uncle just wants you to bring some food over. Do you understand? If you understand, blink. Those two troublemakers are not honest. When we got to the police station, they said 2 more ran away. That's been a whole night and half a day. They probably escaped long ago. Captain, do they still value loyalty? We beat them so much yesterday, and they still didn't tell the truth. Captain, are you stupid? Haven't you seen the police? They're probably hoping their accomplices will rescue them. If everyone confesses, there's no hope left. But now, they saw the outcome. Loyalty?
Bah.
Loyalty is nonsense. When trouble hits, everyone runs. Normally, the remaining 2 should also be frightened and cautious, but the captain still worries they might seek revenge. It's all because of those 2. They wouldn't say anything, no matter how much they were asked. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't talk. What's the use of being stubborn? In the end, they were handed over to the police. The police had already taken over the case, so the captain and others couldn't interfere anymore. To thank them for helping catch the suspects, the police gave a few ceramic jars as a reward. The captain carried the jars back to Hongqi Brigade, feeling troubled as he looked at the row of ceramic jars on the table. One person had been caught halfway, leaving the other half behind, like stopping in the middle of a task, which made him uncomfortable. Everyone needs to be more careful. Watch out. What if those 2 come back for revenge? After learning that 2 people had escaped, Chi Hongdo felt a strange sense of confirmation. The team leader also agreed with Chi Hongdo's words, saying, "The police comrades said they will catch the remaining 2 soon." Following the confessions of the 2 captured individuals, the 3 children who had been kidnapped but hadn't yet been rescued were saved in time. This time, they did a good deed. Although they didn't catch everyone at once, rescuing 3 children was a big success. The Red Flag team remained calm for a few days. During this time, nothing unusual was noticed. Everyone relaxed their guard, thinking the remaining 2 must have been too scared to come back. But in a haystack at one of the households in the Red Flag team, Huzi looked at the woman in front of him with excitement. Sister Hua. He never expected Sister Hua to come back looking for him, and he was very excited. Seeing that Huzi was still in good spirits and that his ankle, wrapped with cloth and sticks, didn't seem seriously injured, she knew he hadn't encountered the villagers who were chasing them. She asked, "What exactly happened after you went up the mountain?" Their temporary hideout was raided by the police. Sister Hua felt something was wrong. With the situation outside tense, she thought it would be difficult to escape now, so she decided to turn back and find Huzi. She had already heard that only 2 people had been caught by the police. If the number didn't match, there must be someone missing. She needed to find out who it was herself. Sure enough, when she arrived, her call caught Huzi's attention quickly. They met smoothly. When Lin Wangkai came secretly to bring food to Huzi, he saw someone else and was terrified. Sister Hua immediately rushed forward and grabbed Lin Wangkai by the neck. The sudden suffocation made him faint. This time, she didn't need to ask. Huzi quickly told her everything that had happened. This kid is timid but cunning. He's good material for our line of work. He's afraid of me and even peed his pants. To make me let him go, he said he would help catch a kid. Huzi said proudly. Sister Hua gave him a cold look, and Huzi immediately shut up. It's not a good time to be boastful. But, to make up for the 3 goods they lost, finding an insider in the village and kidnapping a few more children should be easy, right? Even if it wasn't for money, just for revenge, Sister Hua thought this plan was worth doing. Huzi strongly agreed. If he weren't injured, he would have acted on his own long ago. Big brother Debao and Erbao have both gone to school. Sihua has recently been playing happily with Xiao Nunyo. Sanbao is holding a peach pit bracelet that his biological father made for him. His big eyes are full of loneliness. The red string with peach pits on his wrist has turned black from playing, but Sanbao doesn't mind at all. As he fiddles with the peach pits on his wrist, a small frog suddenly jumps in front of him. It immediately catches Sanbao's attention. While Lin Wangkai hurriedly followed as Sanbao wiggled his little bottom to chase the frog, Lin Qiyu was out washing clothes and casually looked around. She noticed that the little kid at the door was missing one. A more carefree person might think Sanbao just went somewhere to play. But recently, the little kids at home have been kept very strictly, and they've all been told not to run around freely. They need to tell the adults where they're going. Sanbao has become sensible and well-behaved, so how could he suddenly disappear quietly? Lin Qiyu put down the wooden basin and looked around. Suddenly, she saw Lin Wangxai's figure. The child he was holding seemed to be Sanbao. The red string, now faded and unrecognizable in color, lay lonely on the ground. The polished, cute peach pit had been crushed under a foot. Sanbao, with his mouth covered, struggled to scream and cry loudly but couldn't make a sound. Lin Wangkai put Sanbao down. Sanbao has been taken.
Quick, someone help.
Lin Qiyu shouted anxiously, rushing forward to chase Lin Wangkai. Hearing the shouts behind him, he ran even faster. When he turned a corner, his figure suddenly disappeared. He couldn't keep holding Sanbao while running, so he had to hand him over to Huzi and Huajia. If they hadn't refused a girl, he wouldn't have taken Nyo but Sanbao. He had initially wanted to get back at Lin Qiyu, but he didn't expect to be discovered so quickly and called out by name. Lin Wangxai's heart was pounding with fear. This was his first time doing something like this, and he was inexperienced. But Huzi praised him. Kid, not bad. He succeeded on his first try. They just needed to find a place to hide, wait for the trouble to pass, then take Sanbao out to trade. Not even the heavens could catch them. Lin Wangkai knew what he had done but didn't understand the terrible consequences it might bring. Even when Huzi praised him, he felt a little excited. Tiger watched Lin Wangkai and exchanged a glance with Sister Hua. Sister Hua nodded at him. Although Lin Wangkai was so scared he might wet his pants, this weak and easily controlled bad person was clearly more suitable to be driven by them at this moment. Lin Qiyu didn't know what Lin Wangxai's plan was in kidnapping Sanbao, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. Worried that the person she called might be a step too slow and Sanbao could be in danger, Lin Qiyu kept chasing after them. Even when she lost Lin Wangkai around a corner, she didn't give up searching. Since they were still within the Red Flag Brigade's area, Lin Qiyu was very familiar with everything around her. Soon, she noticed a haystack that seemed crooked. Filled with a sense of urgency, she hurried over. From the moment Lin Wangkai took Sanbao away to when Lin Qiyu sensed something was wrong and chased after them, only a few minutes passed. But very quickly, they couldn't even see Lin Qiyu's figure anymore. Can't find them on the main road. They probably won't dare to go that way. Let's look around the small paths and near our brigade. We need to keep someone at home. Even if there are bad people, we must watch the children. If Chiyu comes back, we'll know immediately. Chi Hongdo just left the brigade office and heard the news that Lin Chiyu and Sanbao were missing. Along with their disappearance, Lin Wangkai was also gone. Fortunately, Lin Chiyu shouted loudly enough for someone to hear and to know who actually took Sanbao. When her stepmother heard this news, she first thought it was just her younger brother's prank. Because she often talked badly about the Zhao family and Lin Chiyu at home, her two sons disliked Lin Chiyu, their half-sister. Especially after Lin Chiyu's life in the Zhao family kept improving, her stepmother's jealousy grew. Although she was a good stepmother, Lin Chiyu was the biological sister of her two sons. Wasn't it her duty as an older sister to help raise her younger brothers? Zhao Xiongnan had a job and was surely earning money. But whenever she went to the Zhao family to find Lin Chiyu, whether to borrow money or things, she never succeeded. She always came back looking defeated. Her stepmother cursed Lin Chiyu many times in her heart and mocked her for only having a daughter and not being able to have a son. Of course, no matter how much she cursed, her jealousy of Lin Chiyu's current life remained. Having a capable man who could earn money at home, a kind mother-in-law who was easy to deal with, a father-in-law who didn't interfere, and an elderly grandmother who wouldn't cause trouble for her among the family, these were all reasons she envied Lin Chiyu. Even with big problems at home, there are people to help share the burden, so life is much better than her current situation. I'm so angry, making such a big fuss. She dismissively responds to those asking her for news. Then her stepmother, Wang Rui, turns around and starts scolding again. Even now, she still can't believe that Lin Wangkai disappeared with Sanbao. She thinks it's just a joke. Wang Rui always knew that Lin Wangkai would go cause trouble at Lao Zhao's house sometimes, often because she deliberately encouraged him. Once, she even sent Lin Wangkai to steal chickens from Lao Zhao's place, but he didn't succeed, and she mocked him afterward. He's so useless. He can't even steal a chicken. Now that Lin Wangkai is missing, Wang Rui thinks it's just a small matter, not worth worrying about. She was even planning to scold him when he returned. But as more people from the village start searching for him, Wang Rui begins to sense something is wrong. Where exactly did Wang Kai go? Why hasn't he come back yet? Zhao Xiongnan is frantic, and Zhao Baojia rushes back from the fields, barefoot, searching everywhere for someone. Jiang Huifeng, who is usually proud and energetic every day, suddenly feels dizzy and lightheaded. Huifeng, you're pregnant now. You can't get so anxious and upset. Baojia and the others are out looking for him. If something happens to you now, what will Baojia do? Sanbao, Jiang Huifeng's voice trembles. In the morning, Sanbao had been clingy, wanting to play with her and touch her belly, but she scolded him. But in just half a day, Sanbao is gone. No, I have to go find him. Jiang Huifeng pinches her thigh to calm herself down. She can't just sit at home and wait without doing anything. She simply can't. Thinking about the child suffering somewhere unknown, she can't sit still as a mother. Where do Dabo and Erbao usually play? Look for the places where the kids usually hang out. Lin Wangkai certainly didn't suddenly decide to kidnap Sanbao without reason. After learning about this, Chi Hongdo immediately remembered that the village chief mentioned 2 kidnappers still at large. Her heart tightened. If her suspicions are correct, finding Sanbao must be done quickly. What if there's a delay? The kidnappers are outsiders, and they might be more familiar with hiding places than Lin Wangkai. Children usually have a few favorite places to play. Look around nearby, and you might find something interesting. Chi Hongdo saw that the crowd was dispersing and kept busy thinking about the environment of the Red Flag Brigade. Suddenly, a bright idea came to her mind. The thatched hut where Widow Wang used to live had already collapsed halfway. Sometimes, children would go inside to play ghost games. However, recently, the atmosphere in the brigade was tense. Children were not allowed to run around freely, and places like haunted houses were definitely off-limits. If the brigade tells you not to go back, what about outsiders? Before going to the haunted house, Chi Hongdo bought a packet of medicinal powder at the pharmacy in the convenience hospital. After thinking it over, she felt it might not be safe, so she also bought a spray bottle. The half-collapsed house was quite quiet around it. 2 sturdy locust trees mostly hid the house, and the weeds in front were overgrown and abandoned. Hua Jie became alert as soon as she heard footsteps outside. Huzi noticed Hua Jie's expression and also sensed something unusual. Could it be someone coming? Lin Wangkai shivered as he peeked through After a moment, he told Hua Jie and Huzi that the person was the elderly lady from old Zhao's family. She was just an old lady in her 70s or 80s. After confirming no one else was coming, Hua Jie and Huzi relaxed their guard. They thought, who could it be? Huzi asked Lin Wangkai, is this old lady the great-grandmother of that kid? Lin Wangkai nodded. Huzi's smile deepened. He patted the trembling Lin Wangkai and said, don't be afraid. You're doing something important. She's just an old lady. With a quick kick, she'll be down in no time. Don't you want to earn some money from Uncle? Now's your chance. Go, and bring that old lady in. Behind the wall, Sanbao and Lin Qiyu watched helplessly as Lin Wangkai went out. They heard him talking to Qi Hongdou. Sanbao was very scared. Although he didn't understand exactly what was happening, he could feel that everyone inside the house except Lin Qiyu was bad. Lin Qiyu used her body to block Sanbao. She had chased after Lin Wangkai, but by the time she caught up, he no longer had Sanbao with him. He also refused to admit he had taken Sanbao. Lin Qiyu didn't believe she was mistaken. She grabbed Lin Wangkai, demanding he tell the truth, but someone covered her mouth from behind. Then, she was taken here. Sister Hua and Tiger originally just wanted to catch a child and be done with it, but when they saw Lu Qiyu, the young and pretty wife, they suddenly thought it might be good to make a bigger deal out of it. Especially since Lin Qiyu came for Sanbao, they could use this to threaten her. They weren't worried about Lin Qiyu disobeying. Because she was Lin Qiyu, while forced to hide with them in this creepy house, overheard Sister Hua and Tiger's plans. They planned to leave Hongqi Brigade as soon as it got dark. It was too bright outside now, making it hard to escape. Lin Wangkai thought that helping Tiger and getting back at Lin Qiyu was enough, and that he wouldn't have to do anything else. But Tiger and Sister Hua didn't plan to let him go. With Lin Wangkai's courage, he already felt it was too late to regret. He didn't dare run. Even if Tiger hadn't tied him up, he wouldn't have dared. One Tiger was scary enough, but now there was also Sister Hua, who he couldn't even look in the eye. At that moment, Lin Wangkai finally realized what kind of people he was dealing with. Little brat, where did you hide our Sanbao? Qi Hongdou saw Lin Wangkai come out on his own, and felt hopeful. She looked at the arrogant old lady from the Lin family, who was chasing after her and yelling, and stepped closer. Lin Wangkai didn't expect convincing the old lady to be so easy. She started yelling at him and ran into the house before he even had to speak. But as soon as they entered, Sister Hua and Tiger blocked Qi Hongdou's way out. Qi Hongdou saw Lin Qiyu, who was and desperately shaking her head, and Sanbao, whose eyes were red and looked like a rabbit. They found the people. Qi Hongdou felt her heart finally relax. Tiger raised a brick in his hand. Old lady, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Why did you have to come here? Qi Hongdou stood expressionless, silently counting in her mind. A faint, almost invisible sense spread through the air. The most emotional, faintly dizzy Lin Qiyu and Sanbao were the first to faint, then Lin Wangkai, then Tiger. By the time Sister Hua realized something was wrong, Qi Hongdou had already picked up the brick from Tiger's hand. You! Sister Hua was actually the first to smell the fragrance, because her senses are better than most people's. However, Qi Hongdou, this little old lady, has a very confusing appearance, and since she was alone and looked harmless, Sister Hua didn't think much of it. Who knew that just a small mistake would completely ruin everything? You're the one with bad luck. Be careful next time. Qi Hongdou grabbed a brick and started smashing it at Sister Hua and Huzi. When passing by Lin Wangkai, she also kicked him. You little. All because of you guys, I've been messing around for so many days. After taking a deep breath, Qi Hongdou took out 2 spray bottles from her pocket. She sprayed the purple one a few times on Sister Hua and Huzi, and the green one she sprayed under Lin Qiyu and Sanbao's noses. When buying medicine, Qi Hongdo thought about it. She had initially reached into her pocket to grab something like a sleep-inducing powder, but after checking, she found other similar sprays and chose this one confidently. She's not very good at fighting, so to protect herself and counter the other side, she had to find other ways to make up for it. While spraying the sleeping drug on herself, Qi Hongdo had already used the antidote. From the moment she appeared in this small broken house, no one except her was safe. When Lin Qiyu was carried back by Zhao Xiangnan and others, she was still in a daze. What just happened? She only closed her eyes and opened them again, and suddenly everything had changed. In the brigade office, the captain looked at Huzi and Sister Hua, who were and was very angry. He kicked them a few times. As for Wang Wangkai, if the brigade hadn't handed him over to the police, there might still be room for discussion. After all, they were all from the same brigade, and Wang Rui was crying at the door, afraid he would turn Wang Wangkai over to the police. The captain and the brigade's secretary thought for a long time and asked Qi Hongdo, girl, what do you think about Wangkai? Should we discuss it again? He was only 12 years old and still very young. Qi Hongdo replied, I'm not his mother. I can't control how this kid turns out. But I only ask one thing. Today, he dared to help the kidnapper take children from the brigade. If you let him go tomorrow, what if something else happens in our brigade? Can you guarantee he will change? Or can his mother guarantee it? If Wang Rui could teach the child well, Wang Wangkai wouldn't be in his current state. The answer was obvious. The captain and the brigade's secretary fell silent. It seemed they could only hand Wang Wangkai over. As for what will happen to Lin Wangkai later, it depends on the police. But there was one thing. The captain looked at Qi Hongdo with suspicion. Love mother, is that house really haunted? Qi Hongdo gave a mysterious look at the captain. You're a senior officer now, you should know what you can say and what you can't. I'm just an old lady. What can I do? After Lin Wangkai tricked me inside, I saw my granddaughter-in-law and Sanbao, so I wanted to call someone. But suddenly, they all fainted, and I was really scared. When I woke up later, I didn't know exactly what happened. Qi Hongdo played dumb to the end. The captain also found it strange because, compared to her silly excuses now, it was even more unbelievable that an old lady had knocked down 2 people and a young child. And after they woke up, those 2 men looked confused, as if they didn't understand what had happened. But when they saw Qi Hongdo, their expressions were a bit strained, especially the man, who shouted ghost. When he saw the old lady, at first, everyone was clueless, but after that shout, the villagers of Hongqi Brigade started imagining things. The haunted house had long been rumored with various mysterious stories, but before, it was mostly kids being scared and wetting the bed at night. But this time, it was much more intense. Some even said it was the ghost of the widow, Wang, helping old Zhao's family catch the old lady. Or that she was possessed and doing it.
Why?
Didn't Love Mother say she didn't remember anything? Then it must be the ghost of Widow Wang. Why would Widow Wang help Love Mother? It seemed that when Widow Wang left, none of her children or in-laws wanted to help her tidy up. Love Mother attended Widow Wang's funeral and even helped out. Maybe Widow Wang was doing it to repay her kindness? Such spooky rumors always spread more fiercely when people try to hide them. Everyone knew to keep it secret, but secretly they kept talking about it. The more they talked, the more real it seemed, as if it was true. So much so that Widow Wang's 3 sons, when they heard mice scurrying in the house at night, thought Widow Wang had come back. Even her eldest son, when he went to the bathroom at midnight, saw his dead mother face to face when he got up. It scared him so much he wet his pants. After he shouted loudly and woke up the whole family, a black night cat simply let out a soft meow and gracefully jumped out of old Wang's window. That night, the eldest son of the Wang family stayed awake all night, afraid to move even though his pants were soaked with. The eldest daughter-in-law was also quite frightened. The next day, old Wang secretly went to the half-collapsed thatched house of the widow Wang to perform a ritual. When the 2nd and 3rd brothers of the Wang family found out, they didn't think much of it, but their wives felt uneasy. Despite the hot weather, they sensed a cold chill behind their backs these days, which seemed strange. So, they also secretly visited the widow Wang's grave and the thatched house to perform rituals. "Mother, I will be a good child in my next life and respect you. But I don't have much ability. If you need help, go find my older brothers or a third brother. Please don't come to me." While burning paper offerings, the second brother and his wife kept muttering. Later in the night, the third brother and his wife came. Their words were similar to the second brother's, but instead of asking to find the brothers, they said, "If you have something to tell us, just send us a dream." Although the three brothers kept their actions discreet, nothing could hide the fact that their secret rituals confirmed that the widow Wang's spirit was possessing the elderly lady of the Zhao family. It turned out that the haunted house was truly a real haunted house. After these events came to light, there weren't many people discussing the kidnappers, but instead, many families were pulling their children's ears, warning them not to go near the haunted house. The widow Wang, who had been dead for so long, suddenly became well known again in the Red Flag Brigade. More accurately, her reputation improved.
Why?
Although Wang Widow was unclear when she was alive, and her actions were confusing, she didn't do any harm after her death. Many children had played in the haunted house, and none of them had any accidents. This was considered good karma. When people mentioned Wang Widow now, they shared a tacit understanding. No one spoke badly of her, only criticizing her three sons for not being capable. Of course, despite what was said, no one ever entered the collapsed thatched house again. When Zhang Huifang saw that Sanbao returned safely and noticed that Lin Shuyu's arm was bruised from falling while chasing Lin Wankai, she suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Shuyu. Everyone was startled. She pulled and advised her gently, even though she was pregnant, so she had to be careful. Zhang Huifang is holding Sanbao, who hasn't been born yet. Sanbao can already run, jump, and talk. If she lost him, she fears she might cry until she goes blind. Such great kindness feels like a huge favor to Lin Shuyu. Lin Shuyu has never received such a big gift in her life, so she hurriedly helped Zhang Huifang up. Sanbao is tired of crying and probably wants to sleep.
You should take him to bed.
Seeing everyone watching, Lin Shuyu felt a bit shy. They are all family children. Any of them suffering makes the family feel upset. She does blame Zhang Huifang, but not enough to involve Sanbao. Besides, it was my mother who found me and Sanbao. I failed to rescue Sanbao. Zhao Xiongnan held Lin Shuyu's hand to comfort her.
Who said that?
If you hadn't called out in time, those two might have already run away. Where would we find Sanbao then? Also, after hearing that Huzi and Sister Hua were originally his wife to make more money, Zhao Xiongnan only regrets not arriving at the scene before the team leader and others. Otherwise, he would have beaten those two to death. Zhao Baojia hugged his wife and children, still shaken. Who would have thought such a big incident could happen right at their door? If it weren't for second sister-in-law or the nanny, their small family would be finished. In the police station, the first two people caught were brought out to identify Huzi and Sister Hua. When their eyes met, all four of them had the same question in mind. Where did the mistake happen? Of course, after this moment of understanding, the four started blaming each other and pushing responsibility back and forth. Because they needed to identify the mastermind, whoever had more cases on their hands would ultimately face the consequences. These people, who only relied on mutual interests, began to turn on each other for self-protection once inside the police station. But no matter how they argued, it seemed that Sister Hua was less affected. Because the remaining three couldn't clearly say how many trafficking cases Sister Hua was involved in, who she was, or where she came from. However, the police are not afraid of trouble. They hadn't caught anyone before, but now that the suspects are right in front of them, they will carefully unravel the case. Kahongdu, the women's director, is officially cooperating with leadership's propaganda needs and starting some work. Soon after the traffickers were caught, the commune leaders arranged a meeting for her to help the Red Flag Brigade women learn about advanced ideas. Claiming to help women, in fact, it is also about improving everyone's thinking. Even if someone is illiterate, they should at least have a better mindset and not remain ignorant. Chi Hongdo received her task and just started when she was met with a warm and enthusiastic response from everyone. Chi Hongdo. Are they really supporting her work so much? Although Chi Hongdo knows she is somewhat famous in the Red Flag Brigade, she doesn't fully understand how well-known she really is. In the past, she kicked her uncle's house, slapped her sister-in-law, and beat up her son-in-law. But those are all things of the past. Now, with the legend of her possession, people see her with a mix of curiosity and respect. It's just a women's meeting organized with Chi Hongdo, so what's wrong with everyone cooperating? They are very willing to cooperate. Wait, what am I supposed to say? When the leader gave the task, it was just a brief instruction. Chi Hongdo accepted it, planning to hold a small village tea party. She didn't expect the villagers to be so enthusiastic about the meeting. Chi Hongdo thought to herself, if she didn't find a good topic and have a nice chat with everyone, it wouldn't be as effective. The brigade leader said, I mean, Yang, just say what you want. If others find it difficult, I believe you can handle it easily. Don't be modest. Chi Hongdo asked, Brigade leader, are you praising me? The leader coughed. Haha, of course. Since you're organizing the meeting, just tell me if you need anything. Oh, and these 4 teacups, leave one at the brigade office. The remaining 3, I was thinking of using them to praise those who performed well in the recent rescue operation. What do you think? Chi Hongdo replied, Don't leave the one at the brigade office.
Give me 2 for the meeting.
The brigade leader looked surprised. Just now, she was talking about the meeting, and now she's eyeing the teacups? Chi Hongdo. She just needs a reward to motivate everyone, and she doesn't lack cups for drinking water. In her small villa's kitchen, there are a row of cups waiting for her to use every day. But since these are a reward from the police, brand new and presentable, it's good to show off. That's why Chi Hongdo decided to take them. After Chi Hongdo left with 2 teacups, the brigade leader was filled with deep regret. Why did he ask so many questions? If he had just kept that to himself, he could have kept the teacups for his own use. Regret. He was too careless. Because they captured several key members of a long-standing criminal gang and successfully rescued some children, these days, not only the Red Flag team, but also the outside world is lively. Chi Hongdo gathered a group of women for a simple, straightforward meeting, combining strict discipline with kindness. She then presented a brand new teacup, which was met with enthusiastic applause, marking the successful end of the Red Flag team's first women's meeting. Although the meeting was simple and plain, the results were very good. Compared to leaders talking endlessly and saying a lot of nonsense, everyone preferred practical things. For example, the teacup used for drinking water or holding rice, which could also be used as a dowry. After giving out rewards, Chi Hongdo also openly criticized Lin Wangkai as a bad example. To teach children not to end up in jail, you must teach them well.
Don't always say kids don't understand.
If they don't understand, can you adults not understand? Although this is a women's meeting, and we have to mention family matters, I, as an older woman, don't plan to say much. Old bad habits from the past society, whether it's between spouses, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, or mother and child, if there's a problem, it's blamed on us. Back then, we knew nothing, suffered grievances, cried until tears ran dry, and still wondered if we did something wrong. I also came from the old society and made mistakes before, but now we live in a new society. It's a good time for women to hold half the sky. We need to learn and adopt new ideas, not keep talking about old ways. If people don't improve, they think everything they do on their small patch of land isn't illegal. That's how Wang Rui spoils Lin Wangkai, and kids end up in the police station. We also need to keep up with the times. We can't be confused anymore. Women hold half the sky, and in our Red Flag team, that half is on us. I'll keep the remaining teacup for next time's women's meeting, to reward the most progressive thinker. I'll also talk to the team leader about using our loudspeaker from the team office. We can listen to the newspaper every day, there are always fresh stories in it. Even if we don't go outside, we'll know what's happening out there. Listening to the newspaper is like having another storyteller. Everyone responded even more enthusiastically to this idea. Usually, they like to gather and chat because there are only a few trivial matters around them, so they keep talking about the same things repeatedly. Having a loudspeaker to read the newspaper also adds some color to their boring lives. As for Lin Wangkai and Wang Rui, this pair of examples of bad behavior, many people feel sympathy for them. Most ordinary people really can't cause such big trouble. Wang Rui thinks there's nothing wrong with how she raised her children. She believes others are to blame. But now, after this incident, her youngest son is still at the police station, and her eldest son is almost furious at home. Wang Rui feels very angry and dizzy, but doesn't know what to do. She wants to shift the blame, but no one listens. With her limited mind, she's just confused and ends up hurting herself and others. Everyone who sees her will say she deserves it. People in the team now greet her and her son with teasing remarks. Who doesn't have children? If someone around them raised their kids badly, no one would look at them kindly. The old lady really knows how to get me to do work. She's still reading the newspaper. With my old voice, I can't even read one page well, let alone a whole newspaper. Inside the team office, the team secretary said softly, then looked at the team leader. I just remembered I have some family matters to attend to. I need to go back. Our meeting is over, so everyone can do what they need to. The team leader, with slow movements, left the office and quickly walked away. The squad leader thought that I knew I couldn't rely on that old guy. Maybe they should have delayed reading the newspaper a bit longer, wait and see. But Chi Hongdo came to check on the progress of this matter in just a couple of days. The squad leader, unable to resist Chi Hongdo's urging, used the excuse of reporting to the commune leaders and slipped away. When he met the leaders and casually mentioned the issue, they surprisingly agreed with their approach. Good, let's do it this way. It's helpful for our people to hear about the big and small news in the newspaper, especially for learning and improving their thoughts. The commune leaders nodded repeatedly. They still had some shadow from the last grain delivery, thinking that the wildness of the southern barbarians was truly hard to handle. Educational activities are indeed necessary. They no longer expect people to wake up every day reciting slogans, so reading the newspaper has become a practical and feasible activity. The unexpected leader. Turning back to the team headquarters, the leader had already thought of a way to protect his voice. He decided to find someone who could read and have them read the newspaper aloud over the loudspeaker every day.